Preface. Why shine the light on Cabral? Why, in 2013, shine the spotlight on personalities who, in their time, marked their own epoch? Is it the date of the anniversary of their death? One could be content with just organizing a few ceremonies, but to truly commemorate men like Amilcar Cabral involves much more than carrying out the pleasant task of remembering them over cocktails or establishing them in some pantheon. These would be acts that run counter to the great contributions that they have made. The current crises of African democracies coincide with a simultaneous crisis in representation and political leadership. But they also coincide with the crisis of the Western economic system, as well as the Western desire to recolonize all or part of the world in the name of the fight against terrorism and the financial crisis, not even sparing the South Africa of Nelson Mandela. All this justifies not only commemorating these anniversaries but also questioning the legacy of the men and women who have fought and thought about alternatives for Africa. While today in most African countries there is a return to authoritarian regimes, the popular uprisings in Tunisia and Egypt have inaugurated a second phase of the post-independence period, that of the eruption of the population into politics and their demand not to be neglected any longer in the crisis of the neoliberal model. As for alternatives for the African continent, those of Amilcar Cabral, of Nyerere, of Thomas Sankara, and of Patrice Lumumba in rereading the works of those who participated in the decolonization of the continent, one cannot help but be struck by the transformations in the aspirations of people for change and for challenging the recolonization process, as is illustrated, for example, by the crises in Mali and Côte d'Ivoire. Our revolutionary leaders died prematurely or were assassinated because they upset the reprehensible intentions of projects supported by colonialism, because they denounced the strategy of those who assumed themselves to be the victors, and finally because they promoted another social project for the people who had been newly liberated. These men tirelessly wrote and worked to ensure that the subjection of peoples to alien subjugation, domination, and exploitation constitutes a denial of fundamental human rights, is contrary to the Charter of the United Nations and is an impediment to the promotion of world peace and cooperation. 1. They held high the hope of leaving the deep night behind, to paraphrase one of Achille Mbembe's most recent works. 2. However, a little more than 50 years after Africa's decolonization, the imperial and neocolonial order continues to maintain most of humanity in destitution and exploitation, continually subjecting them to the ugliness of the world disorder. It is true that domination has somewhat changed its forms, but those who are experiencing the injustice, violence, alienation, and exploitation are tragically discovering that they are still considered a third world for oligarchies who are all the more powerful now that they are international. The right of peoples to self-determination, a pillar of international law that formed the political and juridical basis of the decolonization process for which people fought, has been emptied of its substance by the promotion and implementation of an unjust and illegal economic order that has involved privatization and the commodification of almost all aspects of life, as well as the militarization of international relations. Amilcar Cabral's projects never saw the light of day. The deviations of the post-colonial states proved too powerful. Independence remained unachieved, and instead of working towards the emancipation of peoples, they have resulted in recolonization in novel forms, under which peoples are subjected to a globalist neocolonial order based on the domination of plutocracies over exploited and despised populations. The decolonization era, according to Frantz Fanon, should have changed the world order. 3. But it has not been a program of absolute disorder, for that required calling into question the entire colonial situation. 5. The last have not become the first. 6. There are several possible explanations for this, the most important of which is that the national elites and politicians of the global south, including in Africa, preferred to submit and force their peoples to submit to the interests of the old colonizers. Thus they have never broken with the Western power centers, either through the official structures or through informal networks. As both Fanon and Cabral have pointed out, the lack of practical links between the elite and the social movements, their laziness, and their cowardice at the decisive moment of the struggle always give rise to tragic mishaps. The power systems have been shown for what they are, systems of oppression and pillage for which the right to development stems only from an ideological commitment, which is unrealistic, if not third world archaism, that dates from the 1970s. 7. Hence the new stage of imperialism consists through globalization and with the help of certain politicians of opening up the markets of the less developed countries to the multinationals. It is the movement towards the liberal integration of the economies of the planet to establish their hegemony definitively, and it constitutes the historical stage of a global market dominated by the financial sphere. Our politicians refuse to see the African continent as being confronted by the same enemy. On the one hand, they have acknowledged and accepted the carving up of the continent through the imposition of artificial borders representing competing colonial interests, which developed independently of the black consciousness concept that was sustained by Amilcar Cabral as well as by Steve Biko, for whom the basic tenet of black consciousness is that the black man must reject all value systems that seek to make him a foreigner in the country of his birth and reduce his basic human dignity. 8. It is not then by chance if these men who, based on their struggles for the liberation of their countries, were thinking beyond these countries and rapidly subscribed to the liberation struggle of the whole African continent. Did Amilcar Cabral not say, in his speech at Dar es Salaam, that no one can doubt, among our people as among all other African peoples, that this war for national liberation in which we are engaged belongs to the whole of Africa? While the neocolonial structures are not the only explanation for the failure of independence, this last half-century has shown the effectiveness of the time bombs bequeathed to us by the colonial powers. The topicality of Amilcar Cabral and many others who saw only the first glows of the deceptive dawn of African independence is that they always highlighted the mechanisms of domination, exploitation, and alienation. The paths that they proposed for emancipation from an absurd and criminal social, political, and economic system remain the path for the emancipation of everyone. Ultimately, the liberation of man and his de-alienation remain the final objective of political struggle. To revive their thinking involves the painful process of opening our eyes to the brutality of the world, acknowledging the most hideous aspects of this reality, and realizing that the work that they started has not been completed. Indeed, it is far from being completed. New forms of colonization have appeared, as those in power always seek to accelerate their own development to the detriment of other peoples. But Western systems are showing signs of running out of steam. They are no longer able to guarantee the requirements for human dignity and human progress, if indeed they have ever been able to. So the resistance continues, but it now has an advantage. These men revealed the traps that are lying in wait for the movements. They also put forward the conditions that should favor the process of emancipation of human societies in order to free both the colonized and the colonizer from their alienation. Emancipation has yet to arrive. Their thinking and their actions force us to open our eyes to the tragic dawn for Africa and the rest of the world and to continue the path towards liberty and alienation. Rereading Amilcar Cabral today means confronting the great issues that caused him and others to stand up and to walk with their companions along the new path conducted by Africana thinking. It also means understanding that the change in paradigms that they advocated are relevant both to the present fight against the old regime and for a new order that sees man no longer in the terms imposed by humanism but by those aimed at building a new humanity. Amilcar Cabral and the struggle of memory against forgetting. Firoze Manji and Bill Fletcher Jr. On the grounds of the military headquarters of Guinea-Bissau stands the mausoleum of Amilcar Cabral. To pay your respects, you must apply for permission in writing to the military well in advance. All being well, you will receive a letter letting you know the date and time you may visit. You'll be told that you need to bring flowers that must be purchased at a shop just opposite the entrance to the base. Some $60 later, you appear at the gate of the guarded camp where you still must negotiate permission to enter. Finally, the gate opens and senior military personnel and armed guards escort you to the mausoleum at the rear of the base where they will want to pose for photographs. Beside the large glass and concrete structure bearing the remains of Cabral is a row of brass plaques marking the graves of some of his comrades, leaders of the PEG who also gave their lives in the struggle for liberation. If you should ask why the mausoleum is located on the military base, you'll be told it is for security reasons. And if you ask how the ordinary citizens of Guinea-Bissau might come to pay their respects to Cabral, the military guards will tell you that everyone is free to come whenever they want. After returning to the streets of Bissau, one must ask why Amilcar Cabral's mausoleum is so heavily guarded. What do the military fear? Has it something to do with the fact that they are themselves the descendants of those who participated in Cabral's assassination? Do they perhaps recognize that the power of memorials is more about the future than the past? The pile of stones thus marks both an act of deliberate remembrance and an act of deliberate forgetting. 9. However did Amilcar Cabral end up here? Perhaps this guarded site of remembrance is a fearful symbol of the profound importance of Cabral's work and achievements as an extraordinary leader intimately associated with the revolution that resulted in the defeat of Portuguese colonial power in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde and the downfall of fascism in Portugal. January 20, 2013, marked the 40th anniversary of the assassination of Amilcar Cabral, agronomist, militant, theoretician, poet, and revolutionary. An internationalist, Cabral was instrumental in the formation not only of the PAIG, Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea y Cabo Verde, African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, but also of MPLA, Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, Partido do Trabalho, People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, Workers' Party, and Frelimo, Frente de Libertação de Moçambique, Front for the Liberation of Mozambique. Despite the vast literature available by and about Cabral, the memory of his contributions to the struggles for liberation has faded, disintegrating alongside his bodily remains. The first steps in liquidating a people, wrote Milan Kundera, is to erase its memory. The struggle against power is the struggle of memory against forgetting. The publication of this book is an attempt to contribute to the struggle of memory against forgetting. It is not merely a romantic enterprise, though there is much to be ardent and emotional about in the recollection of the ideas and achievements of Cabral. We are convinced that Cabral's writings are as relevant today as ever, perhaps even more so. The goal of independence, of achieving the means by which the dispossessed and disenfranchised are able to reclaim their destinies and determine their futures, remains as necessary today as it was in Cabral's time. Anyone reading Cabral's writings today will be struck by the importance he placed on understanding a people's history and, as the contemporary manifestation of that accumulated history, culture. Cabral was aware that without its history, a people had no future. Cabral once wrote, "There is a preconception held by many people, even on the left, that imperialism made us enter history at the moment when it began its adventure in our countries. We consider that when imperialism arrived in Guinea it made us leave history, our history. The moment imperialism arrived and colonialism arrived, it made us leave our history and enter another history. Of course, there have been dramatic political changes since colonial times brought about by the mass upsurges that characterized the movements for independence, although the territorial boundaries for exploitation established by the Berlin Conference have remained largely intact. However, there are striking parallels between the conditions of the colonial era and those that prevail today. The colonial territories were zones of plunder, pillage, and production of primary products for imperial centers. Today, there is a significant comprador class, nurtured over the past 4 decades, that has a direct material interest in the perpetuation of these social relations of production and control of the state. The scale of the extraction of wealth from Africa has grown, bringing new euphemisms. Plunder and pillage go by the name of investment or development of natural resources, civilizing the native. Once the justification for the work of missionaries, is today called development, the justification for the aid industry and its coterie of consultants and international development NGOs. It is a sad truth that we are often quick to lay the blame for assassinations and coups d'état at the hands of imperialist agencies such as the CIA, M16, PIDE, etc. There is little doubt that such agencies have played a significant role, and it is well known that the Portuguese Secret Service, PIDE, was implicated in the assassination of Cabral. We are slow, however, to acknowledge the role played by those within the ranks of inspired leaders. Whether we are talking of Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, Amilcar Cabral, Stephen Biko, or a host of others who led movements that threatened the hold of empire, betrayal has always come from within. Cabral himself was assassinated by his own colleagues, albeit with the support of PIDE. It is said that he responded to the first shot by turning to his assassin, saying that this was no way to resolve differences. Like many others, Cabral realized that revolutionary movements need to win over sections of the petite bourgeoisie, the so-called middle classes whose skills and knowledge could serve the movement so long as they were able to commit class suicide. Torn between finding freedom from colonial oppression through association with the forces of liberation and the attraction of the privilege, wealth, accumulation, and self-aggrandizement offered in the wake of independence, this historically vacillating class has always been notoriously unreliable. And the story of post-independence Africa is replete with examples of betrayals and treachery. Over the last 30 years, African countries, like others in the global south, have experienced a reversal of many of the gains of independence, gains that had been won through anti-colonial revolutions only after the loss of so much blood and so many lives. Beginning in the early 1980s, the same set of social and economic policies, the so-called structural adjustment programs, was implemented by African governments, opening avenues for capital expansion through the extreme privatization and liberalization of the national economies. The result of these neoliberal policies has been an ever-increasing gap between the haves and the have-nots. A small minority, whose interests and enterprises were closely associated with the multinational corporations and financial institutions, have become obscenely rich, while the standard of living of the majority and value of the wage for those lucky enough to find work, has declined rapidly. Unemployment, landlessness, and homelessness are the lot of the many. Accompanying this vast accumulation by dispossession of land, utilities, services, and natural resources are two other forms of dispossession that deserve more attention. The first is a process of political dispossession. African governments have become more accountable to international corporations, banks, international financial institutions, and international aid agencies than to their own citizens. The right to self-determination that so inspired the movements for independence has eroded with the lack of any formality or constitutional adjustment. Secondly, the period is characterized by a dispossession of memory affected by a ruling elite who wish to airbrush from history their own betrayals. They have been assisted in that process by corporate media and changes in curricula in primary, secondary, and tertiary education and in the day-to-day political discourse that have all but eliminated awareness of the history of anti-colonial struggles and the heroism of an entire generation. The writings of Amilcar Cabral offer a profound understanding of this almost forgotten epoch and the historical mission of anti-colonial movements across the continent and indeed throughout the global south. A people without a history is a people without a future. The converse is also true. It is only through having the courage to invent the future that it is possible to appropriate our history and place our short lives within an epical movement for the liberation of all humankind. It was this extraordinary grasp of his historical mission that makes Cabral so relevant and so inspiring today. Why now? Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde are tiny places, yet their histories resonate far beyond their borders and hold relevance to struggles for liberation across the continent as well as the black liberation movements in the Americas. Cabral's work and life hold a special meaning, and it was this meaning that drew the two of us to contemplate this volume and to seek out a broad array of respected writers to paint the picture of Cabral and reflect on his legacy and the ongoing struggles for liberation and transformation in the African world. Cabral emerged on the international scene in the midst of sweeping changes in the global south. Struggles for independence and national liberation were underway. By the mid to late 1960s, however, it was becoming clear that, as Samir Emin has pointed out, three general crises were unfolding: the crisis of the Soviet project, and more generally, the crisis of socialism, the crisis of the national populist projects in the global south, and the crisis of Western social democracy. These crises were not always easy to identify, in part because of the dynamism that existed in the global south and the growing stands of nations and peoples against imperialism. The crisis of socialism was not always easy to identify, because the critics of the road taken by the then Soviet Union, whether they identified that road as socialist yet problematic, capitalist, or deformed, could still frequently point to other experiments in social transformation that followed or appeared to follow a different course. Cabral did not speak explicitly to what we may now call the crisis of socialism. He was also very careful regarding rendering verdicts on the work of other national populist projects. 10. That said, within Cabral's work, one sees valuable insights into both, a point that comes through to the reader in studying this volume. With regard to socialism, although Cabral certainly used terminology associated with Marxism, e.g. modes of production, he grounded his revolutionary theory in the experiences of the masses fighting Portuguese colonialism. Though he occasionally applauded other revolutionary leaders, one does not find in Cabral a near religious faith in individual great thinkers, but instead the use of such thinkers and their work as a jumping-off point in creating and advocating revolutionary theory and practice for Guinea-Bissau. To the fury of partisans on different sides, Cabral took no stand on the split between the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Though a close ally of the Cuban Revolution, he differed from the approach favored by the Cuban party and government during much of the 1960s, called the FOCO theory, a view frequently associated with Ecobedo Che Guevara. 11. Certainly some of his silence reflected the need of the Guinean national liberation struggle to assemble a wide swath of allies, but Cabral's stance was not based solely on diplomacy but also on establishing the legitimacy of the Guinean experience as a source of not only revolutionary inspiration but theory as well. Though identified as a party and holding to the form of a party, Cabral's PAIC was more akin to a national liberation front. Amongst other things, this meant that while the PAIC was committed to national liberation and social transformation, there was never total agreement as to the full nature of the post-colonial society, irrespective of the anti-imperialist language of the time. This point cannot be overemphasized, because Cabral was not speaking only his own thoughts but was representing and leading a consensus within, for lack of a better term, a revolutionary movement. He was not, in other words, an individual public intellectual who said or wrote what was on his mind, but instead, and in each case, he had to think of the dynamics that were unfolding within his movement. The nature of the dynamics within the PAIC, which are addressed directly and indirectly within this volume, are additionally important because they shift discussions concerning Cabral's murder and the later reactionary turn of the PAIC and government of Guinea-Bissau. Rather than an exclusive focus on agents and traitors, a more comprehensive analysis helps us better understand the question of class struggle within revolutionary movements and in post-revolutionary societies. As we noted earlier in this introduction, class forces that had interests that were not consistently revolutionary found in Cabral and his work a threat to their own class and/or individual projects. In Cabral we see an indictment of not only those who subsequently murdered him, but also those, both in Guinea-Bissau and in other parts of Africa, who undermined national populist and socialist projects. In Cabral's works, and in the historical details of PAIC's efforts in the anti-Portuguese struggle, one witnesses a profoundly democratic practice. The PAIC was rooted amongst the masses, and an immense amount of time was dedicated to educational work amongst the people in advance of the armed struggle, as well as during the course of the armed struggle. Institutions were established in the liberated zones that placed power in the hands of ordinary people, in most cases, for the first time in their lives. Many traditional practices were challenged, but they refused to succumb to a love affair with everything modern. One of the most important examples set by Cabral and the PAIC was that of nation building. As this volume establishes, the building of the revolutionary movement was actually the building of the Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verdean nations. It meant respecting the multi-ethnic nature of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, as well as the need to transcend ethnic identity and match it rather than replace it entirely with a national identity. This task has been one of the most difficult within Africa and has been the source of much backsliding and suffering over the last 40 years. A final general point is related to the character of the PAIC and the revolutionary movement. The death of Cabral left the movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde in much worse shape than at first appeared to be the case. The fact that subsequent to Cabral's murder the movement went forward, declared independence from Portugal, and was prepared to assume power, masked a deeper challenge. There was an insufficient leadership cadre within the movement to provide the ideological and practical guidance to the revolutionary process that unfolded after independence. As so often happens, there was an understandable over-reliance on the wisdom of the leader, in this case Cabral, when that wisdom so desperately needed to be spread. This can be contrasted, for instance, with the Vietnamese revolutionary movement that was able to survive the death of Ho Chi Minh, in large part due to the actual collective nature of the leadership of the movement. This does not suggest that there is no role for exceptional leaders within such a movement. Nevertheless, as the history of the 20th century certainly shows, the revolutionary process must involve the building of collective and capable leadership as well as serious attention towards the creation of successors. In this volume we have sought to present to the reader a four-dimensional view of Cabral, the fourth dimension being time, or in this case, context. It is not just that there are differing points of view on the significance of Cabral, it is also important for the reader to appreciate the complexities and contradictions that existed within Cabral and the revolutionary movement. As such, this volume is divided into several parts. We begin the book with discussions on the legacy of Cabral. It is, in our opinion, critical to jump to the present, as it were, and immediately engage the reader with why Cabral remains important to this day. From legacy we move to reflections on Cabral, some of which are very personal. As with legacy, the authors endeavor to focus the reader on the current applicability and relevance of Cabral. The third section is on Cabral, women, and emancipation. We had hoped to have additional articles here, and we believe this topic to be especially important for a myriad of reasons. During much of the period of the vibrant national populist projects, there was a masculinist tendency within the progressive movements that promoted male leadership to the exclusion of women, and additionally subordinated the struggles against male supremacy to the national, popular struggle. Though frequently tolerated in the name of national liberation and independence, such masculinist tendencies served as a cancer in the revolutionary movement. The articles in this section help us to not only understand Cabral and the question of gender but to more generally understand the challenge that exists in conducting struggles that, by their very nature, are multidimensional. Our fourth section concerns Cabral and the Pan-Africanists. This is especially timely given efforts over the past several years to renew Pan-Africanism and, in fact, generate a 21st century Pan-Africanism. Cabral was an important, though frequently overlooked, Pan-Africanist. His work in connection with all of the Portuguese African colonies is often either poorly understood or taken for granted, rather than grasped as a very practical and quite revolutionary Pan-Africanism. Additionally, Cabral's Pan-Africanism was controversial in that it was non-racial, anti-racist, in the sense in which the South African movement came to define the term. Pan-Africanism for Cabral, in other words, was not about skin color, nor was it about a romanticization of the African past. It was truly about a revolutionized African world and the creation of connections that could link popular democratic forces to combat colonialism and neocolonialism. Cabral was intolerant of those who thought that one's color or point of origin automatically qualified them to be an African freedom fighter. The authors in this section help us to understand this matter in greater depth. The fifth section focusing on culture and education will certainly attract many readers who are familiar with Cabral's quite famous article on culture and national liberation. Many of us on the political left have been exposed to cultural caricatures from within our respective movement, i.e., cardboard approaches to popular culture in the name of building a revolutionary alternative. Cabral took on the question of culture by beginning with the cultures that exist and insisting that the revolutionary forces understand them and build upon them. Yet contrary, once again, to those who romanticized if not mythologized traditional cultures, Cabral examined them dialectically, understanding the contradictions that exist within all cultures and seeking out the democratic component upon which a new framework could be built. Of particular importance in this section is the discussion of how Cabral's thinking remains alive and vibrant in the chants and songs of rap music in Guinea-Bissau. The sixth section concerns Cabral and the African-American struggle. This topic is highlighted in this volume because of a particular role that Cabral and his work played in the transformation of a major component of the left of the Black freedom struggle in the United States of America. Cabral's vision of Pan-Africanism and his refusal to romanticize the past challenged the Black left in the United States to develop a more advanced and radical politics grounded in the realities of America. This did not mean that there were automatic answers to the challenges faced in the United States, nor did it mean that those who sought out Cabral came to the same conclusions. Rather, it meant that Cabral posed questions through his theory and practice that, while sometimes creating ideological discomfort, forced the Black left in the United States to rethink its conditions and role. We end the volume with a selected bibliography as a means of encouraging the reader to go forward with the study of Cabral, using our volume as a starting line, perhaps, or rallying point, rather than as a finish line. Our hope is that you find this book to serve as an introduction, or reintroduction, to one whom global capitalism would rather we forget. However, the legacy of Cabral does not allow the amnesia to be complete, as the essays in this volume demonstrate so eloquently. Understanding Cabral sheds light on the revolutionary process and the necessity to ground that process in the creation of radical theory based on the actual conditions within which a movement is attempting to develop. That linkage is never complete, however, until it is joined to the actual practice of revolutionary politics and the construction of organizations that can advance such politics. The inspiring signpost for such a task has two words emblazoned upon it: Amilcar Cabral. Some reflections on Amilcar Cabral's legacy. Nigel C. Gibson. The problem of the nature of the state created after independence is perhaps the secret of the failure of African independence. Amilcar Cabral, Connecting the Struggles. Struggle is daily action against ourselves and against the enemy. Amilcar Cabral, Our party and the struggle must be led by the best sons and daughters of our people. A rigorous historical approach is similarly needed when examining another problem related to this: how can the underdeveloped countries evolve towards revolution, towards socialism? There is a preconception held by many people, even on the left, that imperialism made us enter history at the moment when it began its adventure in our countries. This preconception must be denounced, for somebody on the left. And for Marxists in particular, history obviously means the class struggle. Our opinion is exactly the contrary. We consider that when imperialism arrived in Guinea, it made us leave history, our history. We agree that history in our country is the result of class struggle, but we have our own class struggles in our own country. The moment imperialism arrived and colonialism arrived, it made us leave our history and enter another history. Amilcar Cabral, A Brief Analysis of the Social Structure. Amilcar Cabral is a theorist on par with Frantz Fanon. But unlike Fanon, Cabral is a theorist who has not traveled well. 12. In contrast to the 1970s and 1980s, Cabral's name is rarely heard in university classrooms or NGO offices today. Perhaps as an outcome of the period of the Washington Consensus, the collapse of statist communism and the hegemony of neoliberal capitalism, there have been no new interpretations of Cabral in English for over 20 years. 13. Although often reduced to a footnote in the textbooks of post-colonial theory, the questions he raises about culture and social transformation are not simply echoes of Fanon. And the case he makes for the weapon of theory, linked to his critique of Eurocentric history and the necessity for African theorists to think Africa from African realities, remains highly relevant. Theory for Cabral was intimately connected to current realities and practices. It was worked out collectively in the struggle. Thus much of his writing is educational, taken from lectures given in seminars and talks with party militants, while his longer, more polemical and theoretical pieces are presented at international venues, at the UN, in Cuba, and in the United States, and emphasize the importance of practice. Liberation, Cabral argues, does not only mean recovering history but also making one's own history, putting an end to the idea of being at the back end of Europe's history. Today, Africa still seems to be beholden to the global north, and even as it looks east, it does the bidding of hegemonic global capitalism. Even if models of development don't slavishly follow Europe, Africa remains dependent along capitalist lines, always subject to theories conjured up in the north, which, from pharmaceuticals to economic models, are often first tested out in the global south. Cabral's background as an agronomist helped to form his analysis and informs his concept of theory as practical. During the struggle, armed militants were taught farming techniques that would help the local population, who in turn would help feed the militants. Barter systems were introduced in liberated areas to provide traditional staple goods, freeing local economies from colonial-mediated markets. Cabral took seriously the importance of material reality and the Marxian idea of material conditions shaping consciousness, but he was not a determinist. As he argued, we put ourselves in the position of people who came to learn with the peasants, and in the end the peasants were discovering for themselves why things had gone badly for them. 1969 d. 159. He believed in Fanon's Marxian notion that people change as they make history, and on that basis considered that the class suicide of the petty bourgeoisie was possible. This oft-repeated phrase actually expresses part of Cabral's philosophy. As a class, the petty bourgeoisie is defined by its small-mindedness, individualism, and egotism, thus such a suicide had to be social and was possible only within the context of social change created by a revolution. At the same time, because the petty bourgeoisie was materially weak, class suicide was not possible without their will to suicide. Thus, he maintained, just as the petty bourgeoisie's struggle against colonialism could free it of its narrow class interest, political education through literacy programs and collective discussion could help bring masses of pauperized rural people into the struggle as actors, uncovering the germs of resistance in the cultures of peasants and the urban poor. The question of organization, returning to the source. As an African nationalist, African Marxist, and leader of the Marxist-Leninist, Democratic Centralist, Party, Cabral reflects quite a different historical moment. Yet the question of organization and its relation to the principles of revolutionary democracy, see Cabral 1979 d., remains important today. Critical of those armchair radicals who plotted revolutions in the colonial metropoles, on one hand, and of those who thought that power came out of a barrel of a gun, on the other, Cabral was a humanist and anti-elitist. Political practice, he maintained, depended on continually returning to the source, i.e., the grassroots popular struggle. Rather than repeating a catechism of shibboleths, such an anti-elitist principled practice must be constantly worked out. In contrast to Guevarism, and the Foucaultism that was fashionable at the time, 14 which reduced theory to guerrilla war, Cabral insisted on the necessity of revolutionary theory. It is true that a revolution can fail, even though it be nurtured on perfectly conceived theories, but nobody has yet successfully practiced revolution without a revolutionary theory. 1979 times 10 to the power of 119th. However, this did not mean that theory could simply be applied to a situation. It was intimately connected with local situations and experience, and indeed, he maintained, reflecting on practice itself gives birth to a theory. Thus, taking part in a revolution undergirded Cabral's concept of theory. Let us not forget that he devoted his adult life to decolonizing Africa, spending 10 years in the armed struggle. And what had started as a poorly armed group led by Cabral won a resounding victory against Portuguese imperialism, sparking a revolution in the colonial metropole. Cabral's wonderful phrase, "Claim no easy victories," resonates critically with contemporary struggles, which, amplified in the age of Twitter and the Internet, grab the imagination and often gain rapid support, only to quickly dissipate. Rather than the end of ideology, our globally connected age requires a critique which begins from concrete and locally grounded analyses and historically informed reflections that help a movement anticipate problems and contradictions, so that it isn't merely responding in the moment. Faithfully describing a situation helps to provide solidarity in the face of setbacks and leads to a wider and at the same time more nuanced understanding of what is at stake. Cabral understood that the defeat of colonialism was only one part of the struggle. He adamantly maintained that the colonial state could not be taken over, and remained confident that a new state, synonymous with the liberated areas, was emerging through the struggle. Sadly, his murder foreshadowed the stillbirth of the new society that he gave his life for. Class struggle and history. My own view, Cabral argued in 1967, is that there are no real conflicts between the peoples of Africa. There are only conflicts between the elites, Davidson 12. In the context in which he was fighting, Cabral placed tremendous importance on national culture being created through the struggle. This concept of national culture included an analysis of the material reality of the people and the ways in which they worked on the land, collectively, but were forced to trade, individually, within a colonial system. Aware of the many different local realities, the Cabralian task was to uncover these facts and make conscious these living realities. Using Marxian categories in an analysis of the social structure, Cabral made an important contribution to social theory, insisting on the existence of history before class struggle, 1979 times 10 to the power of 125. He brilliantly challenged the unthinking determinism of the left in his brief analysis of the social structure, quoted above, and thus rejected any notion of historical stages that would necessitate capitalist phases. Because the land does not have very wide class differences, and the better-off classes who have most resources are small in number, 15 he considered tribal identity a lingering issue. Arguing that the material basis for the tribal system no longer existed in Africa, 1969 c. 144, Cabral asserted that the system continued to exist because its superstructure was supported by colonialism. But as much as he directed his argument against the colonialists, he was particularly critical of detribalized individuals or groups within the National Liberation Movement, 1979 c. 85, who, he argued, manipulate tribal identities opportunistically for their own interests. Continuing to be concerned that ethnopolitics was being reproduced inside the party, 1979 c. 89, he changed tack, no longer sending militants as party representatives to recruit chiefs from their own tribe. In retrospect, however, such a tactical change was clearly not enough to address the internal contradiction in the economic, social, cultural, and therefore historical, reality of each of our countries, 1969 b. 91-92. Nonetheless, Cabral understood that liberation could not be introduced by a party. 16 Rather, to be truly national, liberation could only emerge from mass activity. It was through the struggle itself that local cultures could be celebrated and enlivened and that a national culture could emerge. Indeed, Cabral believed, it would be woven together through the national struggle. It was the unity of the struggle against militarily superior Portuguese colonialism that made it winnable, because this unity would create new solidarities. That is to say, grounded in and part of the struggle, which was, in short, a political struggle for dignity. The culture of masses in revolt. New identities emerge, 1973-69. Cabral speaks of identity as in a state of permanent evolution, see 1973-64, and, as a constantly changing expression of the multicultural character of society. Thus what was alive in local culture and what could be a mobilizing element were its songs, dances, and languages. Cabral's insistence that we defended these cultural differences with all our strength, but we also fought with all our strength all divisions on a political level, see 1969d, indicates how he understood culture, in contrast to chauvinism, as something alive and open. And reminding us of the weapon of theory, he added, we can only transform our reality, on the basis of detailed knowledge of it, its various internal contradictions, and our own efforts, 1979 times 10 to the power of 122nd. Thus, culture alone does not equal the new society, and theory, as a product of praxis, becomes the continual work of facing new contradictions. Return to the source and the dangerous petty bourgeoisie. The struggle against colonialism was a struggle for liberation and dignity. 17 Cabral argued that the question of returning to the source does not arise for the masses of these people, for it is they who are the repository of the culture and at the same time the only sector who can preserve and build it up and make history, 1973-61. But it would be mistaken to take the return to the source as a return to some kind of tradition and custom. It is not a substitute for the struggle but part of a political commitment to the popular struggle, to make history. First, the return to the source means to deny the pretended superiority of the culture of the dominant power. Rejecting the idea that the unschooled and illiterate masses are backward and unthinking is merely a first step of re-Africanization, 18 which could be completed only during the struggle, through daily contact with the mass of the people and the communion of the sacrifices which the struggle demands, 1979 F 145. The identification with the people cannot be based on individual whim, otherwise it is nothing more than an attempt at short-term benefits knowingly or unknowingly, a kind of political opportunism, 1973-63. In other words, the return to the source cannot be reduced to cultural identification but has to become ongoing political praxis. See also Fanon, 1968, on national culture. The petty bourgeoisie's revolutionary voluntarism is down to this: only through active and absolute identification with the struggle is class suicide possible. As in other struggles against colonialism, the fragmented petty bourgeoisie, especially the small numbers of colonially educated elites, played a role completely out of proportion with its size. Indeed, it was from this class faction that Cabral and many of the leaders of the movements against Portuguese colonialism emerged. 19 others were drawn to negritude and Pan-Africanism, which Cabral dismissed as desperate expressions of bitterness and frustration arising from their isolation from the real lives of the people, see 1973-62. Likewise, claims to tradition were equally, if not more, problematic, and cultural identification alone was not an act of struggle. For the petty bourgeoisie, Cabralian commitment, moral and social, in its most materialist sense, had to be class suicide, 1973-69, 63. Thus, rather than a united front against colonialism, or a strategy of stages of struggle, class suicide was possible because of the very marginality and powerlessness of the petty bourgeoisie. This suicide, or perhaps better, an absolute commitment to social and national liberation, was a slow and uneven process, Cabral warned. In a schematic way, measured by attitudes to the struggle, Cabral delineated three groups: a minority reactionary pro-colonialist group, a majority who are hesitant and indecisive, and lastly a majority who are committed to liberation, 1973-63-4. Yet it was from within this section of the petty bourgeoisie, namely those dedicated to the liberation struggle, that the real internal contradictions emerged. Cabralian pitfalls. The question, what kind of society do we want to create, is often occluded by the urgency of the immediate situation. However, the same dialectic of regression that has affected revolutions led by democratic centralist organizations can affect highly democratic, grassroots social movements. In other words, the form of organization in and of itself does not determine the success of a liberation movement. It is the question of what happens after victory that matters, and willing away the problems and principles involved in the building of democratic institutions can be disastrous. And thus we are back to Cabral's point about theory as the weapon. Cabral did not think that independent movements could take over the colonial state apparatus and use it for its own purposes. It wasn't the color of the administrator that was the issue, he argued, but the fact that there was an administrator, 1979-60. About this, Cabral was unequivocal, and he recognized the state as the most important problem in the liberation, arguing that in order to make everything possible for our people the colonial state had to be totally destroyed, 1973-83. But what about new institutions that would not simply be representative but would be controlled by the people from the bottom up? Despite the debilitating legacies of colonialism and the neo-colonial danger, Cabral maintained that the central threat to building a new society on the basis of mass participation was internal. Implicit in Cabral's thinking is the view that there is an intimate connection between the nature of the state created after independence and the disproportionate role played by the petty bourgeoisie in the liberation struggle. In other words, in contrast to Cabral's delineation, the latter could support the struggle for independence and betray the social revolution, 1969 b. 110. Indeed, it was from amongst some of the armed leaders of the revolution that the greatest threat would grow. Shying away from developing blueprints for the future, Cabral considered the future in the present as a practical issue of institution building in the liberated zones. In contrast to the parasitic and authoritarian colonial state, he claimed, we are creating the state through the struggle. We now have popular tribunals, and the peasants participating by electing the courts themselves, 1973 b. 84. Indeed, as early as 1965, he argued, our party always thinks it is the development of the struggle that determines our political comportment. And now we realize that we have in our country a state, we have all the instruments of the state in the liberated areas, Cabral 1965. In his lecture on revolutionary democracy in 1969, he added, revolutionary democracy demands that, at all costs the people feel that it is they who have the power in our lands in their hands. Up until now they have not felt this very much. In the liberated areas some comrades have usurped this power of our people, 1979 d. 97. Concerned with the immediate struggle against colonialism, Cabral did not theorize this further and failed to follow up on his concern that the internal threat would manifest in opportunists inside the party. The problem was not simply that the party took sole power with the end of colonialism, but that the Revolutionary Council became a power unto itself. Additionally, Cabral always insisted that the armed struggle was not militarist and that military objectives were always secondary to political objectives, but the military, an institution which was stronger, more disciplined, and better organized than any other after independence, essentially became a political body. Challenged by the desperate socio-economic crisis, and increasingly centralized and isolated from the mass of the people, the party and military became the battlefield of contending petty bourgeois interests. It was inevitable that coups would follow. It is of course always easier to look back on these developments with a clear view and dismiss Cabral's anti-colonial, nationalist, and Marxist party politics as ideas from another time. Certainly, Cabral's appreciation of the work of revolutionary theory as a weapon did not indeed, perhaps could not theorize what would happen after the end of Portuguese rule. This marks the difference between Cabral's moment and our post-colonial moment. But despite massive movements for change, the development of a theory which engages the internal contradictions of decolonization conceptually continues to be a challenge. Just as a new society cannot be introduced by a party or by a revolutionary council, it is equally mistaken to believe that autonomous movements alone equal a new society. Rather, it is from this contradiction that the movement towards liberation evolves. Shaping the future depends on praxis and conscious action that includes theoretical reflection grounded also in the archive of thinking, Africa's liberation of which Cabral's work is an irreducible part. What we take from Cabral 40 years after his death is that the development of liberatory theory is intimately connected to movements for freedom and the contradictory processes of the creativity of cognition. In such contexts, struggle is daily action against ourselves and against the enemy, 1979 b. 65. A luta continua. The petty bourgeoisie and the challenges of development. Samir Emin. Amilcar Cabral belongs in the pantheon of African freedom fighters. Leading a liberation struggle was only one of his achievements. He also had the best ideas for the construction of a modern, democratic, people's state, which would deliver on real and sustainable development. Cabral's thesis, the suicide of the petty bourgeoisie and the national question in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. When France, Britain, and Belgium accepted the principle of political decolonization in 1960, Portugal refused to go along. national liberation movements had no other alternative than to wage an armed struggle. War always opens up real possibilities for the radicalization of politics, but by the same token, it also lends itself to romantic illusions. A good many of the supporters of such movements in Africa and outside Africa, especially amongst Western Third Worlders, encouraged such illusions. Although Cabral did share some of these illusions, I think his position needs to be seen in the light of the challenges faced by African peoples as they sought to shed the huge burden of colonialism. I will expand on that after first discussing Cabral's views in the context of ulterior developments in the countries concerned, Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, and other former Portuguese colonies. The validity of some of Cabral's theories can be put into question today. One of Cabral's theories that needs to be re-examined is that of the suicide of the bourgeoisie as a class. Certainly, the conditions thrown up by war often facilitate the display of the finer qualities of human nature, which even the petty bourgeoisie share. Courage, solidarity, and permanent contact with the peasant masses can help erase previous prejudice and ignorance. But I remain unconvinced that once independence has been gained, social realities would change in the direction of an end to inequality. The advantages to be procured from positions of leadership are inevitably reserved for a minority, even if this group includes cadres drawn from the grassroots. The fight for socialism, in my opinion, is a very long war, the uncontestably progressive historic role of national liberation movements notwithstanding. The signs were already there in the hierarchies created and the maneuvering that went on at their very heart of these groups. The Soviet Communist Party model adopted by these groups also cemented these attitudes. How many militants, even the most courageous, could behave like unconditional or even fawning believers towards the national or local leadership? Some of the people I knew to be amongst the best militants, the most sincere towards the people, the most courageous on the military front, were sent to the front line to a certain death in some cases while the chiefs remained safe from risk. I saw then that the petty bourgeoisie was not ready to commit suicide. The other question concerns the Guinea-Bissau/Cape Verde issue. I do not think the people of these two colonies constituted one nation, they are quite distinct. Guinea-Bissau is part of West Africa, a multi-ethnic African country, similar to others in the region. Cape Verde is totally different. It was in the Cape Verde Islands, which the Portuguese inhabited from the moment they discovered them, that they later perfected the formula which was used to build America, a slavery-driven plantation colony that was part of the Euro-Atlantic mercantile system. The formula was in fact defined to the last detail by the founders of the Portuguese, and later Spanish, British, and French, colonization of the Americas slave trade, colonization, creolization of the colony and its administrative structures. Cape Verde is the ancestor of the Antilles and Brazil. The electoral defeat suffered by the PAICV, Partido Africano de Independencia de Cabo Verde, African Party of Independence of Cape Verde, at the hands of the Creole petty bourgeoisie and bourgeoisie which had not participated in the liberation struggles, calls for a reinterpretation of what that society really is. This is certainly sad, because whatever its limits and the errors of government, it is to the PAICV that Cape Verde owes its very existence. It was the PAICV that gave its starving and barefoot people land and education. So why was it defeated? For one, it underestimated the role of the church. But there was also the arrogance in the daily behavior of former brave fighters who had joined the administrative service. This was the explanation given to me by Pedro Pires, the PAICV General Secretary. Yet the PAICV had several remarkable cadres it could count on, many more than in other African countries. I would say the same about the leftist opponents within the PAICV, who, having adopted the Maoist line, were disliked by the PAICV leadership to the point that many of them were forced to flee into exile in Portugal before returning later to the country. A page needs to be turned on these quarrels. What is important is to reconstitute a broad leftist front united around a minimal program but retaining its diversity on the basis of mutual respect of the various groups or tendencies involved. I do not hesitate to say that this broad democratic front could include some elements who contributed to the victory of the right, either through pique or through being constrained by the PAICV's triumphant sectarianism. Independent Guinea-Bissau quickly became like other countries in the region, dubbed less developed by Western agencies, that is, extremely dependent on foreign aid for the survival of their miserable state apparatus, after having given up on the project launched by Cabral and the armed resistance. Angola and Mozambique. Though Cabral was not chiefly responsible for what happened in Angola and Mozambique, he does share the responsibility with the first generation of leaders of liberation movements in Lusophone Africa, all of whom shared his idea of the suicide of the petty bourgeoisie. Angola was as problematic as Guinea-Bissau, albeit in a different manner. The MPLA was well implanted in the capital and especially in the educated classes, often métis, a fact that the anti-white, anti-métis nationalist demagogues didn't hesitate to exploit. The MPLA was also convinced that only a socialist path would meet the demands of the people and included several militants who had been politically trained in the Portuguese Communist Party. The FLNA and UNITA were only tribal organizations, built around a demagogic chief with absolute power and with no political program. Obviously, they were anti-communist, and they were ready to make any and every compromise with Washington. Mobutu, and even the PIDE, the Portuguese political police, in turn saw these groups as useful pawns against the MPLA. Later, when the elections pitted the MPLA against UNITA, the FLNA had disappeared in the unrest. Voters said they preferred the thieves, MPLA, to the assassins, UNITA. It is true that during its 15 years in power in Luanda, the MPLA had changed, and that corruption has become generalist. UNITA fighters continued their murderous tactics in the zones they controlled. This didn't prevent Western media from spewing their ire on MPLA leaders, who were not very democratic, it is true, while eulogizing Savimbi, the leader of the assassins. Was he then a Democrat? Nevertheless, the FLNA and UNITA existed, and UNITA is still around. A stormy meeting erupted at the OAU at the end of 1974 when it was time to recognize the National Liberation Movement as the representative of the Angolan government. The first thing I observed was the noisy interference from the Soviet representatives, present in great numbers in OAU corridors. They, and a few allied African states, declared that since the MPLA was the sole force on the ground, only it had the right to form the legal government of the country. In my opinion, this position created more problems than it solved. Moreover, it was wrong, and everyone knew it. The United States was more subtle and allowed this point to be made by its allies. Then it was China's turn to meddle, not wanting to allow only the Soviets and Americans to have a say in the matter. The Chinese proposals, very unofficial and, in my opinion, initially reasonable, called for a coalition government of all three organizations in order to avoid a civil war. I myself heard the Chinese ambassador say that if the MPLA is really that strong, it will take on board the others and lead them. If it is not, a coalition government appears even more crucial. However, soon after, China's anti-Soviet feelings began to drastically color its own approach. There was an MPLA government in Luanda which, even if it did not control the entire country, had reconciled itself to the perspective of war to finish off UNITA. Since it was receiving Soviet military aid, Cuba's troops came in only later. China decided to continue backing UNITA, as it had done before 1972, supposedly in order to prevent the pro-Soviet MPLA from having sole domination. It thus found itself on the same side as the United States and South Africa, which had spared neither financial nor military support to the murderer, Savimbi. Mario de Andrade told me much later that the coalition government would have been the best solution, but he wasn't sure whether it would have been possible. Washington was intent on sabotaging the idea. Nonetheless, had such a compromise been possible, it would have prevented 17 years of useless war. At the end of this tragic period, the Soviet Union no longer existed. Cuba had pulled back, after delivering a resounding defeat of the South African invasion which was truly magnificent. The apartheid regime had disappeared, and the MPLA no longer troubled Washington, although the United States never forgave them and still harbors ill will to all those who dared to resist it. Savimbi's heirs were also still around, so there was no other option than to accept to negotiate and create a coalition government. What a sad ending. Things appeared much simpler in Mozambique. Frelimo was the only national liberation movement. The problems appeared later, after liberation. I had frequent meetings in Dar es Salaam with the future vice president, Marcelino dos Santos, along with Aquino de Braganca, who died in the plane accident that killed President Samora Machel, and with the party ideologue, Sergio Vieira. Their excesses came after liberation. Since Frelimo was essentially a northern-based group, it was ill-prepared to control the situation in Maputo and to absorb the influx of the petty bourgeoisie who had not participated in the war but who had provided a mass of cottars. They were rapidly promoted to replace the exodus of the Portuguese. One leftist excess was the party's response to its authority being challenged through unpopular measures such as collectivization. Hard on the heels of this came the new war started by the South African-backed Renamo, Resistência Nacional Moçambicana, Mozambican National Resistance. While it was evident that the partisans of this party, acclaimed by Western Democrats, were nothing but vulgar assassins without any program whatsoever, the emergence of this party was a direct result of the mistakes made by Frelimo. The capitulation which followed the Nkomati Accords, 1987, with South Africa and the opening of negotiations with Renamo, along with the adoption of multi-party politics, had a predictably catastrophic effect collapse. The huge damage caused by the triumphant ideology of NGOs as representatives of civil society has been forcefully denounced by the Swede, Abramson, 1999. It is obvious that these NGOs were for the most part a supplementary tool in the arsenal of foreign reactionary forces, the promoters of the new neoliberal world order without government, created and manipulated by them and supported by the local corrupt bourgeoisie. They hardly represented the authentic voice of the people. Angola and Mozambique have become ordinary African countries, members of the regional grouping called SADC. They are now firmly within the orbit of South Africa, which, although free of the noxious apartheid, nonetheless has an expansionist agenda in southern Africa to the benefit of Anglo-American capital, as has been well documented by Hein Murray, 1996. This analysis of the internal policies of the countries concerned whose margin of maneuver was reduced to zero by their alignment with the demands of imperialist globalization necessarily includes a discussion of the kinds of regional groupings that were formed and which, far from supporting the elaboration of an authentic and independent development project, were in fact content to serve as transmitters of imperialist domination. The political economy of Africa in the global system. It is usually claimed that Africa is marginalist. The phrase suggests that the continent or at least most of it south of the Sahara, except perhaps South Africa is outside of the global system, or at best integrated into it only superficially. It is suggested also that the poverty of African people is precisely the result of African economies not being sufficiently integrated into the global system. I wish to challenge these views. Let us consider first some facts that are rarely mentioned by the incense-bearers of current globalization. In 1990 the ratio of extra-regional trade to GDP was for Africa 45.6% while it was only 12.8% for Europe, 13.2% for North America, 23.7% for Latin America, and 15.2% for Asia. These ratios are not significantly different from those prevailing during the 20th century. The average for the world was 14.9% in 1928 and 16.1% in 1990. 20. How can we explain this curiosity that Africa is apparently even more integrated in the world economic system than any other developed or developing region? Of course the levels of development, as measured by per capita GDP, are highly unequally distributed, and, from that point of view, Africa is the poorest region in the modern world system, its GDP per capita amounting only to 21% of the world average and 6% of that of the developed centers. The high proportion of Africa's extra-regional trade with respect to its GDP reflects the small size of the denominator of the ratio. Simultaneously the exports, as well as the imports, of Africa represent only a minute proportion of the world's trade. And this is exactly the reason that Africa is considered marginal in the world system, i.e. having little importance. The world could live easily without Africa. The concept that a country or a region qualifies as marginalist if its quantitative weight in the global economy is small, assumes implicitly that the logic of the expansion of the global capitalist economy pursues the maximization of production, and therefore also of trade. This assumption is utterly wrong. In fact, it matters little that Africa's exports have represented only a minute part of world trade, yesterday and today. Capitalism is not a system which sets out to maximize production and productivity, but one which chooses the volumes and conditions of production which maximize the profit rate of capital. The so-called marginalist countries are, in fact, the superexploited in a brutal manner and, therefore, they are impoverished countries, not just countries located at the margin of the system. The analysis needs therefore to be completed on other grounds. The relatively modest ratio for the developed areas North America, United States and Canada, and Western Central Europe, the European Union, Switzerland, and Norway, is associated not only with the highest levels of development but also with a qualitative characteristic that needs to be spelled out: all developed countries have been built historically as auto-centered economies. I introduce here that essential concept which is ignored by conventional economics. Auto-centered is synonymous with being essentially inward-looking, as opposed to being autarcic, closed. That means that the process of capitalist accumulation in those countries which have become the centers of the world system has always been, and I submit continues and will continue to be so for the foreseeable future, simultaneously inward-looking and open, even in most cases aggressively open, i.e., imperialist. That means that the global system has an asymmetric structure. The centers are inward-looking, auto-centered and simultaneously integrated in the global system in an active way. They shape the global structure. The peripheries are not inward-looking, not auto-centered, and therefore integrated in the global system in a passive way, that is, they adjust to the system, without playing any significant role in shaping it. That vision of the real-world system is totally different from the one offered by conventional wisdom, which superficially describes the world as a pyramid, constructed of unequally wealthy countries ranking from the lowest levels of GDP per capita to the highest. My conclusion from this conceptualization is that all the regions of the world, including Africa, are equally integrated in the global system, but they are integrated into it in different ways. The concept of marginalization is a false one which hides the real question. What we need to ask is not to what extent are the different regions integrated, but rather in what ways are they integrated. As indicated earlier, the degree of integration in the world system has not significantly changed throughout the whole of the 20th century, as is suggested by the dominant, fashionable discourse on globalization. There have been ups and downs for sure, but the trend which reflects the progress of the degree of integration has been continuous and rather slow, not even accelerating over the last decades. That does not exclude the fact that globalization, which is an old story, has developed through successive phases that should be identified as qualitatively different from each other, each focusing on the specificities of the changes commanded by the evolution of the centers of the system, i.e., by dominant global capital. On the basis of the methodology which I have suggested, let us now look at the various phases of Africa's integration in the global system and identify the specific ways in which integration has operated during each of the successive phases. Successive phases of integration. Africa was integrated into the global system from the very start of the emergence of that system in the mercantilist period of early capitalism, the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. The major periphery of that time was colonial Americas, where an outward-looking export economy was established, dominated by European Atlantic merchant capitalist interests. In its turn, that export economy, focused on sugar and cotton, was based on slave labor. It was through the slave trade that large parts of Africa south of the Sahara were integrated into the global system in a most destructive way. The subsequent backwardness of the continent is in good part due to that form of integration which led to a decimation of population to such an extent that it is only recently that Africa has begun to recover the proportion of the global population of the world it probably had in the 1500s. The Atlantic slave trade resulted in the dismantling of earlier larger state formations that were replaced by smaller brutal military systems that were permanently at war with each other in the supply of slaves for the slave trade. In America itself, the mercantilist form of integration in the world system destroyed the potential for further development in many regions. During that phase of early capitalism, the highest rates of growth were achieved in areas such as the Caribbean, Northeast Brazil, and the southern flank of the North American British colonies. No doubt if experts of the World Bank had visited these places at the time, they would have written about the miracle. The value of Saint Domingue's exports of sugar was, at the time, larger than the total exports of England. The experts would no doubt have concluded that New England, which was building an auto-centered economy, was on the wrong track. Today, Saint Domingue has become Haiti, and New England has become the United States of America. The second wave of integration of Africa into the global system was that of the colonial period, roughly from 1880 to 1960. Once conquered, it was necessary to develop Africa. At this juncture comes in both the reasoning of world capitalism, what natural resources do the various regions of the continent possess, and the conditions prevailing amongst existing African societies. We need to take into account here the three models of colonization that operated in Africa. First, the trading economy that incorporated the small peasantry into the world tropical products market by subjecting it to the authority of a market controlled by oligopolies, making it possible to reduce the rewards for peasant labor to a minimum and to waste the land. Second is the example of the exploitation of the economy of southern Africa's reserves organized around mining and supplied with cheap labor provided by forced migration coming precisely from those inadequate reserves which served the purpose of enhancing the perpetuation of traditional rural subsistence. And third, the establishment of the economy of pillage which the concessionary companies embarked upon by taxing without the return of a farthing and reaping products picked from afar, in a context in which local social conditions neither permitted the establishment of trading posts, nor were there mineral resources sufficiently and economically abundant enough to justify the establishment of reserves that could furnish them with abundant manpower. The pillage of the Congo Basin belongs to this third category. The results of this mode of insertion into world capitalism were to prove catastrophic for Africans. First, it delayed by a century any commencement of an agricultural revolution. It enabled surplus to be extracted from the labor of the peasants and from the wealth offered by nature without making any investments in terms of modernization, no machines or fertilizer, without genuinely paying for the labor, with the social cost of reproduction of labor being borne by the non-capitalist agricultural social formation, without even guaranteeing the maintenance of the natural conditions of reproduction of wealth, pillage of the agrarian soils and the forest. Simultaneously, this mode of development of natural resources tapped into the framework of the unequal international division of labor that excluded the formation of any local middle class. On the contrary, each time that the latter started the process of formation, the colonial authorities hastened to suppress it. As a result, most so-called least developed countries today are, as is well known, located in Africa. The countries which make up this fourth world are, for the large part, countries destroyed by the intensity of their integration in an earlier phase of the global expansion of capitalism. Bangladesh, for example, the successor state of Bengal, was once the jewel of British colonization in India. Others have been or still are peripheries of peripheries. Burkina Faso, for example, has supplied most of its active labor force to Côte d'Ivoire. If one takes into account that the two countries constituted at the time a single region of the capitalist system, the achievements of the Ivory Coast miracle would have had to be divided by two. Emigration impoverishes those regions from which labor flows and thus reduces the social cost of reproduction of labor in the receiving country. The young are lost to the supplying country at the moment when they become potentially economically active. And the social cost of supporting the old is pushed back onto their country of origin when they return home. Such costs, much greater than the money orders or remittances sent home to their families by emigrants, are almost always forgotten in the calculations of our economists. There are in fact very few countries which are poor and non-integrated or little integrated into the global system. Perhaps, until recently, one might have included the north of Yemen or Afghanistan as examples of places that were little integrated. The integration of these regions that is happening currently is similar to what happened elsewhere at an earlier period, producing nothing more than a modernization of poverty, the shanty towns taking on the landless peasants. The weaknesses of the national liberation movement and of the inheritors of the colonial states date back to this period of imperial fashioning. They are, therefore, not the products of the pristine pre-colonial Africa as the ideologies of global capitalism seek to portray them and from which they derive legitimacy through their usual racist discourse. Indeed, the pre-colonial formations had long ago disappeared in the storm of integration. The criticisms of independent Africa, of its corrupt political middle classes, its lack of economic direction, the continuation of its rural community structures, etc., all ignore the fact that these features of contemporary Africa were in fact forged in the period between 1880 and 1960. No wonder, then, that neocolonialism has perpetuated these same features. The form that this failure took is well illustrated by the limitations of the Lomé agreements that have linked sub-Saharan Africa to the European Union. These agreements have perpetuated the old division of labor, relegating independent Africa to the production of raw materials at the very time when during the Bandung period, from 1955 to 1975, the Third World was embarking elsewhere on an industrial revolution. They cost Africa close to 30 years at a decisive moment of historic change. Undoubtedly, African ruling classes were partly responsible for what was going to begin the involution of the continent, especially when they joined the neocolonial camp against the aspirations of their own people, whose weaknesses they exploited. The collusion between African ruling classes and the global strategies of imperialism is, however, certainly the ultimate cause of the failure. Political independence. Having attained political independence, from around 1960, the peoples of Africa embarked on development programs, the main objectives of which were more or less identical to those pursued in Asia and Latin America, notwithstanding the differences in ideological discourses that accompanied them. This commonality can be readily understood if we recall that in 1945, practically all countries in Asia, excluding Japan, Africa, including South Africa, and Latin America, although with a few nuances, were still bereft of any industry worth this name except in mining here and there. The populations were largely rural and governed by archaic regimes dominated by land-owning oligarchies or colonial regimes, Africa, India, Southeast Asia. Beyond their great diversity, all the national liberation movements had the same objectives of political independence, modernization of the state, and industrialization of the economy. There is today a great temptation to read this history as if it were a stage in the expansion of world capitalism, which was said to have performed more or less certain functions related to primitive national accumulation, thereby creating the conditions for the next stage, which we are now supposed to be entering into, marked by the opening out to the world market and competition in this field. We should not yield to this temptation. The dominant forces in world capitalism have not spontaneously created the model, of development. Development was imposed on them. The vision of development was a product of the national liberation movements of the contemporary Third World. I want to stress here the contradiction between the spontaneous and immediate trends of the capitalist system, which are always guided only by the short-term financial gain that characterizes this mode of social management, and the longer-term visions that have guided the rising political forces, which are fundamentally in conflict with the former. This conflict is certainly not always radical, and capitalism certainly seeks to adjust itself to it, even profitably. But it only adjusts to it, it does not generate the movement. All liberation movements in Africa shared this modernist vision which I qualify as capitalist. It is capitalist by the nature of its concept of modernization. It is expected to produce the relationships of production and the social relationships that are basic and peculiar to capitalism, the wage relationship, business management, urbanization, patterns of education, and the concept of national citizenship. No doubt other values characteristic of advanced capitalism, like those of political democracy, are woefully lacking. All countries of the region, radicals and moderates, chose the same formula of the single party, the holding of farcical elections, and the naming of a founding father of the nation, etc. In the absence of a middle class of businessmen, the state through its technocrats was expected to be a substitute for that class. But sometimes, where it existed, the middle class would be held in suspicion on account of the priority that it would give to its immediate interests over the longer-term ones. Suspicion became, in the radical wing of the national liberation movement, synonymous with exclusion. This radical wing then believed, naturally, that its project was that of building socialism, and it consequently took up Soviet ideology. If we consider the criterion of national liberation movements, that is nation building, the results are on the whole questionable. The reason is that, whereas the development of capitalism in an earlier period supported national integration, globalization operating in the peripheries of the system today works, on the contrary, in the opposite direction towards breaking up societies. However, the ideology of national movements ignored this contradiction, having been immersed in the bourgeois concept of catching up or making up for a historic backwardness. It conceived this catching up as being possible through a passive participation in the international division of labor, without trying to modify it by delinquing. There is little doubt that, depending on the specific characters of pre-capitalist, pre-colonial societies, the tendency towards disintegrating had a more or less dramatic impact. In Africa, whose artificial colonial borders did not respect the previous history of its peoples, the disintegration wrought by the development of capitalist peripheries made it possible for ethnicism to survive and proliferate, despite the efforts of the ruling class to get rid of its manifestations in the immediate post-independence period. When the crises came, destroying suddenly the increase in the surplus which had enhanced the financing of trans-ethnic policies of the new state, the ruling class itself broke up into fragments which, having lost every legitimacy based on the achievements of development, then sought to create for themselves new political bases associated with ethnic retreat. While a small number of countries in Asia and Latin America embarked during those decades of development in the second half of the 20th century in a process of industrialization, which turned out, in some cases, to be competitive in global markets, in Africa's successful development, in fact growth without development, remained within the old division of labor, i.e., largely producing only raw materials. Oil-producing countries are typical examples. Other major mineral resources, such as copper, suffered a long structural demand crisis, but so also are some of the tropical agriculture producers, such as Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Malawi. These are often presented as brilliant successes. In reality, they have no future, they belong to the past from the very start of their prosperity. Most of these experiences turned out to have unsuccessful growth, even within the limits of the old division of labor. This is the case for most of sub-Saharan Africa. These difficulties were not the product of bad policies, but rather of the prevailing objective conditions of the period. In fact, this type of development had already existed during the colonial times and reached its ceiling by 1960. This is the case of Ghana. And the Ivory Coast miracle was just a matter of catching up with colonial West African coast achievements. Reversals in the balance of forces. What followed the erosion of the national development projects of the 1960s and 1970s is well documented. The starting point was the brutal reversal in the balances of social forces, to the benefit of capital, which occurred in the 1980s. Dominant capital, as represented by the transnational corporations, moved into the offensive, operating in Africa through the so-called structural adjustment programs enforced throughout the continent since the mid-1980s. I say so-called because in fact those programs are more conjunctural than structural, their real and exclusive target being the subordination of the economies of Africa to the constraint of servicing the high external debt, which in its turn, is to a large extent the very product of the stagnation which started appearing in the least developed countries along with the deepening crisis of the global capitalist system. During the two last decades of the 20th century, average rates of growth of GDP have fallen to roughly half of what they had been in the previous 2 decades. This was the case for all regions of the world, Africa included, with the exception of East Asia. It was during that period of structural crisis that the external debt of Third World countries, and Eastern Europe, started growing dangerously. The global crisis was, as usual, characterized by growing inequality in the distribution of income, high rates of profits, and therefore a growing surplus of capital which cannot find an outlet in the expansion of the productive systems. As a result, financial alternative outlets had to be created in order to avoid a brutal devalorization of capital. The United States deficit and the external debt of Third World countries were responses to the financialization of the system. The burden had reached unsustainable levels. How could a poor African country earmark half or more of its exports simply to pay the interests of such debts, and simultaneously be pressured to be more efficient and to adjust? Let us remember that, after World War I, the payment of Germany's reparations represented only 7% of the exports of that industrialist powerful country. Most economists at that time considered the level too high. They considered that the adjustment of Germany's economy to it to be impossible. Germany could not adjust to a loss of a mere 7% of its export potential, but Tanzania is supposed to be able to adjust to a loss of 60%. The devastating results of these policies are well known today: economic regression, social disaster, growing instability, and even sometimes total disruption of whole societies, as in Rwanda, Somalia, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. During the whole of the 1990s, Africa's rate of growth in GDP per capita has been negative, -0.2%. Africa is alone in having such a negative growth rate. As a result, Africa's share of global trade decreased. That fact is precisely what is being qualified as being a reflection of its marginalization. Instead, one should speak here of the dramatic malintegration of Africa into the global system. Conventional neoliberal economists pretend that this is only a hard transition towards a better future. But how could it be? The destruction of the social tissues of a country, the growing poverty, and the regressions in education and health, all of these situations cannot prepare a better future. They cannot help African producers to become more competitive as is demanded of them. Quite the opposite. This neocolonial plan for Africa is indeed the worst pattern of integration in the global system. It cannot produce anything but further decline in the capacity of African societies to meet the challenges of modern times. For sure, these challenges are to some extent new, relating to the long-run possible effects of the ongoing technological revolution, informatics, and through them, the effects on the organization of labor, its productivity, and new patterns of the international division of labor. However, all these challenges are manifested in the real world in the conflicting strategies. For the time being, the dominant segment of global capital, the transnational corporations, appears to dictate what is favorable for the progress of its particular strategies. African peoples and governments have not yet developed counter-strategies of their own, similar, perhaps, to what East Asian countries have been trying to push ahead with. Globalization does not offer to Africa any solutions to its own problems. Foreign direct private investments in Africa are, as everybody knows, negligible and exclusively concentrated in mineral and other natural resource sectors. In other words, the strategies of transnational corporations do not help Africa move beyond the pattern of international division of labor belonging to the remote past. From an African perspective, the alternative has to be built in a way that combines the building of auto-centered economies and societies with participation in the global system. This general law is valid for Africa today as it has been throughout modern history for all the regions of the world. It is still too early to know whether African peoples are moving towards that goal. There are talks today of an African Renaissance. No doubt that the victory of the African people in South Africa, i.e., the breakdown of the apartheid system, has created positive hopes not only for that country but also throughout large parts of the continent. But there are not yet visible signals of these hopes crystallizing into alternative strategies. That would require dramatic changes at national levels, going far beyond what is generally suggested under the headings of good governance and multiparty democracy, as well as at regional and global levels. Another pattern of globalization would therefore gradually emerge from those changes, making possible the correction of Africa's malintegration into the global system. Africa in the international context. From 1960 to 1964, independent Africa was divided into two camps. One was the Casablanca camp, Egypt, Morocco, Guinea, Ghana, and Mali, that considered that the independence granted had not resolved the question of national liberation. They thought that the Monrovia camp, all the other countries satisfied with the situation, were neocolonial states. But they all came together within the OAU, which was set up in 1963. All of independent Africa also belonged to the movement of non-aligned states, created in Bandung in 1955 and whose spirit found strong echoes, not only amongst the people, but also within ruling classes and governments. Severely weakened by the legacy of colonialism, the new Africa was fragile, and African societies faced a serious threat of disintegration. The dominant discourse blamed this on the lack of maturity of these countries, with the implicit assumption that independence had been given prematurely. The real reason for the crisis was glossed over, namely, the market. On its own, the market functions like a centrifugal force, one that disintegrates. It only ceases to do so when it is controlled by the state. In economies such as those in Africa, fragile both because of colonialism and before that the slave trade, this disintegrating effect was even more devastating than elsewhere. There was no system of production worth the name, and the market doesn't create it. It is incumbent on the state, an instrument of society and the result of social compromises that determine its character at any given time of its evolution, even if it was capitalist in nature, to create a system of production in line with its ideology. If this is not present, market forces simply exploit the disparate segments of a system, which, because it doesn't really exist, cannot put up any resistance. Comprodorization is the social, political, and ideological form that takes shape when there is no state to play that role. Africa doesn't suffer from too much government, it has only had bad comprador rule. Neocolonialism can only operate where there is permanent crisis. This is why it met with successive waves of nationalist and populist revolts. The first, represented by Nkrumah's Ghana, Madabo's Mali, Guinea, and Congo, had barely died down when it was the turn of uprisings in West Africa, in Benin, then in Burkina Faso, and then once again in Ghana and Mali, as well as in Tanzania and Ethiopia in East Africa, in Madagascar, and then in Southern Africa. This is not Africa's failure, it is capitalism that has failed to offer anything remotely acceptable to Africa. Today, the Bandung page has definitively been turned, and the impasse has never been as dramatic. The frontal assault on the peasantry, the cornerstone of the World Trade Organization's liberalization policies, has accelerated the transformation of the continent into desolate countryside and urban slums. The migratory pressure that has ensued, the new boat people, is an inevitable consequence. But the European refrain remains stubborn: the only way African states can cooperate is to police their own frontiers. The imperialist management of post-colonial Africa. Regionalization in Africa is mere window dressing. The principal aim of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, which later became the African Union, was political, created to support on the one hand the liberation struggles in Lusophone Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, and on the other hand to contain and resolve intergovernment conflicts. In this respect, the OAU was a weak substitute for Pan-Africanism. During the development decades, the 1960s and 1970s, the OAU's duties were relatively easy, because at the time, most governments had some popular legitimacy. The fruits of development strengthened the legitimacy of the former national and trans-ethnic liberation movements, which had now become ruling parties. The development of political parties was also in tandem with the emergence of a nascent middle class, a product of the progress of education, who soon developed a vast clientele in the lower classes. The political situation today is tragically different. The erosion of people-centered development models and the diktat of liberal globalization have brutally delegitimized the majority of African states, even the so-called democracies or facades of democracy which have followed in the wake of autocratic nationalist and populist rulers. They have been unable to restore the legitimacy of governments, as they are simply incapable of providing their people with any kind of social progress. Africa has entered a phase of involution characterized by what is wrongly called internal tribal wars. These are not conflicts whose real origins lie in ethnic hostility, but rather conflicts fabricated by warlords who want to get their hands on the country's resources, petrol, diamonds, etc., and, therefore, deliberately stoke ethnic tensions. Called to the rescue, the OAU, or even the UN, have proved themselves to be totally impotent in such situations. Witness the disastrous results of the intervention of ECOMOG, Economic Community of West African States Monitoring Group, in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Under such conditions, the very idea of regionalization is nonsense. There are several organizations of sub-regional cooperation, of which the leading ones are ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, in West Africa, SADC, Southern African Development Community, which replaced SADC, the Southern African Development Coordination Conference, and CUMSA, Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, which followed the PDA, Preferential Trade Area, in Southern and East Africa, CEAOUMOA, Communauté Économique de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, Union Monétaire West Africaine, and UDIAC, Union Douanière et Économique de l'Afrique Centrale, in the Francophone countries, and SACU, Southern African Customs Union, and CMA, Common Monetary Area, in the RAN zone. There were also the branches of the big global institutions, such as the African Development Bank, a quasi-branch of the World Bank, and other more minor institutions, the Mono River Union, the Community of the Great Lakes, the Intergovernment Committee for Sahel, etc. It is worth noting that the seemingly strongest regional institutions are those that are linked to either France or South Africa, before and after apartheid. Immediately after the independence of its African colonies, France made sure that they remained within the Francophone structure, whose rigid rules excluded any autonomy in the area of financial management. This is a colonial vestige doomed to extinction under the triple onslaught of the replacement of the franc by the euro, liberal globalization, and African involutions. But if the system were to collapse, there is nothing that could replace it effectively, either at the level of the countries concerned or of the regions they are part of. In Southern Africa, the conventions that govern customs and monetary union between South Africa on the one hand, and Lesotho and Swaziland on the other, cannot be classified as regional cooperation, because the imbalance between the dominant partner and the other countries is so flagrant. SADC, Southern African Development Coordination Conference, which had been set up in the apartheid era to enable Southern African countries to free themselves of their dependence on Pretoria, was itself transformed after the fall of apartheid into a new organization, SADC, which now incorporates South Africa. But this new South Africa intends to pursue the same policies towards its neighbors, over whom it has a huge industrial advantage. The question is, will they accept this unequal partnership indefinitely? The results achieved by these African sub-regional organizations of cooperation/integration are meager, to say the least. Trade has remained negligible and the intra-regional movement of capital, non-existent. The adhesion of African countries to the principles of free trade espoused by the New World Trade Organization can only aggravate the deceptive spin-offs of opening up trade. The OAU's economic role was diluted by virtue of Africa's active participation in the non-aligned movement and the Group of 77 at the Union and the establishment of a common front, representing the demands of the South as opposed to those of the North in the global economic order. Nonetheless, the OAU tried to convince member states to adopt development plans that would favor regional integration and industrialization. These dangers were quickly recognized by the World Bank. The famous Berg Report, 1981, was an immediate response to the Lagos Plan and has since become the Bible of the World Bank, international cooperation institutions, and governments. The only alternative offered by the Berg Report was to continue the kind of specialized development based on Africa's natural advantages, in other words, to remain within the old formula of agromining. The weakness of the OAU's proposal was their ignorance that its implementation required an active role on the part of the state. However, the rent owners who became the ruling classes in the African states have neither the means nor the will to go down any other path other than the agromining sector from which they draw their wealth. Regionalization in this condition is not at the center of their concerns, nor is it at that of the dominant forces in the global system. It is mere window dressing. The European Union ACP, Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. The EU ACP grouping may occupy a minor position on a global scale, but it has real importance when it comes to the analysis of the place of Africa in the world system. From the outset, the aim of the Lomé Accords was not to use external relations to effect an economic, political, and cultural transformation to the benefit of the African people, but only to reinforce Europe's position in the world order, on the economic as well as geopolitical stage. In other words, the development aspect was only secondary, and considered less important than the political aspect. The goal above all was to support moderate governments and to encourage such tendencies elsewhere. This in effect meant to subvert nationalist aspirations, which might have been tempted to use Cold War rivalry to their advantage. In the neoliberal era, the reorganization of Euro-African relations has taken place within the framework of the WTO, thus consolidating the monopolies exercised by the power centers in crucial areas, including the access to natural resources and the creation of new technologies, as well as control of the monetary and financial system. From this perspective, the only use of regional associations is their capacity to provide the most profitable returns for multinational oligopolies. Resistance to this kind of thinking could develop in Africa for the following reasons. I. The regions and those countries unlikely to provide dividends are automatically excluded from the potential benefits of regionalization. 2. The growing polarization and exclusion will generate further migrations, which will be even more difficult to manage because neoliberalism bans the free circulation of workers. 3. This plan implicitly integrates military alliances, which makes recalcitrant countries from the South vulnerable. The way it has been conceived, the regionalization of Euro-African relations is perfectly compatible with the management of internal conflicts that erupt in an Africa that has been marginalized by social disintegration. It was clear that during the 1960s and 1970s, the underlying thread beneath the various cooperation conventions between the EU and African nations was the European concern to maintain its supply of tropical agricultural produce, as well as of mining and petroleum resources. In tune with the WTO rhetoric, Europe threw its weight behind the structural adjustment panacea that was being proclaimed as the universal economic cure. Local authorities sometimes tried to resist, because these policies were alienating much of their base, thereby undermining their legitimacy. However, the external debt burden and government corruption further reduced their capacity to fight back and to implement any corrective measures, thus forcing them to submit to the daily orders from international institutions tasked with dealing with the crisis. The so-called Initiative for Severely Indebted Poor Nations, formulated by the World Bank and enforced by the European Union, is part of the plan to recolonize the continent. The fruits of this association are not sweet. The gap between per capita GDP in sub-Saharan Africa and that in other developing countries has been steadily increasing. Add to this the flight of capital from Africa abroad, to the north, especially Europe, which overtook the amount of capital coming in, both public and private. Moreover, instead of the much vaunted redistribution of income, i.e., the trickle-down effect, there was only more inequality, which in turn resulted in a huge wastage of investments, because priority was given to expensive investments destined for the privileged classes. The marginalization of Africa in international investments is the final nail in the coffin. Even though the European Union provides half the external financial needs of ACP countries, the proportion of aid could only be maintained by increasing the amount of public aid, while at the same time the opening up of African economies resulted in the disinvestment of private capital. Finally, the European Union doesn't seem to have an environmental policy which takes into account dealing with the destruction of the environment in Africa. In the current negotiations between the European Union and ACP, African, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States, countries under the aegis of the Cotonou Convention, ACP formulated the directives, but the mandate was set down by the European Commission. According to a study commissioned by the Cotonou Monitoring Group, conducted by the European Research Office, there are quite a few differences between the two sides but not on substantial issues. The negotiations focus on the modalities of the implementation of free trade zones with Europe from 2008, which presupposes an accelerated rate of intra-African economic integration. There is growing resistance to these projects, called APER, Annual Performance Evaluation Report, which are very reminiscent of the colonial equation between Europe and Africa. Voices are being raised with authority and resonance at African social forums and at the assemblies of people's movements. This resistance has also echoed with some governments, especially Nigeria. A defining characteristic of our times is the way agriculture is being transferred by the mounting penetration of international and local capitalism. In Africa, this pressure translates into dispossessing the majority of the continent's farmers who still benefit, albeit under dramatically changed conditions, from access to land. The agrarian question, in the sense of access to land by all farmers, is at the heart of the challenge to marry democratization and social progress. Imperialist capitalism is incapable of providing a solution to this crucial problem for societies in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The aim of the land privatization model proposed or rather imposed is to maximize profits for transnational agrobusinesses such as Monsanto, as well as for more recently arrived local capitalist farmers. International cooperation encourages all initiatives that are geared towards this objective and discourages any attempts to express the resistance of the farming majority. This offensive to globalese agriculture marched in tandem with that of the WTO, with fake promises that the markets of both the North and South would be opened up for trade of food and agricultural products. At the center of the dispute between northern countries, the United States and Europe are in total agreement over this, despite some minor disputes, and the global South is the issue of agricultural subsidies. Small wonder the WTO was at a total impasse in Doha. The sharp rise in prices of food products highlights the gravity of the underlying institutional drama. The aim of major capitalist countries has always been to gain exclusive control of the globe's principal resources, including petrol and uranium, and to prevent their competitors, China in particular today, from getting the same. This concern is at the heart of the cooperation accords between Europe and Africa. Niger, for example, has been flooded with aid aimed primarily at corrupting the government, not to address the fact that it is one of the poorest countries on the continent and to prevent a nationalist party from taking over the country and its uranium mines, now controlled by the French Commission on Atomic Energy, located in a region situated between Algeria, Libya, and Nigeria. The rhetorical packaging of the discourse on Euro-African cooperation. On the one hand, there is the usual mantra of democracy, good governance, poverty reduction, and humanitarian aid, and on the other hand, there is the reality, which makes for double standards. This has to do with finding ways to manage conflicts, and not co-development, which are a result of the deliberate exclusion of Africa from the concert of nations. NEPAD, New Partnership for Africa's Development, did not produce any results either, it was just another kind of rhetoric. The alternative, South-South cooperation in the perspective of Dellen King. If the global South wants to go on the offensive, it has to destroy the monopolies that are the means by which imperialism perpetuates itself. For the oligopolists of the new financial plutocracy to remain in power, they have to maintain control of the financial weapons through which they exercise their monopoly, both internally, which allows them to rake in substantial profits, and internationally, in order to keep the periphery submissive. The compulsive need for capitalist centers to retain exclusive control of the planet's natural resources is simply not viable. It is put into question by the development of the South. The WTO's attempts to monopolize technologies and information by reinforcing industrial and intellectual property rights will certainly end in failure, if only because many Southern countries have mastered these new technologies. The South is not the same place as it was during the Bandung era, when it was totally devoid of any means of autonomous development. Today, it can easily outstrip the North and develop new kinds of cooperation, including in trade and technology. Bandung 2, whatever the form it might take, is already in the works. Defeating imperialism with its new advantages means choosing an auto-centered development delinked from the global system. Once again, I do not mean this in the sense of an absurd and completely closed economy, but in the way I have defined it as the rejection of submission to the pressures of external relations, thus prioritizing internal development and social progress. This is a non-negotiable precondition. Delinking can only be possible when the party in power, as opposed to comprador governments, benefits from the support of a genuine social base. This is as true today as it was in the past. Certainly, delinking has evolved over the years. In the Bandung period, it was synonymous with industrialization within a strictly national framework, even in modest-sized countries. While it can remain national for continent-sized countries, it requires now other forms of intense regional cooperation between partners based on the complementarity of smaller nations. This is not a common market model, but rather one of associative partnerships with an economic dimension, planned, in the sense that people's demands are incorporated into government policies. ALBA, Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de Nuestra America, or the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, is perhaps the first example of this kind of association. What conclusions should one draw from this discussion? A close look at the developments discussed suggests that the achievements appear meager and that the expectations of the glorious struggles waged by their people were not met. The petty bourgeoisie in none of these countries has committed suicide, but has instead become the backbone of a pathetic comprador government, devoid of a political program and functioning under imperialist, especially European domination. Cabral tried mightily to avoid such an outcome, and for this he amply deserves to be called one of the most audacious leaders of the first generation of African freedom fighters. Cabral didn't just put forward a facile theory on the suicide of the petty bourgeoisie, he spelled out the conditions. For Cabral, the decisive role played by the peasantry in the anti-colonial war would lead to a massive social bloc, bringing together peasant leaders and intellectuals, and thereby neutralizing, as it were, the passive segments of the petty bourgeoisie. Cabral didn't just theorize, he actually implemented it in the liberated regions of Guinea-Bissau. Similarly, I perfectly understand the impulse behind Cabral's espousal of the Guinea-Bissau/Cape Verde one nation idea. Colonization has always divided peoples, pitting one ethnic group against the other. All liberation movements took the opposite position, rightly affirming the unity of the people. In this sense, the peoples of Guinea and Cape Verde were related peoples, united against a common enemy, one people, almost. However, the quasi-negation of the diversity inherent in the African peoples inevitably had negative consequences, because once the euphoria of independence had subsided, the politicians who emerged from the petty bourgeoisie, which did not commit suicide, proceeded to restore their image and substituted the development process, which had lost credibility, with a new legitimacy based on diversity, ethnic and other kinds. The history of contemporary Africa is that of the battle between progressive forces, which from 1960 to 1980, the Bandung era, wanted to rebuild their countries and for this reason chose an independent, potentially socialist path, Mali, Ghana, Tanzania, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Benin, Congo-Brazza, Burkina Faso, etc., and those forces on the side of neocolonialism, backed by foreign powers. The liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies and Cabral's philosophy and actions were at the forefront of progressive forces during that period. I have written about this battle in El Level du Sud and at this juncture would like to recall the reasons why those movements ran out of steam, creating in the process the conditions for the recolonization that is still prevalent. Imperialism today needs Africa for its natural resources, and the peoples of Africa are impediments to the exploitation of that wealth. Africa has to begin the second wave of liberation, which can only advance if it is a two-pronged approach. A. Embark on the audacious campaign of industrialization, which barely took root during the Bandung era, and B. Ensure that this industrialization goes in tandem with the reconstruction of a peasant economy based on the access of all to land. On these 2 points, Cabral's thought has never been as relevant. Amithlo. His past October marked the 25th year since our brother and comrade, Thomas Sankara, died in the most unfortunate and tragic circumstances. African peoples are still traumatized by the experience of losing someone like Sankara, who was brutally assassinated on October 15, 1987, as he was heading for a meeting of the Governing Council. Since then, Blaise Compaoré's Compaoré regime has reintroduced neocolonial-type development policies that make Burkina Faso completely subordinate to the interests of Western imperialist powers. Having been one of the first to attempt a real delinking from the global capitalist system in the post-independence era, Sankara incarnates continuity with the thought, as applied to the specific conditions of Burkina Faso, of one of the most eminent revolutionaries of the 20th century, Amilcar Cabral. Like Sankara, Cabral was taken from us on January 13, 1973, in similar conditions. This year's 40th anniversary of his assassination will be commemorated across the world by Pan-Africanist and progressive people. For 16 years, from 1957 to 1973, Cabral devoted his life to the liberation of the peoples of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands. 16 long years during which he led the PAIC, African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands, which successfully liberated 2/3 of the national territory under colonial rule. Despite the presence of 30,000 Portuguese troops, the colonial power was unable to prevent the inexorable march to independence, and Cabral's political project was able to gain ascendance over the repression. At a time when the world capitalist system is entering a new phase of global redeployment, when the wretched of the earth reformulate their aspirations and strategies in a situation marked by the vacuum left by the collapse of the so-called socialist bloc, a reappraisal of the thought of Amilcar Cabral is indispensable. That at least is the attempt of this contribution dedicated to the cause of the Pan-African Revolution. To best understand Cabral's thought and praxis, it is necessary to see them in their historical context, social, economic, and political, of which he was a product. Historical context. Guinea-Bissau is a country with a total area of 40,000 square kilometers and a population estimated at 500,000 people in 1960. Situated off the western coast of the continent with Senegal to the north, Guinea to the south, and the Atlantic Ocean to the west, Guinea-Bissau faces Brazil, to which much of the population must have been deported during the period of slavery. The impact of this transatlantic trade, also known as triangular trade, Africa, Europe, Americas, can still be seen in the low population density in the subregion. Gorée Island, which lies off Dakar, the capital of Senegal, was the point of departure for the forced transportation of millions of Africans, men, women, and children, on a journey without return. This first painful and tragic experience of contact between the African populations and Portugal triggered a long process of resistance, which culminated 400 years later in the first national uprising against the stranglehold of Western imperialism, mainly Euro-American, on the country's natural and human resources. In the meantime, in 1885 the Berlin Conference had officialized the division of the continent into different zones of influence carved out by European colonial powers, namely France, England, Portugal, etc. In 1703, England, desperate to stem France's expansion in the region, signed the Maturin Accord, which meant supporting the colonial ambitions of Portugal, itself a kind of British semi-colony, in Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands. The triangular trade mentioned earlier was replaced by colonialism, which was to last until the declaration of independence of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands on September 24, 1973. Portugal, a country backward in economic and cultural terms, more than 50% of the population was illiterate in 1965, which also ruled Mozambique, Angola, and the islands of São Tomé and Príncipe, had committed one of the worst crimes against humanity since the Second World War. At the start of the 50s, a catastrophic situation prevailed in Guinea-Bissau and the islands. With an economy solely based on the cultivation of groundnuts, a massive famine aggravated by recurring droughts decimated the Cape Verde Islands, 10,000 dead between 1948 and 1959. Desperate people began fleeing to neighboring countries. Thousands of people were recruited by the colonial administration and sent to work in the plantations of Angola as migrant workers in conditions akin to slavery. The country, devoid of even the most basic public infrastructure, was on the verge of explosion. The forced cultivation of groundnut as a monocrop exacerbated the chronic lack of basic foodstuffs, with all the attendant consequences, malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies, etc. Life expectancy at the time was 30 years. The conditions were ripe for mass mobilization, which began well before the actual start of hostilities between nationalist forces and Portuguese colonialists. The Portuguese administration, despite its control over a few chiefdoms and some segments of the petty bourgeoisie, was finding it increasingly difficult to maintain its previous style of exploitation, based mainly on taxing the peasants and overexploiting the tiny working class in urban centers. The resistance of the African peoples has been an uninterrupted phenomenon throughout their interaction with imperialism. The uprisings of different ethnic groups, Balance, Mandjaks, Peples, etc., are evidence of this. This resistance will only end with the physical extermination of the oppressed group in question. It became a life and death struggle between two antagonistic forces in permanent conflict: the oppressor and the oppressed. It was total war, which took different forms: refusing to pay taxes, passive resistance, and armed struggle depending on the set of contradictions in play, and which continued until the defeat of one side. The nature of this struggle was entirely determined by the historical conditions of the conflict. The so-called pacification period only ended at the beginning of the 19th century, when Portugal finally exercised more or less full control over the national territory. But this was short-lived. In 1957 a strike organized by the workers of Port Pidgiguity ended in a bloodbath at the hands of the Portuguese military, 50 dead and over 300 people wounded. The intensification of the repression resulted in the first armed attacks by the National Liberation Movement led by Cabral and the PAIC on January 23, 1963. Nationalist forces felt that, at this stage of popular resistance, only an armed struggle would bring down Portuguese colonialism. Amilcar Cabral's emergence on the scene as the incarnation of the aspirations of the people of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands has to be seen within this historical context, the dialectic of oppression and resistance. Throughout his short life, Cabral was able to articulate better than anyone else his people's thirst for the recovery of their fundamental rights: the right to live in respect, dignity, and peace, without any form of exploitation and oppression. Amilcar Cabral, a Pan-African revolutionary. Amilcar Cabral was born on September 12, 1924. His father, a teacher by profession, was from the Cape Verde Islands, while his mother, like millions of African women then and now, worked several jobs in order to make ends meet and belonged to what one could call the middle class in a colonial context. Cabral had access to a Western-style education at the missionary-run school in Bissau. After completing his secondary studies, he embarked for Lisbon to study agronomy and met students from the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique. This period also saw the consolidation of the power of the fascist Salazar regime in Portugal. Huge swathes of Portuguese society, reeling under poverty and military repression, emigrated to France, Spain, and Italy. In the absence of any room for political expression, universities became the hotbed of the anti-fascist resistance. His involvement in the anti-fascist struggle as part of the student movement gave Cabral an understanding of some of the revolutionary theories that had emerged at the turn of the century. World War II, which resulted from the contradictions inherent in the development of world capitalism, had a profound impact on the minds of colonist peoples across the globe. In Europe, the FIANF, Federation of Black African Francophone Students, and the publishing company Présence Africaine, along with the IASB, International African Service Bureau, based in England, led by George Padmar in collaboration with Kwame Nkrumah and C.L.R. James, became increasingly vocal about the question of decolonizing Africa. Padmar had just broken off with the Third Socialist International, which wanted to focus on the struggle against fascist imperialist powers, Italy, Germany, and Japan, and not against the democratic imperialist powers, such as France and England. The holding of the Pan-African Congress in Manchester in 1945 marked a qualitatively new phase in the struggle for self-determination. In Lisbon, meanwhile, Cabral and his friends, such as Agostinho Neto and Mario de Andrade, felt that it was time to set up an independent organization bringing together the citizens of Portuguese-speaking colonies, away from the control of the Eurocentric left. It is against this backdrop that Cabral and his friends began their political education, with the aim of national liberation. Influenced by the emergence of Negro African literature, they were convinced that only a return to the roots would enable the movement to be in total symbiosis with the deepest aspirations of the peoples of Africa. In Cabral's words, "Our work consists of researching our African roots again. And this has been so fantastic, so useful, and heavy with consequences that even today the founders of this group are all leaders of liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies." This quote shows how highly developed Cabral's political understanding was and also reveals clearly what he intended to do. They felt that the return to roots was one of the preconditions for an effective alliance between the petit bourgeois intellectual class and the African masses. After university, around 1949 or 50, Cabral decided to return to Guinea-Bissau with a clear idea in his head to contribute to the liberation of his people. However, it is one thing to identify a political project, it is another to clearly understand the social terrain in which the struggle is to take place and, therefore, to identify the means, tactics, and strategies to be adopted. The success of a national liberation struggle depends not only on a deep understanding of the mechanisms of enslavement used against the exploited masses but also on devising a strategy that will overturn the power relations between the oppressor and the oppressed, the adoption of the right strategy at the right moment, in a specific social context. These strategies have to be based on the concrete realities of the dominated people. This is what Cabral devoted the rest of his life to. The depth of his political thought in conjunction with what he achieved in the objective conditions prevailing in Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands make him one of the greatest theoreticians of the anti-imperialist struggle in Africa and the world in general. Cabral and the class struggle in Africa. According to Cabral, the class socio-economic phenomenon in a given society is a fundamental consequence not just of the progressive development of productive forces but also of the distribution of wealth. He suggests a reformulation of the idea that class struggle is the driving force of history, because such a conception of history implies that the history of peoples only begins with the emergence of the class phenomenon and consequently class struggle. This hypothesis would exclude the entire history of humanity from the discovery of hunting, the invention of agricultural techniques, to the appropriation of land for private use. It would also deny the peoples of Africa, but also the First Nations in the Americas and other places, the fact that they had a history before their first contact with Western imperialism. There is growing scientific evidence that the appearance of class was a gradual phenomenon, marked by slow fluctuations, and that only when a certain degree of accumulation had been reached was there an emergence of class and class conflict. This was Cabral's point of departure for his analysis of the class phenomenon in the context of African history, and specifically that of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands. But he insisted that such an analysis only made sense if it served the goals of national liberation, otherwise, it would be mere rhetoric and intellectualization. Because of its socio-economic structure, Guinea-Bissau is representative of many African countries today, a multi-ethnic and multi-religious mosaic of people who are mostly rural and illiterate, with urban centers surrounded by poverty-stricken areas inhabited mainly by people who fled the precarious conditions of life in their villages and found themselves in the trap of a colonial, or neo-colonial, economy without any opportunities for employment. The African petty bourgeoisies played a key role in the organization of the liberation struggle. Created out of thin air by colonialism, this social category was the only one with the political understanding to comprehend the nature of imperialist domination. However, the very nature of the petty bourgeoisie explains its limitations in the challenge of national reconstruction. As Frantz Fanon noted in The Wretched of the Earth, the national bourgeoisie which comes to power, uses its class position aggressively to confiscate all the positions left vacant by the departure of the colonialists. Cabral comes to more or less the same conclusion when he says that in order not to betray the goals of the national liberation struggle, the petty bourgeoisie has only one option: to reinforce their revolutionary consciousness, reject demands and attempts at bourgeoisification from fellow class members, and identify themselves with the working class and not impede the revolutionary process. Speaking at the Conference of Solidarity with the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America held in Cuba in January 1966, he said, "To play its role in the struggle, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie has to be capable of class suicide and be reborn as part of the revolutionary working class, identifying entirely with the aspirations of the people to whom they belong." While the colonial and neo-colonial situations are similar in their foundations, complete dependence on the former colonial power, Cabral outlines two phases in the national liberation struggle. According to him, the struggle consists of a national phase, and, more important, a social phase. Each phase is distinct because of its specific historic task, as well as the class alliances and organizational structure required to carry out the project successfully. The national phase implies the recovery of national sovereignty or independence, whereas the social phase in fact determines the real nature of liberation. Is the newly created nation really in a position to determine its own destiny? The PEG, under the leadership of Cabral, proved that the only way to answer this question was not only to combat the enemy on all fronts but to also create a new mode of living in the liberated areas through radical transformation of the economic, social, and cultural structures inherited from colonialism. This meant the construction of new schools and hospitals, the integration of women in all spheres of community management, combating systematically those Africans who chose to ally themselves with colonialism, and finally to channel the emergence of a national culture cleansed of stultifying pressures from within or without. A thorough analysis of the relations between the various social categories at play at the national and international levels will ensure the recovery of the wealth of the nation and its just and equitable redistribution. Despite numerous successes, Cabral and the PEG had to face major challenges that threatened to derail the revolution and that were internal, such as economic underdevelopment and the ensuing social deficit, the scars of tribalism that had been created or exacerbated by Portuguese colonialism, and a host of external factors linked to international power relations. On the tribal question, Cabral always said, "The existence of tribes appears to be a major contradiction only for opportunists, generally detribalist individuals or groups. Class contradictions, even at an embryonic level, are more important than contradictions between tribes." The role of culture in the national liberation movement. As mentioned earlier, the petty bourgeoisie was the only social category capable of taking over the colonial state apparatus in the post-independence period. Sometimes allied with the masses and at others with imperialism, its hesitations are directly linked to the fundamental contradiction it faces: permanently satisfy its class ambitions and simultaneously deal with the most urgent demands of the rural and urban masses who had not fought merely for a flag and a national anthem but for a concrete improvement in their living conditions. Far from being homogeneous, the petit bourgeoisie can be divided into three subgroups. The revolutionary petit bourgeoisie. This consists of a minority, often intellectuals, civil servants, teachers, etc., who, after the huge sacrifice of the return to roots, were successful in identifying with the masses and their culture, history, and aspirations. It was also the most dynamic element within the national liberation movement. Cabral and the most important leaders of the PAIC belonged to this class. The alienated petit bourgeoisies. This is another minority group, black skin, white mask. It categorically rejects the idea of independence and believes that the future of their people depends on their association with the colonial powers. This is a desperate group, and there is no way of convincing them of their people's capacity to take their destiny into their own hands. If they had the means, they wouldn't hesitate to leave the country after independence like some Algerian intellectuals did after the victory of the FNL, National Liberation Front. The silent majority. This last group, the majority, constantly fluctuates between the first two. Most opposition leaders in the continent today come from this category. Sometimes they are in open rebellion against the government and sometimes allied with it for a slice of the national cake, but they do not have any deep vision for the transformation of African societies. Their opportunistic attitudes have a negative effect on the masses, who in the absence of alternatives keep their distance from all political parties. To understand the role of culture as a fundamental part of the resistance of the oppressed, it is important to analyze it in relation to the different social categories present at any given time in the society concerned. Culture, not as an abstract receptacle, but as a dynamic synthesis of the historical reality, material and spiritual, of a human group at any given time. In Cabral's words, culture, whatever its ideological or idealistic characteristics may be, is an essential part of the historical process. It has the capacity, or responsibility, to develop and nourish those elements that will ensure the continuity of history and at the same time determine how society will progress or regress. To see culture as a reflection of historical reality, which is determined by the development of productive forces, is to distinguish the culture of the masses from that of the African petit bourgeoisie. Indeed, it is evident that the Rasta culture is not that of the Jamaican elite. 500 years of European domination have not significantly changed the culture of the African masses. Nevertheless, the African petit bourgeoisie, constantly humiliated by the West, is always on the edge in the context of the national liberation struggle. It has no other alternative other than to identify with one side of the conflict. The psychological trauma that results explains the desire to reconnect with the people. Thus emerges a discourse based on the concept of culture and the need to return to one's roots. A need not shared by the majority of people, because they are the carriers of that culture and hence the generators of history. It is in this sense that the development of the Afrocentrist movement in the African diaspora needs to be understood. To be viable for current generations, it has no other choice than to situate the struggle for a cultural renaissance within the larger national liberation movement. As Cabral said, the return to the roots is not and cannot by itself signify an act of struggle against foreign domination, colonialist/racist, but neither does it mean a return to tradition. It is a practical response to a concrete and historical need that results from the implacable contradiction between a colonized or neocolonial society and the colonial power, between the exploited masses and the foreign classes. For him, the return to the roots phenomenon can only be realized if the African petit bourgeoisie get directly involved in the daily struggle of the popular masses. As he said, the masses reject both the domination of foreign culture and foreign exploitation. The cultural struggle, therefore, also has to be political, with the aim of creating an environment conducive to the free cultural expression of the oppressed. This can only be possible if the people retake control of their own development. Though the bulk of Africans have not been significantly affected by the culture of the dominating power, it has to be noted that there is no single culture in society. This explains the difference in attitudes towards the national liberation struggle between individuals belonging to the same social class. African societies can be broadly divided into two categories. Societies with horizontal social structures, without government. These societies are based on the collective ownership of the factors of production and have a matrilineal social structure. Social stratification is often based on age. They were the ones who put up the most armed resistance to colonization. Armed resistance ended with what the colonialists called the period of pacification. From the outset, such societies were key players in the national liberation struggle. Societies with vertical social structures. These societies are highly hierarchical, with women at the base of the social ladder. They are ruled by a chief with real power. Some of these chiefs were co-opted by the colonial administration to preempt any form of inter-ethnic alliances. This was the case with some of the Fula chiefs in Guinea-Bissau. The breakdown of some societies from the first category through the imposition by colonial authorities of customary chiefs, who belonged to different ethnic groups, led to tensions between some ethnic groups. In some cases, this led to cracks within the nationalist ranks. However, it is important to underline that at first contact with the Europeans, the phenomenon of tribalism, as some have called it, was already on the way out. The movement was towards large, multi-ethnic nation-states. The Ghanaian Empire and the Mandingo Empire on the west coast of the continent are examples. It was the divide-and-rule policy of the colonialists coupled with the opportunistic manipulations of the African ruling classes that led to the resurgence of so-called ethnic conflicts during the colonial and neo-colonial periods. But this cannot and should not mask the fact that, objectively speaking, the contradiction between ethnic groups is minor compared to that between the African masses and imperialist powers and the ruling elites they are in tandem with. Cabral and today's challenges. Cabral's works are experiencing a resurgence in popularity amongst youth across the spectrum. That's probably happening because, at the moment, everything in Africa and the world feels as if it's up for grabs. Across West Africa, there is a cleverly orchestrated redeployment of imperialist forces, abetted by national office-holding elites, aggressively appropriating farmland for multinational corporations. In the long run, their success risks turning back the clock on one of the key objectives of liberation struggles: the right of populations to reclaim their means of production as a precondition to making their freedom a fact. The sub-region in general, and in particular Guinea-Bissau, is at the center of significant turmoil, which threatens the stability of the whole region. Symptoms of these conflicts, such as a growing drug trade, with roots running from Latin America to Europe, are now beginning to surface. Nor can we afford to ignore the particular brand of strife evolving before our eyes in northern Mali, threatening to put the whole sub-region at risk. Some of the conflicts we are seeing involve multiple players, such as the United States, France, amorphous jihadists, drug traffickers, etc. These groups sometimes work with each other, when their interests coincide, but at other times they compete for control of the area's vast, superabundant reserves of natural resources, gold, oil, and uranium, or for a strategic base from where to operate. Amongst the other cards on the table is a global capitalist system built upon a non-sustainable consumerist model of ever-increasing greed, which is presently undergoing a crisis because it lacks the reserves of energy and minerals with which Africa is so richly endowed. Today, after 50-plus years of nominal independence, one cannot deny that the persistence of these pitfalls reflects the reality that the national liberation movements, led by nationalists like Cabral, failed to meet all their projected objectives, although they were able to realize certain significant achievements. In fact, the risks to stability persist. Imbalances between urban and rural sectors are intensifying, creating a situation of flux with two parallel streams. One current is expressed as a huge exodus of peasants from the country to the city in search of better living conditions. The other is experienced as a wave of African youth with blurry vision, lured by mirages from the West that often come framed within patterns of suicidal emigration, across the burning desert or high seas, towards countries in the north. Just how did we get to this situation, in spite of the enormous sacrifices embraced by leaders like Cabral so they could free their people from all forms of domination and exploitation? What constraints inhibited the national liberation movements and made them turn away from the social transformation that would lead to genuine revolution? What internal contradictions favored the liquidation of leaders like Cabral when they headed those movements? These are questions that demand an answer if we are to benefit from the lessons of the past and be in a position to sharpen our clarity and consciousness for the battles to come. The cancer of betrayal. In Guinea-Bissau's case, the process of weaving deep and radical transformation into the social, political, economic, and cultural fabric was stopped dead in its tracks at the dawning of independence with the assassination of Cabral. When, in November 1980, Nino Vieira engineered the first coup, he ushered in an era of serial coups that plunged the country into chronic instability. Strangely, Cabral had been prescient in that regard and had warned as much in his famous speech, Cancer of Betrayal, in Conakry at Kwame Nkrumah's funeral. I'll let him speak for himself. How far and to what extent is the treason in Ghana linked to class struggle, the very structure of his society and its institutions, including armed forces within the context of a newly independent state? Reading Cabral's words, it's evident that he had a good grasp of the significance of those internal fissures in African society that could be manipulated to derail the transformation process in which nationalists were embedded as liberation wars evolved. In one sense, neocolonial armies can provide a template for what occurred, since they play a pivotal role in undermining several progressive experiments on the continent, such as Mobutu's assassination of Lumumba in the DRC, the assassination of Sankara in Burkina Faso, Ayadima's overthrow of the government in Togo, and the ousting of Nkrumah in Ghana. The examples are endless. Accompanied by his wife, Ana Maria, Amilcar Cabral returns from a reception at the Romanian embassy in Conakry during the hours of darkness between the 19th and 20th of January, 1973. There's a man named Inocencio Caney lying in wait, together with another male named Mamadou Touré, a bodyguard in charge of Cabral's security, and they try to kidnap him. When Cabral fights them off, Caney shoots him down in cold blood. The attacker is subsequently arrested and summarily executed before those who gave him his marching orders can be revealed. Cabral's assassination only serves to indicate the tip of the iceberg lying beneath a much more complex state of affairs. The PIDE's secret services, some possible connections within the PAIG political apparatus, and elements within the Sékou Touré's regime are suspected. Feeling caught in a vice, Conakry, host to hundreds of PAIG officers and members, hunts down suspected party members. Sékou Touré has Aristides Pereira, José Araujo, and Vasco Cabral, who were escaping by boat to Bissau, arrested and appoints a commission of inquiry. An impressive list of suspects surfaces in the course of an extended and painful period of spying and settling of accounts within the entrails of the PAIG, without getting us any closer to the truth. 40 or so individuals are held responsible for a vast conspiracy hatched by the PIDE, the International Police for the Defense of the State. Dozens of individuals will pay with their lives, demonstrating the extent to which treason wormed its way into the ranks of both Cabral and his allies. Regarding the circulation of damaging rumors, as well as attempted plots against his person, Cabral had already, during the preceding months, put a residential surveillance system in place against certain conspirators, fearing the development and proliferation of ethnic disputes between Cape Verdeans and the inhabitants of Guinea-Bissau. Disdainful of violence, devoted to anti-racism and revolutionary democratic ideals, Cabral willingly exposed his soft underbelly to his murderers, who were still unable to prevent the crumbling of the Portuguese colonial army, the revolution from below, or the advent of sovereignty for Africa's Portuguese colonies. Arguably, the contradictions inherent in building any society create conditions which imperialism can use to advance its own agenda. It has usually done so in collusion with reactionary local elements located at the very heart of the movement itself, engineering assassinations like the one that cost Cabral, Lumumba, Sankara, and many other patriots their lives. Cabral always warned against a central role being played by the military in carving out the political vision of the movement and instead insisted that once independence was won, most of the freedom fighters should return to the land and become involved in the production sector. Sadly, that never happened in Guinea-Bissau, where Nino Vieira's coup put the military in power to head of government and brought the nation to its knees. On the other hand, on Cape Verde Island, where those who led the country to independence were from the same original PEG party led by Cabral, the transition to independence was more stable. The presence of the military outside the daily run of the state apparatus spared the country some of the unproductive traumas just described in the case of Guinea-Bissau. To some extent, another contributing factor to this relative stability is an incoming flow of money sent from abroad by its dynamic diaspora, mainly based in Europe and the United States, or revenues generated by a vital tourism sector. Both elements helped Cape Verde maintain a relative stability compared to its neighbors. To contribute to the stability of the newly independent African country, the neocolonial army needs to be radically transformed and its mission focused around people's collective security at the regional level. In times of peace, such a reformed army should be involved in social transformation projects, alongside the civilian population, in building bridges, schools, roads, reforestation, etc. In fact, the military should be subordinated to the political, as previously envisioned by Cabral, to prevent it from being the factor that will trigger or spread the cancer of betrayal. On a fundamental level, therefore, it is imperative that progressive forces across the continent reconnect with the militant tradition, providing political and ideological training of their members. Doing so can be a way of helping growing numbers of our youth to learn how to identify the challenges we face as peoples, as well as to be conscious of the presence amongst us of various internal and external forces whose interests run counter to an ongoing evolution of our struggle towards a future that will bring progress, social justice, and freedom, Cabral's overriding preoccupations during his leadership of the PEG. Conclusion. What we have learned suggests, therefore, that there is no way around the need of a rigorous analysis of the configuration of the different social classes within our social formations. Cabral initiated this pioneering work in the course of his endeavors across the country as an agronomist and agricultural engineer. Those experiences no doubt grounded him and gave rise to the accuracy of his political vision, while informing the practical steps he took in service to the struggle of the PEG. Cabral, who led the national liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands so brilliantly for more than a decade, has left a glorious legacy, and I would like to zero in on three important aspects. Firstly, that no matter how revolutionary the leadership of the movement may be, the success of the struggle hinges on an effective symbiosis with the masses: peasants, workers, and youth. This fusion can only take place if the intelligentsia identifies itself with popular culture. A thorough knowledge of African languages is another must as a communication tool if there is to be true political mobilization. Far from being static, popular culture is in perpetual evolution and conditioned by the mode of production prevalent in any given society. Cabral understood the dialectics of expanding capitalism at the center and increasing impoverishment of the periphery. He revolutionized the theory of class struggle and the battle against imperialism in general. Cabral's unity and struggle is akin to pitfalls of national consciousness in Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. A second fundamental aspect of his work is his contribution to Pan-Africanism as a political ideology for the liberation of oppressed black people. He proved through his own experience that, however revolutionary a theory may be, it is doomed to failure if it is not based on a profound understanding of the mechanics of transformation. While it is true that a revolutionary theory is indispensable for the revolution to take place, it is not sufficient for the uprising to be successful. The dialectic between theory and practice was always a constant element in Cabral's thought and actions. Its international dimension notwithstanding, in practice this theory is always specific to the local conditions where the struggle is taking place and cannot be simply exported. National liberation and culture and identity and dignity in the context of national liberation represent the culmination of Amilcar Cabral's intellectual legacy. These two texts highlight the dynamic character of the culture of the African people's struggle and offer an exceptional analysis, not seen since Fanon, on the role of the intelligentsia in the process of struggle and the psychological progression that underlies the decision by a section of the intellectual elite to commit to the struggle and break decisively with the dominant discourse. Today in 2013, Africa is once again in the throes of recolonization, more subtle than before, which has drawn the continent into the global capitalist system as a subjugated entity. The euphoria which preceded the dismantling of the former Eastern Bloc has begun to show its limits. Beyond the ideological propaganda spread by the new means of communication, which have a global reach, the peoples of Africa know now more than ever that there can be no solution to the crisis without a process of revolutionary transformation with a clear Pan-Africanist orientation. Aluta continua. An agronomist before his time 21. Carlos Swartz. At 28 years of age in September 1952, a few months after completing his studies, Amilcar Cabral, the agronomist, returned to the land that had witnessed his birth. In his mind he certainly carried the words that his father, Juvenal Cabral, wrote in the book Memorias y Reflexos, Memories and Reflections, when he settled in Bissau in 1911. After having left the naked rocks of Paria Negra, of Acata Grande, of Lazarito, and whose severe and sad aspect seems to symbolize the suffering and pain, my eyes, amazed, had contemplated without ceasing the paradisiacal majesty of the flora that, in a mysterious way seems to emerge from the sea. Leafy trees all over, pretty and strange shrub that, verdant, spread in the ground like carpets on the floor. All this is opulence and vigor, it is wonder that enchants, it is wealth that seduces and predisposes a youngster to face life with optimism in this country. This vision of his father must have influenced Amilcar Cabral to opt to exercise his profession in Guinea. There was also the fact that, at the time, agriculture in Cape Verde was proscribed to abandonment, as most of the men emigrated northward, the United States, Portugal, and Holland, for survival and livelihood, while others, since the end of the 19th century, sought Guinea especially for the cultivation of sugar cane, almost always associated with the production of aguardent, overproof rum. An agronomist who in fact wanted to exercise his profession would have to opt for Guinea, where everything could be made, everything had to be made, and where almost all of the inhabitants were small native farmers. His first wife, Maria Helena Rodriguez, a silviculturist who joined him 3 months later, would for the first time come to know the city of Bissau, then a small urban center with very few inhabitants. It was spread into 2 distinct zones. On one side was the so-called civilized colonial city that included the Amura fortress, the area now known as Bissau Velho, Old Bissau, the port of Pinchigati, and the Avenue of the Republic, today Amilcar Cabral Avenue. This avenue extended to the monument as Forco de Raca, effort of the race, and the governor's palace, then under construction. The other part, surrounding the center, was the so-called native part, preponderantly inhabited by the Pepel ethnic group. It was in the colonial part that the few intellectuals present in the country lived, and where the large foreign firms such as Nosico and SCOA, to which were added Portuguese trading houses, AC Gouveia, Alvaro Camacho, and Sociedade Comercial Ultramarina, amongst others, as well as an enormous pleiad of Lebanese small traders like Mohamed Elawar, Ali Soleiman, Michel Ajouz, etc. In the rest of the country, the trade of products and basic goods were primarily secured by Jilas, itinerant traders who traveled all over the country by bicycle and canoe. So-called native agriculture, practiced for about 3,000 years, centered around the cultivation of rice, for consumption within the rural communities, and production of the export crop, mancara, peanuts/ground nuts, stimulated by the foreign companies who export it to Europe, raw or as oil. The mancara cycle started in the zone of Buba, stimulated by Germans and leaving an easy trail to identify through the erosion and degradation of the soil that it provoked, and passed on to Bolima, northern Ohio, Bafata, and Gabu. Official services of support to the farmers were practically non-existent or inoperative, confined within the administrative and technical infrastructures already in place. No center of experimentation, staff training, or marketing existed. This is the global context that Cabral encountered upon his arrival in Bissau. He arrived, as he said, to live his time, to initiate the political challenges of the struggle for independence, to defend a development centered in agriculture, and to promote the dignity of the Guinean people. He and Maria Helena settled themselves in the house assigned to the director of the experimental farm of Pesub, then situated very far from the center of Bissau, in a poor neighborhood at the periphery, an isolated zone and of difficult access. The farm comprised 400 hectares of land, where a large number of essential forests existed and a small number of fruit species like the cocoa palm. At this time, when he starts to exercise his profession, Amilcar is convinced that the independence process will unfold peacefully, in the form it will proceed in other African countries, and he decides to start the construction of the new conceptual agricultural building to gradually substitute for the existing colonial model. The Pesub farm will be his point of departure, to start putting in practice a strategy in three principal stages that he considers important for the development of Guinean agriculture. The first one is to transform the farm from a mere unit of vegetable production, destined for the colonial political and administrative authorities of the Praka, city, and a place for picnics and recreation walks, into a center of agricultural research, a tool to improve and modernize the production of the farmers. Cabral conceives and applies a program of experimentation based on the identification of cultivation techniques for different types of farming, compass, land demarcation, fertilization and sowing period, of tests for various adaptations, rice, sugarcane, mancara, banana, cotton, and horticultures, of plagues and illnesses, valorization of local varieties of certain species like jute, and the introduction of new species such as sesame, soy, and sunflower. Work to take advantage of the farmlands of the Granja starts, using innovative criteria that conforms with the nature of the soil and its capability, betting on its organic fertilization based on the dung of the animals of the cattle farm, in the consociation of cultivations, cassava banana trees, identification of plagues and illnesses, and the characterization of the different varieties of each species. He initiates, for the first time, publication of the results of experiments and reflections on Guinean agriculture, creating for this purpose the quarterly Boletim Informativo, information bulletin, of the experimental farm of Pesub, in which, besides the description of activities, he proposed reflection on important themes, such as mechanized farming, the groundnut rosette virus, and the farming of jute. With notable regularity, 5 bulletins informativos were published beginning in November 1952. The second was to tear down internal walls within which the agricultural services were confined, to approximate them to the farmers, who should be the main beneficiaries. More than the saying of the time that agriculture is the base of the economy, Cabral clearly defended the notion that agriculture is the real economy of Guinea, for which it was important for the services to get close to the small farmers. It was in this way that the Granja de Pesub started to carry out tests and gain agricultural experience in the stations of Bula, Safim, Bijeen, Nhakra, and Prabis, making what nowadays is called trials in peasant setting as a form of testing its adaptability to different ecological conditions and farming systems of the agriculturalists. The FAO Agricultural Census Project, approved by the Portuguese government in 1947 and soon put in the drawer where it slept for more than 4 years, was quickly retaken by Cabral a few months after his arrival at Pesub, which he studies, plans, and executes. The census was, for him, not only a set of tables and numbers but also the possibility to read, comprehend, and act on the prevailing agricultural dynamic. This work allowed him to define in precise form the contribution of different Guinean ethnic groups to agricultural production, serving to this day after 60 years as a basis for understanding the production systems and farming practiced by them. In other words, the census made the agricultural services leave their ivory tower and land in the fields of the farmers, confronting them with the reality that they had to serve and make possible the search for solutions to their fundamental problems and the modernization of agriculture. The third was that of the interaction of Guinean farmers with those in the neighboring countries of the sub-region. Conscious that the reduced number of technical personnel and the constant lack of resources would hinder the realization of agricultural research that could bring useful and practical results to farmers, Cabral encouraged the coming to Pesub of various technical entities, such as the French Pedological Mission of Dakar, sugarcane specialists, entomologists, etc. The participation of Amilcar Cabral in the International Conference Groundnut Millet, realized in Bambey, Senegal, in 1954, where he presents a paper on Quimitas e Paugios no Ciclo-Cultural Mancaramil Heto, forest fires and fallow land in the farming cycle of groundnut millet, is eloquent proof of his strategy of researching the results of the experiments of older foreign stations, with greater numbers of technicians, and marking the presence and capacity of Guinean technicians in the scientific circuits of the sub-region, aspects that he considered determinant for the post-independence period. Internally, he started creating a nucleus of technical personnel who could guarantee the continuity and strengthening of these programs. Amongst them, two stand out. Bakar Kisima, agricultural monitor of the farm, is the first person he got close to and with whom he would create a friendship and confidence until the end of his life. Kisima was tall, strong, serious, slow to smile, and with whom Cabral would repeatedly have quarrels that they always overcame, because for Cabral the best form of being honest was to clearly tell the engineer his position and what he thought. Kisima never bent over backward and continued to be Cabral's friend and faithful to the peg, even after the coup d'état of Nino Vieira, when there was an attempt to erase Cabral from the history of Guinea-Bissau. Kisima ended up dying in 2012, forgotten and abandoned by his friends, but Kisima had remained loyal to Cabral more than anyone else. Julio Antao de Oliveira Almeida, a practicing farmer in the Granja, ended up being present at the founding of the PEG in Bissau, in September of 1956, and in the subsequent activities. He died in Portugal after independence in 1982. For 2.5 years, Cabral traveled all over Guinea, observing, studying, and writing on facets of Guinean agriculture. One can cite the study of forest fires and fallow lands in Folakunda. Determinant was the realization of the agricultural census, when, as head of a technical team, he contacted farmers, community leaders, young people, and women. He understood the different logic of thought and action of each ethnic group, its potentialities and weaknesses, and, above all, its most pressing priorities in the promotion of its way of life. In March of 1955, Cabral left Bissau in an Air France plane by order of the colonial political government authorities that accused him of exercising conspiratorial activities for the independence of Guinea. He was authorized to visit Bissau annually, which he took advantage of in 1956 in order to collaborate with other nationalists in the founding of the PEG on a day in September that later ended up being arbitrarily fixed as the 19th. Also in 1959, at 35 years of age, he came to Bissau in the year of the massacre at the port of Pinchigati, a determining moment for Cabral in his understanding that the conquest of independence would have to be obtained by armed struggle and not by the peaceful resistance for which he always strived. After he was expelled from Guinea, Cabral continued to develop his agronomical activity in Portugal and Angola, always dedicating himself to reflection on Guinean agriculture, published in the journal Agro of the Associação de Estudantes de Agronomia, Association of Students of Agronomy. He wrote, A agricultura na Guiné, algumas notas sobre as suas características e problemas fundamentais, agriculture in Guinea, some notes about its characteristics and fundamental problems. In 1960, stimulated by the independence of Guinea-Conakry, and for the no vote delivered to France in 1958, he decided to establish himself in Conakry, sure that it was the ideal place, especially because Senegal had decided to accede to independence. The vicissitudes that the guerrillas underwent in this country during the 11 years of struggle showed that his vision was correct. A few years before his assassination in 1972, conscious that the military victory was a given fact and would appear in the short run, he started to dedicate more of his time to the conception of the future state of Guinea-Bissau, maintaining agricultural reform as a key element. The stay in Conakry allowed him to identify the real dangers which the new country would confront in the post-independence period. The dangers included the attractions that the city of Bissau would have for many in the leadership of the guerrillas and the tendency for leaders to engage in intrigues and political plots. The other danger was the inevitable forgetfulness and gradual distancing of the leaders from the populations that had participated in the armed struggle. One of the ideas that Cabral was developing when he was assassinated was the creation of different governmental ministries, one in each of the regional capitals of the country. It would keep the leaders close to the citizens, forcing them to resolve the concrete problems of the people and diminish the risk of discades, he said, she said, sterile conflictuality, and political intrigue. It was a return to the agronomist thesis that the technicians and decision-makers should not lock themselves behind doors but should be close to the beneficiaries of their work. The agronomist thought of Cabral. Cabral's first great and decisive rupture with established concepts was made in the beginning, when he was still formulating his thesis in the Alentejo, in southern Portugal. At the time, he invigorated the principle that the advance of agriculture would be made exclusively through the introduction of new agricultural techniques. Later, they would come to designate this option as the technological package. Cabral, while recognizing the necessity to make use of alternative techniques, centers in man the challenge of the agricultural evolution. Colonial agriculture was based exclusively on the work of specialists in illnesses of the coffee tree, of the soil, etc., without agriculture being seen as a set of components in which the principal actor is the farmer, an active subject interested in his own evolution. Cabral breaks with the colonial model and integrates the human element, the farmer, as the determining element in the modernization of agriculture. The introduction of new agricultural techniques would be the answer to the problems experienced by the farmers. During these times, as a consequence of the dominant vision, farmers were easily blamed for the poor utilization of specialists' techniques, without understanding that the crux of the problem resided in the technicians not comprehending the real priorities of the farmers. It is curious to note that nowadays, technicians appear in Guinea-Bissau with a, ridiculously, opposite perspective, stating that technical innovations are not necessary, that the farmers need to be left to themselves, asserting that they have practiced farming for millennia and, therefore, already know everything they need to know. For Cabral, the modernization of agriculture was believed to start with knowledge of the agrarian systems and not from the compartmentalization of the disciplines of agriculture, where one runs the permanent risk of having a limited vision and ignorance of local challenges. Cabral espoused the thesis that one should simultaneously have a global concept of the challenges of agriculture and a realistic sense of responding with practical answers to the necessities of the farmers. In other words, it was these concepts that should determine the agricultural agenda, and not the strategies of the colonial metropolis, to determine mancara/peanut, cotton, coffee, cacao, etc., as the species to develop in the different colonies. Cabral was the first to question the system of agriculture based on monoculture. At that time it was mancara, which represented a danger to the economy as the annual crop price fluctuations in the external markets put the farmer in a situation of dependence, risk, and uncertainty. Monoculture also subjects farmers to the possibility of not having a financial alternative to meet their food needs in a bad agricultural year. Furthermore, in the case of mancara, monoculture provoked an irreversible degradation of the soil, especially through erosion. This consequence was not only true at that time, but it was also apparent in the post-independence period, where today Guinea-Bissau is condemned to monoculture that oppresses the cashew farmer. For Cabral, it was necessary to diversify production, to not depend only on one product. The importance of implanting a system of research popularization was assumed from the beginning of Cabral's activities as an agronomist. The transformation of the status of the Granja de Pesub into a center of agricultural experimentation, as well as the creation of a network of dispersed posts in the country for the realization of trials of varietal adaptation, proves the importance of the dynamic experimentation dissemination in the modernization of Guinean agriculture. It was in this form that the first results of the realized trials soon became shared and used. The dangers and limits of agricultural mechanization, Cabral refers only to motorization, not animal traction, were exhaustingly addressed in a 1953 text, since he was confronted immediately upon his arrival in Bissau with a thesis very much in vogue that attributed the backwardness of Guinean agriculture to the non-use of farm tractors. He called attention to various aspects of technical and socio-economic order, including that of the majority of agricultural soils, slopes and upland, being of shallow useful depth and with a tendency for erosion, so that the use of the soil for tractors could prove to be prejudicial. There existed the wrong idea that, with mechanization, the incomes of the farmers would increase, whereas the most that would happen was merely an increase in production. Thus mechanization starts by being a cultural question that demands from the farmer a relationship with the tractor and its engine, the need for maintenance, proper functioning, planning, programming, purchasing of spare parts, tractor drivers and mechanics, all of which takes time and consolidates itself gradually. Finally, the financial sustainability of the tractor is tied to its use in commercial farming, which could devastate the security of family farming production and consequently of the country. The indiscriminate recovery of bolanas, paddy fields, to increase the cultivated land and gain political dividends was challenged by Cabral, who held that the great issue facing Guinean agriculture was finding a way to increase the income of farmers, in order to have more production and not to risk only increasing the cultivated areas. In the recovery of the bolanas, the case is even more pertinent, since they require soils with specific characteristics, in particular acidity and salinity levels that render farmland unviable or low-yielding, not justifying the investment. He argued that it was pointless to try to recover paddy fields when the only result is the reduction of rice production. Curiously, to this day, this issue is still on the agenda, with decision-makers and financial sponsors showing up to invest in the recultivation of bolanas of doubtful value. The fight against the degradation of soils caused by cultivation practices that increased erosion, the choosing of crops that reduced the land's fertility, an increase in forest fires, and the reduction of the recovery time allowed for the fallow fields to regenerate the most fragile soils, was another struggle undertaken by Cabral. He conducted various local studies and wrote on the studies undertaken in Folakunda, in the Quinara region of southern Guinea-Bissau, insisting on the need for modifying farming techniques to contribute to the reduction of the risks of erosion and reinforce the land's fertility. It is interesting to note the environmental preoccupations of Cabral at a time when such concerns had not caught the world's eye, and his defense of a more advanced and holistic view of agriculture is still neither understood nor accepted by some fundamentalist ecologists. For Cabral, man is also nature, and as such is perceived as something that contributes to the denigration of environmental resources. Ironically, humans were also seen as indispensable to nature's preservation, according to the different systems of production and use that humans made of ecosystems. Environmentalist Cabral was noted especially for his reservations about mechanization and concern over soil erosion, uncontrolled forest fires, fallow lands, lack of collective cultivation, and a reduced practice of naturally fertilizing of the soils. He did not consider the farmer an anti-environmentalist that needed to be educated, a concept still defended today by developmentalists, but as the deciding factor in the productivity and health of agriculture. This set of theories, that Amilcar Cabral defended in a pragmatic way, shows to what extent he was an agronomist before his time. With him still around, the post-independence era would have been very different. The struggle for independence as an integrated development program. The way in which Cabral addressed the implementation of the agricultural census shares the guiding principles that drove him to the struggle for independence. In the census he was confronted with scanty human resources, a lack of logistical means, and sparse finances, but this did not impede him from moving forward with enormous success. In fact, he was so successful that even today, 60 years later, he remains the source for any serious information needed on the subject. Furthermore, the struggle initiated with scarce resources was equally a success, because it rested on the will, determination, conviction, and competency of those involved. Cabral conceived a strategy of valorization of the few resources that existed, conditioning the rhythm of advance and progress towards obtaining the largest increase that could be made. During the whole period of the armed struggle, This was a sacred principle for Cabral, consubstantiated in the watchwords, "Do not make a step bigger than the leg." Cabral opted for the gradual involvement, through phases, of the peasants in the evolvement of actions to the extent that the protagonists would acquire competencies and knowledge without ever being in a hurry to accelerate the rhythm of implementation and end up detaching themselves from the rural militants. He never pressed for a dynamic that burned bridges or that demanded of the peasants, the largest source of competence, activities for which they were not yet prepared, staking everything on their organization and capabilities. As happened in agriculture, the armed struggle started with simple actions, providing immediate results that excited and mobilized the participants, who would then go on to understand and assume the mechanisms of conception and decision-making, gaining organizational maturity that allowed them to assume new responsibilities. As happens in agricultural associations, it is important to have small, dynamic, and consequential leadership groups and not have plethoric militant directorates as a means of making everyone participate. When the group is large, the delegation of responsibilities starts pushing responsibilities to others, often resulting in the leadership becoming unbelievers and inconsequent leaders. Privileging the decentralized creation of various groups, according to their activities, in which the leaders will be involved by their engagement, stimulates capacity for teamwork, mobilization of human resources and pragmatic creativity in the conduction of actions, making territorial occupation more tenable. At the beginning, a process of innovative development is always small, so that Cabral was obliged to start small and to evolve gradually to end up with a large number of simultaneous, coordinated, and reciprocally potential initiatives. It would have served nothing to start at full speed, managing many initiatives at the same time, in a short time and without experienced local cadres, only to lose direction and fall into discredit. The decentralization of the action groups ensured that the best militants were quickly recognized and that they acquired greater power of initiative without being tied to a centralized and weighty structure. For a process of development to be independent, it should involve the most diversified foreign partners possible, for which he was never limited to the East, China, USSR, and others of the Warsaw Pact, sensitizing Western countries like Sweden and militant organizations in the United States, Germany, France, etc. Cabral, just as he was opposed to monoculture, relied heavily on a diversification that allowed him to guarantee the independence of thought and action of the PAIC, and to bypass the Sino-Soviet conflict, which occasionally avoided many serious problems. Although Amilcar Cabral had given, for obvious reasons, particular attention to the armed front, he conceived the struggle for independence as a process where all the components of human life, health, education, justice, trade, culture, local knowledge, international sensitization, infrastructures, and agriculture assumed equal importance. His training and practice as an agronomist certainly contributed to this perception that he did not desire militarists but armed militants, that is, reminding all that the weapons were only one circumstantial and that most important was the integral development of the country. The future came to show dramatically that Cabral lost his bet. If during the struggle he was the political commissioner who directed the military commander, a few years after independence, the soldier considered himself to be the only one responsible for the success of the armed struggle. So dramatic are the consequences, when Cabral always saw himself as a profoundly anti-militarist person. From the outset he tried to persuade the movement for independence to unfold in a peaceful way, without resorting to war. It was a position not accepted by Salazar, leader of one of the most retrograde dictatorships of Europe. Throughout the 11 years of war, he always reaffirmed his readiness to negotiate, since, as he always said, both sides speak Portuguese and could understand each other quickly. During the struggle, he reached the point of giving a rigorous order that the Ponte de Saltinho bridge, over the Corabal River, should not be destroyed, in spite of the military benefits that could be gained by the guerrillas in impeding a north-south linkage for the colonial troops. He justified this decision by asking, and after independence, where are we going to find funds for its reconstruction? Other agronomic works. Besides the work realized in Guinea-Bissau, Amilcar Cabral undertook agronomical activities in Portugal, Angola, and Germany, from March, 1955, when he and Maria Helena were expelled from the country after 2.5 years of intense work. There are numerous technical documents produced by Amilcar Cabral at the time, relative to those countries, having as objectives, to gain financial resources that allowed him to live with dignity, to practice his profession, earning new knowledge and experience, to await the moment to leap to the interior of Guinea-Bissau to pursue the struggle for independence, which he started to organize as soon as, finishing the course, he left for Bissau. Final note. After the liberation of Guinea-Bissau in 1974, I saw only one person, Luis Cabral, Amilcar's brother and the first president of the Republic, who understood Cabral's agronomist thought. He invested seriously in agriculture, launching numerous projects and constantly following up enthusiastically, as well as encouraging the technical actors. Examples include frequent visits to the Contaboil Rice Growing Center, where, besides the research introduced for the first time in Guinea-Bissau, there was rice cultivation during the dry season, as well as the public production company of hens and eggs. After him, no other president was interested or dedicated to the promotion and modernization of Guinean agriculture. Strategic and Foreign Policy Objectives. Richard A. Laban, Jr. Introduction. The period of the 1950s and 1960s in the world was characterized by intense Cold War rivalries, polarization, tensions, and a fearsome arms race for atomic weapons on the land, air, and seas. In Africa, this strategic battle was played out with proxy partners and strange alliances. Formally, the sides were drawn sharply between NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, founded on March 18, 1949, and the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet Union and Eastern European allies. Portugal, a colonial power and fascist dictatorship at the time, as well as a state formerly sympathetic to Nazism, was determined to join NATO. Officially, NATO equipment and training should have been relegated to European defense, but clearly, American funds, equipment, and training, seen with my own eyes, got into Africa, as that continent was perceived as a battleground for the proxy forces in the Cold War. This was the era of coups d'états, assassinations, armed insurgents in a variety of battles for decolonization, national self-determination, and anti-apartheid struggles, a time when logic, history, and ideology would suggest that the United States be on the side of liberation. Viewed in a Cold War lens, however, African anti-colonial movements, PAIG, Frelimo, MPLA, SWAPO, ZANU, ZAPU, and anti-racist, ANC, POC, 22 insurgents were seen as alarming terrorist threats. Anti-colonial wars in Southeast Asia were other major pivot points in world history at the time. History will judge these events. I first went to Africa in 1964 to work on a project building a school and teaching biology in Tanzania for refugees from South Africa, Mozambique, and Namibia. One of our neighbors was Dr. Eduardo Mondlane, Ph.D. Northwestern University, professor at Syracuse University, who was a founder and first president of Frelimo. Needless to say, he was an impressive man driven by the noble mission to decolonize Mozambique, Portuguese East Africa. I continued with my formal education in African Studies, MA from Temple in 1968 on Yoruba in Nigeria, PhD from Northwestern in 1973 on Nubians in Sudan. Inspired to carry on with liberation support work, I joined the Southern Africa Committee in New York as a staff writer. Each of us had a specific African nation as our assignment for monthly reporting on political and military affairs. It happened, partly because of the large Portuguese community in New England, that our contingent focused on Angola, Mozambique, Guinea, Cape Verde, and Portugal. Other staff writers wrote on Zimbabwe, Southern Rhodesia, Namibia, Southwest Africa, and South Africa. So it happened that I was assigned to cover the National Liberation War in Guinea-Bissau. In the fall of 1972, I worked with the New England PAIG Support Committee. I spoke publicly on the anti-colonial struggles and met with Gil Fernandez, who had graduated from the University of New Hampshire and become an activist for the pig. I arranged with him to go to Guinea-Bissau as a journalist in 1973 to cover the war. He indicated that I could meet Amilcar Cabral, PEG Secretary General, on that occasion. Actually, Cabral came to the United States in the fall of 1972 to speak at various forums, including Lincoln University, but since I knew I would meet him in person next year, I skipped that opportunity, to my lasting regret. Cabral was murdered on January 20, 1973, in Conakry. PEG Foreign Policy. The African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, PEG, was formed in 1956 at the height of Cold War polarization. The PEG was strongly opposed to apartheid and white settlers in southern Africa. Although Portugal was under the fascist rule of the Estado Novo governments of Salazar and Caetano and was sympathetic to the Nazis, it remained neutral in World War II, and later joined the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. These post-war years also saw widespread decolonization by England and France. In Guinea-Bissau the struggles were not simple, as there were political proxy rivalries and a lack of regional support. Guinea-Bissau's neighbors were unwilling to provide supplies and training for the PEG guerrillas. Senegal's leadership was cautious, given ongoing associations with France. Radical anti-colonial Guinea-Conakry was suffering from virtual paranoia because of coup attempts, repression, and invasions. Consequently, much of the early military training for the PEG was in the Maghreb. I understand that some initial military training for the PEG soldiers took place in Morocco and Algeria. Once the war was underway, training for FARP, regular armed forces, and FAL, militias, took place in the liberated zones. Advanced training for selected officers was in the Soviet Union, Cuba, and the People's Republic of China. PEG hoped that peaceful protest could lead towards decolonization, as it had elsewhere in Africa in the 1950s and 1960s. But this was not to be. The turning point was at the Pidjaguitai strike and massacre of August 3, 1959. After the deaths of an estimated 50 workers, the PEG determined that the path to freedom would be forged by protracted, armed struggle. They were joined also by the MPLA, Angola, Frelimo, Mozambique, and the MLSTP, Movement for the Liberation São Tomé and Príncipe, under the overall umbrella of the Conference of Nationalist Organizations. In the Portuguese colonies, gradually, small guerrilla units were turned into FAL, local militia forces, and FARP, regular army forces. The few initial weapons were replaced and expanded by 1966, with more small arms, light weapons, mortars, bazookas, small portable cannons, and 75mm recoilless rifles. This military technology came from the African Liberation Support Committee, the Soviet Union, and Warsaw Pact allies, China, and the Arab world. The Portuguese weapons came from the NATO allies. Tactics and strategies in the War of National Liberation. Despite a very long tradition of Guinean resistance to the Portuguese, with the last battle of colonial pacification as recent as 1936, there was no direct hope of defeating heavily armed Portuguese colonial forces. Consequently, a strategy of protracted insurgency was determined to be the only way forward. The colonial enemy would be worn down and vanquished by 1,000 stings of guerrilla insurgency, as inspired by Soviet, Chinese, Cuban, Vietnamese models. The military strategy of the Portuguese was essentially to secure the capital and the major towns and establish forward operating bases, FOB, to secure the borders and send out counterinsurgency patrols. This strategy might avoid the overextension of military resources and personnel, but over the long term it was a defensive strategy that had difficulty in taking the war to the insurgents. Politically, colonialism had lost legitimacy through the United Nations declarations on the rights of national self-determination. On the side of the PEG insurgency, the strategy was to create liberated zones in the rural areas that the Portuguese could not easily attack and be able to hold. The more these zones could be secured, the more local economy and health and educational services could be created to rival the skimpy provisions in these areas by the colonial administration. Certainly, in the historical rearview mirror, these two different strategies, played out over many years, almost guaranteed the final outcome. The tactics employed, however, would shape the winners and losers. Needless to say, the events that unfolded in the post-colonial period were a separate matter. The 1973 to 1974 turning points, the Battle of Gilge. By 1973, some 81,000 refugees fled to Senegal from the northern areas of Guinea-Bissau, and thousands had also fled from the south to Guinea-Conakry. The assassination of Secretary-General Amilcar Cabral on January 20, 1973, in neighboring Conakry, was a body blow against the organization he had founded. It is a tribute to his organizational skills and the structure of the PAIGC that the political and military battles could advance so significantly in the next few months, and that the War of National Liberation against colonialism went on to achieve its primary objective. Gains on the battlefield had already created tremendous pressures in the colonial capital of Lisbon itself. MFA, Movimento Forças Armadas. Officers sprang into action on April 25, 1974, and brought the 5 centuries of the Portuguese Empire tumbling down. One of the first major post-Cabral events was termed Operation Amilcar Cabral. This was designed to show the occupying forces that the insurgency was not going to be set back by the loss of their top leader. Luis Cabral, Amilcar's half-brother, and Aristides Pereira, the new Secretary-General, had to do something, and they took immediate action. After meeting with Luis Cabral in Dakar and riding down south with him to the Casamance, we met the PAIGC officials at Ziguinchor to prepare for a tour in the liberated areas of the Northern Front with 2 other journalists. We left Ziguinchor by truck and took the main road east towards Kolda. Getting off the truck, we walked into the heavy forest on the south side of the road. Thus, in June of 1973, I began a month-long walk across Guinea-Bissau, from north to south, on foot and by canoe. The issues, events, and context were defined, first of all, by the murder of PAIGC Secretary-General Cabral and the subsequent judgments and executions of his murderers. This is entirely another subject for analysis and consideration. Only 11 days after Cabral was killed, Ernestina Titana Silla was killed in combat in the Northern Front, on January 31, 1973. She was a leading member of the CSL, Superior Council of the Struggle. These grave blows against the PAIGC demanded a severe military response, so as not to lose the rapidly building political momentum on the battlefield. So it came to be that the FARP, People's Revolutionary Armed Forces, unit launched multiple attacks in February at Portuguese fortifications at Farim in the North Front and at Cataio, Cadique, and Guidage in the south. In March 1973, the Soviet Union introduced to the FARP units SAM-7S, surface-to-air missiles, that could be handheld and had heat-seeking offensive capacity to be used against jet aircraft and helicopters. In that month the Portuguese lost some 20 aircraft. Their air supremacy was, astonishingly, curbed in a short while. Amongst the losses was the celebrated Portuguese Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Almeida Brito, whose Fiat G91 was shot down at Medina Bow. In April, FARP units re-engaged with a renewed heavy attack at Guidage, and in May FARP soldiers struck again at Bula in the North Front and Cataio and Guidage in the south. On the 25th of the same month, FARP launched Operation Amilcar Cabral against the frontier fort at Gilge. With blow after blow, and using SAM-7S against Portuguese air power, this base was finally captured, with major Portuguese losses in life and war material. The fort of Gilge. Gilge was 500 meters, close to a quarter of a mile, on each side. It was densely encircled by rows of barbed wire. Generators electrified floodlights and motion detectors in the nighttime. The barbed wire fences were augmented by anti-personnel minefields. At each corner of the base there were heavy mortar emplacements. Dug-in subterranean bunkers provided protection for the soldiers and officers assigned to this forward operating base. At times there were also tanks, armored personnel carriers, APCs, and open military transport trucks for troops and crews to move from Gilj to the fort at Gadamail. Ammunition dumps were also dug in to store sufficient rounds and shells to the defending soldiers. Just outside of the barbed wire there was even a small airfield, and when I visited there was the wreckage of a military spotter plane. To top this off, there were field howitzers that could lob artillery shells towards areas where FARP units were believed to be massing or firing. This was not all. The Portuguese also employed many punitive measures, including counter-terror espionage, torture, collective punishment, terror and threats. I saw people with ears cut off, a pass system, parallel to apartheid, and aldeamentos, concentration camps for rural relocation. While not on the same scale as the Italian repression in Libya, it was torn from the same pages of brutal European colonial fascism in Africa. This stout defense was a challenge to FARP units, but multiple regional attacks were demoralizing to the beleaguered Portuguese, who felt more and more isolated. The next step was to cut off the Portuguese air support and supply with the use of the Soviet Estrela, SAM-7S. Supplies, air spotting and intelligence, and firing on FARP ambush and attack positions became more and more difficult for the Portuguese defenders. Then FARP brought their 60mm mortars, 80mm cannons, and small arms fire in a final blow against Gilj. The commanding Portuguese major at Gilj finally called for a full-scale retreat and attempted to flee to Gadamail on May 25, 1973. However, FARP engineers had anticipated this decision and the route they would have to take, so some 18 anti-tank mines placed along the escape road destroyed the exiting trucks and killed 26 Portuguese soldiers. From there I took a ride on one of the captured vehicles and then onto the border with Guinea-Conakry. After a long ride to the capital, I met Aristides Pereira in Conakry. He was still nursing his wounded wrists, injuries inflicted during his capture by the same assassins of Cabral. He indicated the spot surrounded by white stones where Cabral had fallen and Pereira had been kidnapped and taken by ship back towards Bissau, until he was rescued by a joint Guinean-Soviet rescue force. In June there were more attacks at Gadamail, followed by the Second National Congress, held in liberated areas, from July 18 to 22 of 1973 at Medina Bo. The decisions taken then and there led to the September 24, 1973, Declaration of Independence. The Portuguese governor, Antonio de Spinola, was relieved of his post. The ground was shaking, and on November 2, the United Nations called on Portugal to cease its military actions in Guinea-Bissau. The Portuguese were virtually in a state of shock and intransigence, so the FARP units of the PEG attacked Bula in the north and Bafata in the east on November 6, just to push their point that colonialism was over. Fellow Africans had no trouble in rising to this request, and on November 19, Guinea-Bissau was admitted as the 42nd member of the Organization of African Unity. The pressures for change mounted. At last, younger officers, though very tired from the endless colonial wars, seized power in Lisbon on April 25, 1974, in the name of the MFA, Armed Forces Movement, and not only toppled Portuguese colonialism in Africa and Asia, but brought about the fall of the fascist state of Portugal. After further negotiations in Angola, Cape Verde, São Tomé and Príncipe and Mozambique, Portuguese colonialism in Africa was done, and on September 14, 1974, Portugal's new MFA leaders recognized the new Republic of Guinea-Bissau. On October 15, 1974, the last Portuguese soldiers left Guinea-Bissau. The colonial era was terminated. In retrospect, this was the last major and decisive battle of 11 years, from 1963 to 1973, of war. On September 24, 1974, the PEG celebrated its first full year of national independence. Here are some notes from my diary entry. June 30, 1973 Saturday. At 19:30 we found a couple of people who said that a 30 minutes walk would bring us to Guilj, the recently fallen Portuguese post, visited by only 2 foreign journalists. We pushed on in the dark and reached this destination at 2000 making 11 hours of march today, and with 7½ hours of yesterday we marched 18½ HRS within 2 days. I won't say that it was exactly a pleasure trip. Thus tonight I am sitting at a Portuguese officer's table writing my notes. Although it is dark, it is very clear that the space, now defended by a big group, is very extensive with a great number of military structures and houses for civilians. It is pointless to write more now when tomorrow's light will permit much closer examination and photography. However, I just comment that this is a dramatic end to 3½ weeks of travel in liberated Guinea. Tomorrow night a pig truck will come and take us to Kanjamori, from there to Boke and Conakry for some cold drinks and hearty meals which I have savored in my mind these past weeks. We ate a supper of meat and rice which I devoured in quantities as great as the water I required. Then straight to bed. July 1st, 1973 Sunday. I didn't sleep because of noise and mosquitoes, but it didn't matter anyway since the captured Berliet, French, truck arrived at 0200. After some discussion it was decided that I could not remain, for security reasons, but might be able to return. The heavy military truck was loaded with Portuguese artillery shells and ammunition boxes to be taken to Kanjamori. At 0330 we left and very shortly came to the place where a series of 18 anti-tank mines had killed 26 Portuguese soldiers and which led to the demoralization immediately before the evacuation. We arrived at Kanjamori at 0530 It is a major and extensive pig base area defended by DCA, which has been shooting short bursts from time to time. There are Russian trucks and jeeps as well as the material captured at Guilj. This was to be a major turning point. Tragic, destabilizing events that unfolded in the coming decades were most disquieting after such a long struggle, but at least, now, Guineans could make their own mistakes and not have to deal with colonial rule ever again. Amilcar Cabral and Africana Critical Theory. Ryland Rebecca. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. We do not fall back on clichés or merely harp on the struggle against imperialism and colonialism in theoretical terms, but rather we point out concrete things. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes, or failures. Claim no easy victories. Amilcar Cabral, Revolution in Guinea. Introduction, Cabral, Critical Biography and Critical Theory. T. Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau Revolutionary, Amilcar Lopez Cabral, connects with and contributes to the discourse of Africana critical theory in several poignant, provocative, and extremely profound ways. First, it should be mentioned that although he did not start out or train as a philosopher, Cabral, according to the Nigerian philosopher, Olufemi Taiwo, 1999, bequeathed to us a body of writings containing his reflections on such issues as the nature and course of social transformation, human nature, history, violence, oppression, and liberation. Second, and as eloquently argued by the Eritrean philosopher, Tsneserekwa Burhan, 1991, Cabral's ideas led to action, i.e., actual cultural, historical, social, and political transformation, and ultimately revolutionary decolonization and liberation, and, therefore, represents the zenith of 20th century Africana revolutionary theory and praxis, p. 20. 23. Third, and finally, his writings and reflections provide us with a series of unique contributions to critical theory, which in the fashion of W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Claudia Jones, George Padmar, Ames Cesar, Leopold Senghor, Louise Thompson Patterson, Frantz Fanon, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Amory Baraka, Angela Davis, and Walter Rodney, amongst others seeks to simultaneously critique racist capitalist and racial colonialist societies. Cabral's biography has been documented by Mario de Andrade, 1980, Patrick Cabral, 2003, Ronald Chilcote, 1991, Mustafa Dada, 1993, Oleg Ignatieff, 1975, 1990, and Jacques Mikulik, 1983b, and, consequently, need not be rehearsed in its entirety here. That said, at this juncture what I am specifically interested in are those aspects of his life and legacy that impacted and influenced his contributions to Africana critical theory. As Cabral, 2003, observed in his pioneering work, Amilcar Cabral, Revolutionary Leadership and People's War, Cabral's revolutionary theory and praxis are virtually incomprehensible without critically engaging his gradual and often extremely interesting growth from nonviolent student militant to internationally acclaimed revolutionary leader. 24, born of Cape Verdean parents in Bafata, Guinea-Bissau, on September 12, 1924, Cabral's parents exerted an enormous influence on him. His father, Juvenal Antonio da Costa Cabral, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. The senior Cabral's family were landowners and, therefore, considered well-to-do by local standards. As a result, he was afforded a proper education, as with the other members of his family. Cabral, 2003, p.29. Juvenal Cabral had early ambitions to become a priest and was summarily sent to seminary in Portugal following a glowing stint in secondary school. It is not clear whether Juvenal's studies in Portugal awakened his sense of anti-colonialism and Africanity or whether it was the racial climate and rigid religious curriculum of seminary, but what is certain is that he became a politically conscious man who did not hesitate to speak his mind. p. 30. For instance, on one occasion he sent a letter to the Minister of Colonies deploring what he understood to be the complete absence of government assistance in alleviating the catastrophic effects of drought, going so far as to suggest several remedies. On another occasion he wrote an article expressing his disdain for the colonial government after a house collapsed in an overcrowded part of Praia, the capital of Cape Verde. He went further to criticize the inhuman conditions in which Cape Verdeans had to live because they were forced to flee the countryside and come to the already overcrowded city to find food and work. Cabral persuasively argues that it was Cabral's father who gave him his first lessons in political education, a point further corroborated by Dada, 1993, pages 139 to 140. Juvenal Cabral also instilled in Amilcar a profound sense of the shared heritage and struggle of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. He wrote poetry, polemics, and expressed an uncommon and long-lasting interest in the agricultural problems of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Juvenal, a renowned and well-respected school teacher, possessed a deep sense of intellectual curiosity and rigor, a respect for academic pursuits and for the written word, which he consistently stressed to Amilcar, amongst his other children. Cabral, 2003, p. 30. While it cannot be said that Juvenal Cabral was a revolutionary nationalist by any standard, it does seem clear that he may have planted, however nascent, the seeds of nationalism in the fertile soil of his young son's heart and mind. As it was with his father, Cabral's mother, Eva Pinhal Evora, was born on Santiago Island, Cape Verde. However, unlike his father, she was born into a poor family which stressed hard work and piety. If Cabral's father bequeathed to him political education, a love of poetry, and an interest in agriculture, then it can be argued that his mother provided him with a very special sense of self-determination, discipline, purpose, personal ethics, and an unshakable iron will. For a time, Mrs. Cabral made good and was an entrepreneur, the proprietor of a shop and a small penseo, hotel. When she and Juvenal Cabral separated in 1929, things took a turn for the worse financially. She lost her business and worked as a seamstress and laborer in a fish canning factory to support her family. Even still, her earnings were barely sufficient to feed the family and there were days when they went without food. Cabral, 2003, poignantly observes that though Amilcar's family did not starve like so many Cape Verdeans, they were very poor, p. 31. He went on to emphasize, Cabral never forgot the difficulties of his early years and later spoke of poverty as one of the reasons which had led him to revolt against Portuguese colonialism, p. 31. The hardships he witnessed his mother endure and overcome, caring for him and his siblings, undoubtedly influenced his views on gender justice and, most especially, women as cultural workers and revolutionary comrades in the national liberation struggle. Cabral, 1979, pages 70 to 71, 86, 104, see also Cabral, 2003, p. 107, 118, Campbell, 2006, Gomez, 2006, Erdong, 1979. Cabral and Cabo Verdeanidad, from innocuous anti-colonial student activism to revolutionary democratic socialist African nationalism. In discussing Cabral's early life, and especially the influence of his parents on him, it is also important to point out that he was homeschooled until the age of 12. Though he did not enter primary school until he was 12, Cabral is reported to have thrived on education, and from the very beginning he was clearly an excellent student. One of his former primary school classmates, Manuel Lehmann de Almeida, recalled that Cabral was by far the best student and that he passed his secondary school entrance exam with distinction. Cabral, 2003, p. 31. His school records support de Almeida's claims and lucidly illustrate that Cabral completed his studies at the Liceu by the age of 20, which would mean that he finished 4 years of primary school and 7 years of secondary school in an astonishing 8 years. During the last couple of years of his studies at the Liceu, Cabral became aware of the Cape Verdean literary renaissance and cultural movement commonly known as Cabo Verdeanidad, essentially Cape Verdeanness, which was primarily an outgrowth of the journal, Claridade. In many senses Cabo Verdeanidad was the Cape Verdean version of the Harlem Renaissance and Negritude movement, both of which strongly influenced its writers. 25 Cabo Verdeanidad was unique in that its writers for the most part broke with Eurocentric models and themes and, in a move that must be understood to be extremely bold for the time, turned their attention to Cape Verdean subjects, particularly ordinary people's life worlds and lived experiences, from drought to hunger, from migration to mild critiques of colonial miseducation, and from starvation to other forms of deprivation. Even so, more similar to the Negritude movement than the Harlem Renaissance, Cabo Verdeanidad was limited by its intentional aim at readers well versed in colonial history and culture. To make matters worse, it was essentially escapist, expressing an intense cultural alienation that did not in any way promote anti-colonial consciousness or decolonization, nonviolent or otherwise. Much like the early issues of Negritude's Présence africaine, then, Cabo Verdeanidad's Claridade explored ethnic, racial, and cultural politics in a vacuum, as opposed to connecting the intersections and political economy of ethnicity, race, racism, and colonialism, with the machinations of modern white supremacist capitalism. The first generation of Cabo Verdeanidad writers established their journal, Claridade, in the 1930s, but by the 1940s a new cohort of Cape Verdean writers founded the journal Certeza. The Certeza writers introduced two elements into Cape Verdean consciousness that foreshadowed the future emphasis on national liberation and national culture. The first element involved their critical calling into question of Portuguese colonialism in Cape Verde and an unswerving emphasis on the necessity for political action, though not necessarily decolonization, as later conceived by Cabral and his revolutionary nationalist comrades. For these writers, Marxism rather than neorealism provided their theoretical framework and political orientation. The second element, connected in several ways to the first, revolved around this group's stress on returning Cape Verdeans to the source of their history, culture, and struggle, Africa. 26 As we have witnessed with the writers of the Cabo Verdeanidad movement, at this time most Cape Verdeans understood themselves to be Europeans, and the Cape Verdean archipelago to be Portugal's most prized overseas islands. The Certeza writers went beyond the Claridade collective by unequivocally emphasizing their African ancestry and long-standing connections with continental African history, culture, and struggle. Ironically, Cabral had completed his studies and had left Cape Verde by the time this new movement was underway. However, he did keep track of it from abroad, and noted that it had the potential to lead to anti-colonial consciousness and an openness to nationalist ideas. In the autumn of 1945, at the age of 21, Cabral trekked to Portugal to pursue a 5-year course of study at the Agronomy Institute at the Technical University of Lisbon. He attended university on a scholarship provided by the Cape Verdean branch of Casa dos Estudiantes do Imperio, CEI, the House of Students from the Empire, a colonial government-financed social development center for students from Portugal's colonies. His scholarship remitted his tuition and supplied him with a very modest stipend of 500 escudos, which was later increased to 750 escudos. His meager stipend was, of course, not enough to live on, so Cabral tutored and took various odd jobs to supplement his income, all the while consistently maintaining the highest marks of his class. Even in light of all of this, Cabral found the time to participate in university affairs, metropolitan politics, and sundry extracurricular activities, most notably, the Radio Club de Cabo Verde, the Radio Club of Cape Verde, Comissão Nacional para Defensa do Paz, CNDP, the National Commission for the Defense of Peace, Lisbon's Maritime Center and Africa House, the Center for African Studies, CA, Movimento Anticolonialista, MAC, the anti-colonial movement, and Comite de Liberação dos Territórios Africanos sob o Domínio Português, CLDASP, the Committee for the Liberation of Territories under Portuguese domination. Indeed, Cabral was a multidimensional student activist, although an extremely cautious one. Data, 1993, contends that Cabral may have stayed clear of subversive politics, largely for cautionary reasons, perhaps for fear of losing his scholarship or being hounded by the Portuguese secret police, Polícia Internacional para a Defensa do Estado, PIDE, the International Police for the Defense of the State, the very same secret police who would, 2 decades after he earned his degree in agricultural engineering, mercilessly assassinate him, p. 141. Perhaps Cabral sensed his imminent future fate, but even still, harassed and hounded by the Portuguese secret police, he managed to graduate at the top of his class on March 25, 1952. This was a real feat, especially considering the fact that he was the only student of African origin in his cohort. Out of the 220 students who began the rigorous 5-year course of study with Cabral, only 22 were awarded degrees as agronomists or, rather, agricultural engineers. One of the students with which Cabral developed a lasting rapport was Maria Helena Rodrigues, a silviculturist who was born in Chaves, northern Portugal. One of only 20 women admitted in Cabral's initial cohort of 220 students, Rodrigues and Cabral became study partners and, after earning their degrees, husband and wife. With his studies completed and a new wife by his side, Cabral applied for a position in the Portuguese civil service and was ranked as the best candidate, but was denied the post because he was black. Cabral, 2003, p. 39. This insult served as a yet another reminder that Portuguese colonialism was inextricable from Portuguese racism. He then did what so many colonial subjects are forced to do when their dreams of escaping the hardships of their colonized homelands have been dashed. He returned to his native land convinced that he could make a special contribution to its development. In a word, he was doggedly determined to decolonize Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Cabral gained employment as a Grade II agronomist with the Provincial Department of Agricultural and Forestry Services of Guinea at the Estacao Experimental de Pesub, a research complex not far from Bissau. He was second in command and, from all the reports, seems to have thrown himself into an agricultural census of Guinea-Bissau commissioned by the Lisbon-based Ministry for Overseas Territories. It was through this massive undertaking that Cabral became intimately familiar with the people and land in whose interest he would soon wage a protracted people's war for national liberation. He began the study in late 1953, traveling more than 60,000 kilometers, and collecting data from approximately 2,248 peasants. By December 1954, he presented his and his team's findings to the colonial authorities. The report was subsequently published in 1956 as a 200-page document. It featured statistics and analysis pertaining to Guinea-Bissau's agricultural demography, which the colonial government promised the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization it would use to better grapple with droughts and famine amongst other issues besetting Guinea-Bissau. Cabral was afforded considerable expertise carrying out the agricultural census. In fact, Cabral went so far to contend that few 20th-century revolutionary and guerrilla leaders were in the enviable position of having such a specialized and detailed knowledge of the country in which they proposed to launch a people's war. P. 53, Forrest, 1992, Mendy, 2006. Along with his work for the colonial government, Cabral made many political contacts with both Cape Verdeans and Guinea-Bissauans. Many initially outright rejected his ideas on decolonization, but after he discursively provided examples, often with empirical and irrefutable evidence, example disenfranchisement, deprivation, starvation, lack of education, and violent government repression, usually over a prolonged period of time, i.e., usually several weeks or months, they were persuaded to seriously contemplate radical political alternatives as solutions to the problem of Portuguese colonialism. It is here that Cabral excelled, clandestinely making contacts with civil servants and entrepreneurs, as well as urban workers, peasants, and villagers. Initially Cabral was open to using every available legal means of bringing about an end to Portuguese colonialism. To this end, in 1954 he formed a sports, recreational, and cultural club for local youngsters, with the ultimate aim of using it as a front to promote nationalism, political education, and anti-colonial consciousness raising, as had been successfully done in British and French Africa. Alagi and Bolesman, 2010, Black and Nauruite, 1998, Darby, 2002, Kuniaditse, 2010. For instance, after a game of football, Cabral and his colleagues would retire to a more private place supposedly to discuss how each player could improve their skills. What really took place were intense and eye-opening discussions about African history, culture, and struggle, and the nefarious nature of Portuguese colonialism and racism. The club and its secret meetings gained considerable notoriety in and around Bissau and, as a result, were insidiously infiltrated by the Portuguese secret police's informers and swiftly terminated on government orders. Consequently, Cabral was forced to leave Guinea-Bissau and permanently banned from residing there again. He petitioned for, and was granted, annual visits to briefly see his mother and other family members. At this point the die was cast, and Cabral let go of any lingering hope that Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau could be liberated using the constitutional or legal decolonization path. It was, therefore, on one of his colonial government-sanctioned visits to Guinea-Bissau, on September 19, 1956, that Cabral, Luis Cabral, his brother, Aristides Pereira, Fernando Fortes, Julio de Almeida, and Elisu Turpin founded the Partido Africano de Independencia y União dos Povos de Guiné Cabo Verde, PAIUPC, the African Party for the Independence and Unity of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Later the name was slightly altered to Partido Africano de Independencia de Guiné Cabo Verde, PAIGC, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Over the next 17 years of his turbulent life, Amilcar Cabral would not only bring Portuguese colonialism to its knees and lead the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde to national liberation, but he would also reconstruct and redefine what it means to be a revolutionary nationalist and revolutionary humanist. Though there are many who argue that Cabral was not necessarily a theorist, and more a guerrilla leader and military strategist whose work is confined to the national liberation struggle of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, my work especially in Africana Critical Theory, 2009, and Forms of Phenonism, 2010b, challenges these assertions and illustrates several of the ways in which Cabral's organic intellectual life and political legacy continues to contribute to radical politics, critical social theory, and revolutionary movements, Africana or otherwise. 27 In social movements, 1768 to 2004, 2004, noted political sociologist Charles Tilly essentially argued that social movements are most often made up of ordinary people, rather than members of the politically powerful and intellectually elite, and it is these ordinary people, these organic intellectuals a la Antonio Gramsci's provocative work in his prison notebooks who collectively think, act, and speak in the best interest of, and in concert with everyday average people, the so-called masses. Gramsci, 1971, famously contended that all men are intellectuals, but not all men have in society the function of intellectuals, p.9. It is extremely important to emphasize this point, because neither the African masses nor the squalid shacks and shanty towns they have been callously quarantined to have been recognized for their intellectual activities and positive cultural contributions. Although one can speak of intellectuals, Gramsci declared, one cannot speak of non-intellectuals, because non-intellectuals do not exist. In point of fact, there is no human activity from which every form of intellectual participation can be excluded. Homo faber cannot be separated from Homo sapiens, which is to say, the primitive man, Homo faber, cannot be completely divorced from the evolution of the much vaunted wise man, Homo sapiens. Intellectuals do not simply inhabit college campuses and highbrow cafes, then, they can also be found in each and every country in Africa, including the villages, slums, ghettos, and shanty towns. Right along with men of taste, Gramsci included philosophers in his conception of organic intellectuals, contending. Each man, finally, outside his professional activity, carries on some form of intellectual activity, that is, he is a philosopher, an artist, a man of taste, he participates in a particular conception of the world, has a conscious line of moral conduct, and therefore contributes to sustain a conception of the world or to modify it, that is, to bring into being new modes of thought. 9. See also 3-43. 28. Africana critical theorists, and Cabral in particular, may not be understood to be philosophers in the Western sense of the term, but no mistake should be made about it. The Africana tradition of critical theory, a tradition predicated on the pronouncements and practices of continental and diasporan African organic intellectuals, is undeniably philosophical in that it articulates and actively helps to bring into being a new conception of the world and new modes of thought free from Eurocentrism, racism, sexism, heterosexism, colonialism, and capitalism, as well as other forms of modern and postmodern fascism and imperialism. Not knowledge for knowledge's sake, but knowledge for life and liberation's sake. Cabral, Africana Philosophy and Africana Critical Theory. Cabral presents Africana critical theory with several significant challenges. Particularly, his life work necessitates a fundamental rethinking of critical theory in general and, more specifically, the discourse and development of Africana critical theory. Cabral's thought serves as a cue and calls for a more concrete as opposed to abstract philosophy, an Africana philosophy of praxis, a historically nuanced, culturally grounded, and politically charged form of critical social theory that speaks to the special needs of continental and diasporan Africans. Eschewing the scholasticism and abstract system building of the bulk of European and European American trained philosophers of African descent, Cabral constantly developed accessible critical theories of the changing conditions of contemporary society, the prospects of Pan-African democratic socialist revolution, revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary re-Africanization, revolutionary nationalism, and revolutionary humanism. He was ever concerned to utilize theory, i.e., philosophy, as a weapon against imperialism, and to unite it with the emancipatory aspirations and efforts of his specific struggling people and racially colonized humanity as a whole. Cabral always admonished intellectual activists to be critically cognizant of our particular circumstances and situations, but, as revolutionary humanists, to remain open to learning what we can from the lived experiences and experiments, example social, political, and cultural experiments, of others. In his own weighted words, the experience of others is highly significant for someone undergoing any experience. The reality of others is highly significant for one's reality. Many folk do not understand this, and grasp their reality with the passion that they are going to invent everything. I do not want to do the same as others have done, nothing that others have done. This is a sign of ignorance. If we want to do something in reality, we must see who has already done the same, who has done something similar, and who has done something opposite, so that we can learn something from their experience. It is not to copy completely, because every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. There are many things which belong to many realities jointly. It is essential that the experience of others benefit us. We must be able to derive from everyone's experience what we can adapt to our conditions, to avoid unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. This is very important. Cabral, 1979, pages 49 to 50. In good dialectical fashion, Cabral suggested that we start with our own circumstances and situations, but maintain an epistemic and experiential openness, and be willing and able to appropriate and adapt the advances or breakthroughs of others as they pertain to our circumstances and situations, as these advances and breakthroughs could in many instances aid us in avoiding unnecessary efforts and sacrifices. He firmly warned us not to copy completely, because our lived reality, that is our concrete conditions and unique historical happenings, are distinct from those of any people in any other age. We are to always remember that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions. Here, this caveat should also be connected to Cabral's 1971, 1972, 1973, 1974, 1975, 1979, discussion of the plurality of African histories, cultures, and struggles. Indeed, Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to many problems, crucial answers to several critical questions, but contemporary critical theorists must be cognizant of the fact that Cabral and his comrades provided solutions to the particular problems they were faced with in their specific historical moment, as they were confronting the conundrums of an extremely particular, if not peculiar, form of racial colonialism, Portuguese colonialism. Cabral, 1972, critically contended. We, peoples of Africa, who are fighting against Portuguese colonialism, have suffered under very special conditions, because for the past 40 years we have been under the domination of a fascist regime. Portugal is an economically backward country, in which about 50% of the population is illiterate, a country which you will find at the bottom of all the statistical tables of Europe. Portugal is a country in no position at all to dominate any other country. p. 78, see also Da Ponte, 1974. Ferreira, 1974, Maintel, 1984, Moyer-Genud and Cahen, 2012. This means, then, that it is equally important for contemporary critical theorists, Africana or otherwise, to critically bear in mind that, however attractive Cabral's thought, no matter how fervently we believe it to speak to the special issues we are confronted with in the 21st century, his contributions to critical theory cannot provide us with the concrete and nuanced historical understandings necessary to develop revolutionary movements, that is, national and international liberation struggles aimed at altering the new and novel social and political problems of the present. There simply is no substitute for contemporary critical theorists practicing conceptual generation, no problem-solving proxy for our solemn development of new theory geared towards, not only gauging but changing contemporary societies, bringing into being a new humanity, new societies and, perhaps even, a new world culture and civilization grounded in and growing out of various trans-ethnic traditions of revolutionary decolonization, revolutionary humanism, revolutionary democratic socialism, critical multiculturalism, racial justice, gender justice, women's liberation, freedom of sexual preference, and religious tolerance, among others. However, even in light of all the critical observations above, I continue to believe that Cabral's theoretic strategic framework is extremely useful for those critical theorists concerned with, not merely colonialism, neocolonialism, and post-colonialism, but also racism, critical race theory, revolutionary nationalism, revolutionary humanism, re-Africanization, and the critique of capitalism and class struggles in contemporary society. His theoretic strategic framework, indeed, does offer critical concepts and innovative analytical categories. It does, in fact, provide a wide range of principles and prospects that make intelligible the constantly changing character of contemporary colonialism, capitalism, and racism. Further, it seems to prophetically prefigure and point to new, untapped types of revolutionary social and cultural movements, and even goes so far to suggest several distinct directions for future radical political struggle. Cabral's theoretic strategic framework is distinctive in that it audaciously challenges contemporary theorists to actually, ontologically speaking, be simultaneously critical and theorists, intellectuals and activists. It explicitly asks that critical theorists embrace the dialectical task of transforming themselves and their societies, which, once again, are situated in specific historical moments, with concrete conditions, and particular social and political problems. Corroborating Cabral and, in a sense, updating his thesis that every reality has its own questions and its own answers for these questions, the Ghanaian philosopher, Kwame Gyekye, 1995, has stated, philosophers belonging to a given culture or era or tradition select those concepts or clusters of concepts that, for one reason or another, matter most and that therefore are brought to the fore in their analysis. p. 7. These concepts and clusters of concepts are employed, insofar as specific philosophers understand them, to offer the most compelling and comprehensive means to alter contemporary societies and, even more, contemporary souls, following the fundamental thrust of Du Bois' contributions to critical theory. See Rebecca, 2007, 2008, 2010a. Gyekye, 1997, commented further. If one were to examine the cultural and historical setting of the intellectual focus, concerns, and direction of the individual thinker, one would be convinced, beyond doubt, that philosophy is a conceptual response to the basic human problems that arise in any given society in a given epoch. Such an examination would reveal that philosophers grapple at the conceptual level with problems and issues of their times, even though this does not mean that the relevance of their ideas, insights, arguments, and conclusions is to be tethered to those times, for, more often than not, the relevance of their insights and arguments, or at least some of them, transcends the confines of their own times and cultures and, thus, can be embraced by other cultures or societies or different generational epochs. In other words, a philosophical doctrine may be historical, that is, generated originally in response to some historical events or circumstances, without our having to look on it as historicistic, without our having to confine its significance simply to those times of history when it was actually produced. The fact that the philosophers who produced the ideas and arguments were giving conceptual response and attention to the experiences of their times needs to be stressed and constantly borne in mind. It was the problems of the time that constituted the points of departure for their reflective analyses. p. 19. Cabral impels Africana critical theory to consider the concrete conditions of philosophical settings, reminding us that it may be extremely useful to acknowledge and engage the fact that, and the manner in which, philosophy is inextricable from notions of, most especially, tradition, but also history and heritage as well. Another Ghanaian philosopher, Kwasi Wiredu, 1991, has asserted that the philosophy of a people is always a tradition, and that a tradition presupposes a certain minimum of organic relationships among, at least some of, its elements. p. 92. He went on to observe, if a tradition of modern philosophy is to develop and flourish in Africa, there will have to be philosophical interaction and cross-fertilization among contemporary African workers in philosophy. p. 92, See also Wired 1980, 1995, 2004. Inasmuch as it is reputedly a return to the history and culture of African peoples, Cabral's critical return to the source, suggests in no uncertain terms that Africana critical theory of contemporary society concern itself with the deconstruction of European-derived continental and diasporan African philosophical discourse, and the reconstruction of a decolonist and re-Africanized critical theory and praxis tradition. The deconstruction of European-based continental and diasporan African philosophy presupposes that modern workers in Africana philosophy, and Africana studies in general, have the conceptual and analytical skills and tools to undertake such an endeavor. Further, this endeavor, being nothing less than what has been aforementioned and outlined in the preceding paragraphs as Africana critical theory, must always and at its core as a critical self-conscious and critical self-reflective effort be willing and able to critique and correct its own subjective settings, concrete conditions, and insidiously inherited Eurocentric philosophical influences, as well as other imperialist intellectual influences, which in many, if not in most instances keeps it from doing what Guy Kai, 1997, amongst others, understands the fundamental tasks of philosophy to be, 1. Provide people with a fundamental system of beliefs to live by, 2. Determine the nature of human values and how these values can be realized concretely in human societies, 3. Speculate about the whole range of human experience by providing conceptual interpretations and analysis of that experience. Necessarily doing so not only by responding to the basic issues and problems generated by that experience but also by suggesting new or alternative ways of thought and action, and, 4. Offer conceptual responses to the problems posed in any given epoch for a given society or culture, pages 15, 23, 24, 27. To speak of an Africana critical theory in the contemporary moment means nothing less than speaking of, and actively engaging in, the critique, appreciation, appropriation, and disruption if need be of hitherto traditional or, even more, abstract academic and Eurocentric, European-influenced forms of continental and diasporan African philosophy and conceptual generation. As Cabral's critical theory suggests, the engagement of any form or field of knowledge should always and ever be, not for scholasticism, abstract system building, or simply nostalgia's sake, but in the interest of real, live, suffering and struggling women, men, and children, in a word, not knowledge for knowledge's sake, but knowledge for life and liberation's sake. Again, Guy Kai offered Africana philosophers advice: philosophical knowledge and insight should benefit the society as a whole, not merely the philosophers personally, p. 18. As philosophers of African origin and descent continue to rescue and rediscover, as well as critically engage and re-interpret various philosophical systems and traditions, we must be vigilant, remaining consistently conscious of the fact that no matter which form or field of philosophy we feel compelled to engage, it is our solemn duty, as philosophers, even more, as organic intellectuals and critical theorists of contemporary society, to do so in the revolutionary spirit of Amilcar Cabral. As well as W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Claudia Jones, George Padmar, Aime Césaire, Leopold Senghor, Louise Thompson Patterson, Frantz Fanon, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, and Walter Rodney, amongst others seeking solutions to the enigmatic issues of our epoch, always and ever, willing and able to criticize and offer alternatives and correctives to contemporary crises and conundrums. Asterisk bibliographic references can be found in the select bibliography in section 8. Employing Amilcar Cabral in the present. Nigel West Moss. So say the elders, the deeds of a man are greater than the details of his birth. Moss, a proverb. The year 2013 marks the 40th anniversary of the assassination of the Guinea-Bissau revolutionary and intellectual Amilcar Cabral. Like murdered leaders and activists everywhere, he left an influential ideological and political legacy in revolutionary struggle and organization. Cabral was a poet, agronomist, fighter, and theorist, one who approached life dialectically. On the one hand he was an intellectual and theorist, on the other, he was an organizer and unifier. 29. He was also a significant and brilliant military strategist who fought a successful war of liberation from the Portuguese. In spite of his relatively short lifetime, Cabral's many speeches, books, and key defining themes testify to the significant body of political wisdom his legacy provides. While the main foundation and detail of the content is relatively unknown, his work, while mainly situated on the struggle in Guinea-Bissau and African liberation, left us powerful lessons on revisiting our ideas on organization and theory. In the significant body of revolutionary theory and practice, Cabral embraced certain memorable phrases that address larger and deeper issues. These titles, found in his important published work, include Return to the Source and Weapons of Theory, and proffer much for progressives today. In many respects, Cabral was in advance of his time in political culture, addressing strengths and weaknesses of the personal and political pursuit of collective leadership, and in demonstrating magnanimity in releasing prisoners of war of the Portuguese state. Cabral wrote in the context of 1960s and 1970s, but his wisdom remains pertinent even as the era of the mass political and social movements of all shades and types, either in the form of Lula's Brazilian trade union movement or guerrilla warfare participants such as Cabral's own PAIC, have either dimmed or retreated from the prevailing shock of globalization and the predominant position of international capital. Meanwhile, the shining cities, the favelas, dungles, and the old hamlets of indignity and poverty, are as present as ever. Few now address global poverty as a phenomenon originating in the ideological and structure of world capitalism. Poverty is relegated to the problem of the individual. Strident anti-colonialism and anti-imperialism have receded, been sidelined, or disappeared completely from the public narrative as active challenges to global capitalist supremacy. New forms of global psychological warfare and hegemony are being waged against the undeveloped world and leftist organizations, or against isolated labor and political struggles. Now the era of celebrity humanism, the lone redeemers, and the important but insufficient charitable war on poverty, no substitute for social justice, is upon us. I contend that you can find the broad span of Cabral's ideas in several constructive themes. One is Cabral's practical application of context for any struggle. Many progressives have been prone to the unchanged catchphrases and jargon of the formal left. World reality is more multifaceted and requires, as Cabral once stated, strong doses of reservations about the systematization of phenomena. 30. In reality, he argues, the phenomena don't always develop in practice according to the established schemes. 31. This advice is very, very crucial in the present. It is almost tautology to affirm that the world has changed since the Cabral era. Socialism and national liberation struggles have failed to come to terms with the new present. The truth, as Cabral would concur, is complex. It is likely that the present world conjuncture has more to do with the combination of global capitalist hegemony, the import of novel social and political context, and the accretion of errors made by the global left in countering the rise of capitalism. One of the most important points Cabral consistently made is the need for vigorous and bold reappraisal and assessment of the strengths of both the philosophy and political praxis of modern social movements. We base our struggle on the concrete realities of our country. We appreciate the experiences and achievements of other peoples and we study them. But revolution or national liberation is like a dress which must fit to each individual's body. Naturally, there are certain general or universal laws, even scientific laws, for any condition, but the liberation struggle has to be developed according to the specific conditions of each country. 32. Noted author and activist Arundhati Roy writes of the new philosophy of capitalism and ways in which social and political movements of justice and equality have been sidelined, incorporated, disbanded, or misrepresented with the power of global capital. Corporate endowed foundations administer, trade and channelize their power and place their chessmen on the chessboard, through a system of elite clubs and think tanks, whose members overlap and move in and out through the revolving doors. Contrary to the various conspiracy theories in circulation, particularly among left-wing groups, there is nothing secret, satanic, or Freemason-like about this arrangement. It is not very different from the way corporations use shell companies and offshore accounts to transfer and administer their money, except that the currency is power, not money. 33. Newer assessments of the strengths and weaknesses of the liberation struggles of the past and present have never been more critical. Another page from Cabral's philosophy is crucial here. In one of his many memorable insights, Cabral argues that the leadership of the liberation movement must have a clear notion of the value of the culture in the framework of struggle and a profound knowledge of the culture of their people, whatever the level of economic development. 34. This reappraisal also extends to the enemy. For too long the organized left has examined the imperial world as static formation. Using what I would describe as Cabral's flexible weapons of theory, the focus of modern-day progressives and leftists should bear in mind some requirements, not necessarily on order of priority, of the present time. First is to build links and allies across the previously dogmatic division and ideological lines in the sand and update their responses to local and global forces of conservatism. Second is to be aware and open to the new social media and its potential in attracting modern youth. Third is the necessity for conscious appreciation of the intersections of race, class, and gender, and the need to proceed with the active, acknowledged parity of these areas in the assessment of social and political life in any part of the globe. In his own fight against Portuguese racism, Cabral afforded his own take on the struggle against race. In combating racism, we don't make progress if we combat the people themselves. We have to combat the causes of racism. If a bandit comes to my house and I have a gun, I cannot shoot the shadow of the bandit, I have to shoot the bandit. Many people lose energy and effort, and make sacrifices combating shadows. We have to combat the material reality that produces the shadow. 35. Fourth is the obligation to unearth new and creative ways of highlighting poverty and other social ills that progressives and revolutionaries have always challenged. In like vein, we require uncommon ways of restoring and raising public consciousness about social exclusion and local and global poverty. Recall the lessons of history. Progressives must apply pressure, no matter how seemingly innocuous. In the 19th century, Victorian reformer Charles Booth's creative demographic of London poverty provided the anti-poverty forces with a boost at a time when mass immiseration was largely ignored. 36. Today the technology of social media at the disposal of the progressive movement is far more favorable than in the Victorian era. In the age of a dominant Western political and cultural narrative, it is likewise crucial to draw on contradictions in the system rather than attempting to transmit pure ideological messages and universalized responses to everything. In other words, avoid the pitfalls of what is described as the incoherent left. 37. Here even the use, by example of method, of comparative humor is instructive. The Daily Show's Jon Stewart's intelligent technique of the use of the enemy's voices, especially Fox News, or statements to highlight their own contradictions, could well be studied by the left. One critic offered the notion that alternative journalism, one that uses satire to interrogate power, parody to deconstruct contemporary news, and dialogue to enact a model of deliberative democracy, 38 would be a powerful tool in the hands of progressive forces. Finally, there is need for caution against the dangerous assumption that the global imperial and neoliberal rule is implacable, unyielding, and immune to defeat. There are many cracks in the empire, and more will appear. Sometimes history unfolds in a black swan moment. 39 New forces are emerging in different forms and places. They are not viewed as a universalistic solidified whole. As witnessed in Latin America, the African continent and Asia, new social and political movements have emerged to challenge neoliberal capitalism and imperialism. On the 40th anniversary, let the last words go to Cabral. You see therefore the importance of knowing our reality and of knowing also all the realities. It is for us to know where ours is among the others, for us to know our total strength and our total weakness. Only in this way we can see the actual situation. 40. References. Cabral, Patrick, 1983, Amilcar Cabral, Revolutionary Leadership and People's War. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Return to the source. Selected speeches by Amilcar Cabral. 1973, New York, Monthly Review Press. Amilcar Cabral, Unity and Struggle, Speeches and Writing. 1979, New York, Monthly Review Press. Chilcote, Ronald, 1984, The Theory and Practice of Amilcar Cabral, Revolutionary Implications for the Third World. Latin American Perspectives, Issue 41, Vol 11 No. 2. Revolution in Guinea. Selected texts by Amilcar Cabral, 1969, New York, Monthly Review Press. Arundhati Roy, 2012, Capitalism, A Ghost Story. Outlook India, March 26. Jeffrey Baim, The Daily Show and the Reinvention of Political Journalism paper presented at the 3rd Annual Pre-APSA Conference on Political Communication, Chicago, 2004. Gitlin, Todd. The Incoherent Left, 2011, Chronicle Review. Sons of the Soil. At First Glance, The Revolutionary from Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, Amilcar Cabral, and the Portuguese Nobel laureate and novelist, José Saramago, have at least one thing in common. The obvious thing that they share, of course, is their politics. They are both, in their own way, radical leftists. Saramago was an avowed communist. Some critics deem his communism to have been libertarian, others dubbed him an unflinching communist, still others considered him an anarcho-communist. Saramago joined the Communist Party of Portugal in 1969 and remained a member until his death in 2010. Cabral, of course, was the founder and leader of the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea Cabo Verde, PAIGC, in his colleague Mario de Andrade's terms, for Guineans and Cape Verdeans, he is the founder of the nation and the guide. 41 Cabral was a radical socialist, a socialist deeply rooted in the struggles of his people, in Africa, and, as his two addresses to the United Nations, 1962 and 1972, make clear, an African socialist with a global sensibility. Cabral's is an internationalism that begins, saliently, in no less a place than the imperial center, Portugal. I wish to reaffirm my people's solidarity, he says in his second address before the United Nations, not only with the fraternal African peoples of Angola and Mozambique but also with the people of Portugal, whom my people have never equated with Portuguese colonialism. 42 No surprise, of course, that Cabral would declare his solidarity with those in Angola and Mozambique, not only because they too were struggling against Portuguese imperialism but because he knew from his days as an activist agronomy student in Lisbon the likes of Agostinho Neto, the first president of a sovereign Angola, who became MPLA president in 1962. Cabral also worked in Angola as an agronomist, and Eduardo Mondlane, Mozambique Frelimo president from 1962 until his assassination in 1969. Salient, however, is Cabral's, in the name of the PAIGC's, insistence that the dictator Antonio de Oliveira Salazar's Portugal must not be mistaken for the Portuguese people. The Portuguese people must be distinguished from the pluricontinental Portugal of Salazar's imperial imagining, the Lusitanismo Luso-tropicalism that Salazar intended to recapture the glorious, ghostly imperial past, a past Saramago so pithily mocks in Raised from the Ground, R.G. Weep, O Souls of da Gama, Albuquerque, Almeida, and Naranjo, all Portuguese viceroys in India in the 15th and 16th centuries, Saramago, 319. However, the real bond which will also be revealed to be a real difference between Cabral and Saramago, at least, the Saramago of RG, is a fundamental one. As this essay will show, Cabral and Saramago, who traces his lineage to landless Azinhaga, Ribatejo province, peasants, are men of the soil, thinkers produced out of an autochthony that is intensely rooted in the land of their various countries. This essay uses Saramago's RG to show Cabral's close bond with the soil in the moment of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde's struggle against Portuguese imperialism, because although the novel covers a longer historical span, roughly the period of Salazar's dictatorship, 1932–74, it coincides with some of the key moments in the PEG's campaign for sovereignty. Also, RG evokes those moments through a telling, but not complete, alienation. RG's is a Portuguese hinterland, but not one entirely removed from revolutionary developments in Africa. The PEG's campaign, as we will see, is unobtrusively present in Saramago's latifundio, those large, baronial estates owned by an exploitative and repressive landed gentry. The struggle in West Africa haunts, in paradoxical ways, the Portuguese political imagination. On the one hand, it is used to threaten the local populace. During one small act of resistance by the latifundio's peasants, church, represented by the craven Father Agamedes, the Roman Catholic Church numbers amongst Saramago's chief political targets, and state joins forces. Tell him your story, Agamedes urges João Mautempo, the central figure in RG's main peasant family. If you don't, the inspector will pack you off to Tarrafal, Saramago, 240. Tarrafal was a place of terror for both PEG partisans and latifundio peasants, because it was a prison facility in Cape Verde, known as the Camp of Slow Death, where Salazar sent opponents of his regime. The invocation of Tarrafal was intended to instill fear in Mautempo, no matter that he had no political story to tell the inspector. On the other hand, the specter of the PEG induces a political anxiety in the landowners, so much so that latifundio peasant resistance can only be understood in terms of the revolution taking place in Africa. News comes that there has been an attack on the barracks of the 3rd Infantry Regiment in Beja. Now Beja is not in India or Angola or Guinea-Bissau, it's right next door, it's on the latifundio, Saramago, 320. The MPLA or PEG attacks on Portuguese forces in Africa have transmuted the latifundio's peasants into a kind of internal front. The attack on the Portuguese state from within by those who, although they have their own historic axe to grind, acquire a revolutionary patina, appropriate or not, from without. The effect of revolutionary Africa's intrusion into the latifundio castes, as this essay argues, the Portuguese peasants into the shadow of their PEG counterparts. And, in the period that the novel covers, there is a certain truth to the identified in that characterization. RG was first published in 1980 and translated into English in 2012. But in our moment a very different situation obtains, beginning with the fact that since the country became independent in 1974 no elected leader, beginning with the ouster of Luís Cabral in November 1980 in a coup by João Bernardo Vieira. Bernardo Vieira returned to power in 2005 after having been driven into exile, to Portugal, by the military 1999, has served out his term. After the coup of 1980, Cape Verde broke with Guinea-Bissau and became independent. In some ways, Guinea-Bissau, much more so than Cape Verde, which has a relatively stable system of government with a good economy, is an old and familiar post-colonial tale: massive failure of the state, corruption, graft, intense internecine battles arising from the mobilization of ethnic identities. In just the past 4 years, there has been military unrest, 2010, a failed military coup, 2011, a military coup, April 2012, preceded and followed by highly partisan external intervention. Currently, the principal actors in this ongoing conflict are Guinea's regional neighbors, on one hand, Senegal, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, sometimes in the guise of ECOWAS, and the country's longtime Lusophone associate, Angola. In other ways, Guinea's failures are signal. It has become one of the prime redoubts for drug cartels from Latin America, and the cartels own a significant amount of property in the capital. Here the Angolans, who have historic links to the PEG, are massively culpable. The long-standing relationship between Bissau and Luanda has seen Angolan elites profit immensely from their various investments in Guinea, profits from dubious sources that the PEG has, to say the least, done nothing to discourage. In a dozen or so years, under the leadership of the PEG, Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde drove out the Portuguese and founded a sovereign state. Today, sometimes under the leadership of the PIG and sometimes under the auspices of the opposition, Guinea-Bissau is considered synonymous with narco-trafficking, obliterating its revolutionary past. Not entirely unusual in post-colonial Africa, but still noteworthy. Only one thing has remained constant, or remains from the revolutionary past. As the country has lurched from crisis to crisis, one name, and one name only, is deemed worthy of invocation: Amilcar Cabral. Never more so than in the crisis that began in 2012 and shows little sign of abating. In a strange and uncanny way, Cabral and Saramago find themselves bonded by events in 2012, years after their deaths separated by almost 4 decades, Cabral, 1973, Saramago, 2010. In 2012, just months after the military coup in Guinea, Saramago's RG was translated into English, so that the magnificence of Cabral and the PIG struggle is animated anew, heard, we might say, as if for the first time, so that Cabral's name is addressed to us once again, with echoes that have deadly reverberations. In the crisis that follows the coup, Cabral's name returns, yet again, to haunt, and maybe even, one can only hope, inspire the people of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde again. To struggle, again, to struggle as they have never struggled before. A luta continua, continua. Is that what this uncanny coincidence of revolutionaries is urging? To turn their native land into something might be worthy of an earlier, still resilient imagining? Names that survive, names that require fiction. Comparing the latifundio with the sea is as useful as it is useless. If we disturb the water here, the water all around will move, sometimes too far away to be seen. José Saramago, raised from the ground. These Africans were seen by their own efforts to have wrecked the 40-year-old dictatorship of fascist Portugal and destroyed the Portuguese Empire. Basil Davidson, Introduction, Unity and Struggle, Speeches and Writing, Amilcar Cabral. Cabral turns, if such a phrase might be permitted, to the land because the Marxist mode of struggle building an organization based on the urban proletariat proves itself inefficacious for the PIG's campaign against Salazar's forces. The massacre at Pijiguatai, in which some 50 dock workers from Bissau were killed and more than 100 wounded, not only showed Cabral that there was no question of choosing between a peaceful struggle and armed combat, but that for the armed struggle, it was necessary to have a solid political base in the countryside. Cabral, Second Address, 16. In its own way, this is classic Marxism of the 18th Brumaire variety. Men do not make history under conditions of their own choosing. Cabral converted necessity, and the lessons of the bloody Pijiguatai encounter, into a theoretical principle, to start out from the reality of our land to be realists. Cabral, Unity and Struggle, 83. Cabral's both is and is not an exercise in realpolitik. The PIG struggle must start from the land because the great economic strength in our land lies basically in the countryside, Ibid. Organizing the rural populace, however, presents a serious political challenge, if one that is ripe for Marxist pedagogy. It had not been easy to convince the peasantry that they had an objective interest in joining the national liberation struggle, when their outlook was limited to a simple understanding of the difference between the price and the value of their produce. Andrade, 33. The PIG proved equal to this task, because by 1972, a decade after beginning their revolutionary campaign, 10 years is a short interval in the history of a people. Cabral could declare to the UN that it controlled more than 2/3 of their national territory, in no small measure due to the party's ability to not only draw the peasantry into its ranks but also build the PIG around it. Cabral, 16. What Cabral comes to understand is that the reality of the situation is a simple, yet easily overlooked, one. The land must not only be inhabited, farmed, lived on, by Guineans and Cape Verdeans, it must be acquired, the land must be brought, struggled, into sovereignty. By itself, the land is, through struggle, the land is made sovereign. Cabral is at his intellectual best when theorizing the notion of struggle in its relation to unity. Unity is a means towards struggle, it is not necessary to unite all the population to struggle in a country, a certain degree of unity is enough. Once we have reached it, then we can struggle. Cabral, Party Principles and Political Practice, 69. Only through struggle for the land can Guinea and Cape Verde become sovereign. Cabral explains dialectically, unity for us to struggle against the colonialists and struggle for us to achieve our unity, for us to construct our land as it should be, Ibid 70. To construct our land as it should be is a politically freighted phrase. It expresses the desire for sovereignty, the construction of the land of Guinea and Cape Verde as it should be to make of this land an independent state. It is also, of course, a declaration of independence. This land will be made as it should be, and in this way it is a final rather than a warning shot across the bow of Portuguese colonialism. The Africans of the Portuguese colonies will destroy Portuguese colonialism. It may be the last colonial regime to go, just as it is the last in terms of technical and economic development, and the last to respect the rights of man. But its days are surely numbered. Cabral, Portuguese Colonial Domination, 65. And numbered they were, those days. As Davidson recounts it, the dictatorship's end could be traced directly the success of the Pake revolutionaries. In April, 1974, the Portuguese officers of the Movimento SAS Forças Armadas, MFA, overthrew the dictatorship on the dual slogan of decolonization and democratization. Some of the most active of these officers, as they bore witness then or later, had learned their politics of liberation from the example of the Pake. The colonist peoples and the people of Portugal are allies, declared the Assembly of the MFA officers of Guinea-Bissau in a unanimous statement of June 1974. The struggle for national liberation has contributed powerfully to the overthrow of fascism and, in a large degree, has lain at the base of the MFA, whose officers learned in Africa the horrors of a fruitless war, and so have understood the roots of the evils which afflict the society of Portugal. Davidson, 19. Through its struggle the Pake made the rights of man philosophically available to the Portuguese people. The effect of the revolution in Africa was to enshrine democratic rights in Portugal. It does not matter where the revolution starts, its benefits are like the waters of the latifundio, sometimes felt in places too far away to be seen. For RG's peasants, however, the MFA's slogans have a hollow ring. To begin with, they are suspicious of how the Carnation Revolution, so called because the Portuguese people threw red carnations at the soldiers to show their support for the overthrow of the dictatorship, has conceived itself. What kind of name is junta for a government? There must be some mistake. Saramago, 349. More importantly, there are no material effects that improve the lives of the latifundio's peasants. There is no work. What kind of liberation is this? People are saying that the war in Africa is nearly over, and yet the war on the latifundio rages on. Saramago, 354. RG writes a radical role reversal. Despite Cabral's assassination by PIDE agents, liberation has come to Africa. The war on Alentejo peasants, however, continues unabated. Salazar or no, Carnation Revolution or no. When Saramago writes, they preach democracy and equality, and yet when I want work, there is none. Tell me, what kind of revolution is this? He is not posing a question. He is issuing an indictment, one that is audible in Lisbon and Bissau, Porto and Praia, familiar to both the post-colonial and those on the latifundio come late to post-imperialism. Saramago, 354. This indictment, however, applies more to Portugal than to Guinea or Cape Verde. That is because while Cabral and the Pake was radicalizing its peasantry into a liberating force, Alentejo peasants appear to be locked into a timeless, unending servitude. There is for them, especially the Mautempo, bad weather, clan at the center of RG, their radical proclivities, restrained in Joao's case. More explicit in his son Antonio's, notwithstanding, a sense of perpetual burden. The Alentejo peasants stand outside history, particularly the history of their own county. The way things were before and during Salazar's republican dictatorship is almost indistinguishable from their revolutionary present. In this way, Saramago captures their survivalist tendencies best through the Mautempo's autochthony, the land shared out between the largest and the large, or, more likely, joining large with large. It took centuries to get this far, who can doubt it will always be the same? Saramago, 4. This far, as the Carnation Revolution proves, isn't very far at all. The latifundio is home to generations who have barely survived. Here they all are, the living and the dead. Saramago, 363. It becomes possible, because of how Saramago is aware of the world outside the latifundio in ways that the Alentejo peasants are not, to detect uncanny echoes that bring Cabral to mind, in this moment 50 years after his death, because of the revolutionary's afterlife, because of how he continues to haunt us, continues to live as a figure for political thought amongst us. Some lives are erased more completely than others. Saramago, 340. In this regard, the resilience of the life Cabral's accomplishment is that his life, his name has not been erased. It has survived him. It survives him, ever more audibly, perhaps with an unspeakable nostalgia, every time a political crisis takes place in his native land. Some names cannot be erased, no matter how many crises afflicts Guinea and Cape Verde, no matter how many times the PAIC and its Cape Verdean successor, PAIC, fails its founder, S. For those such as the Mautempos, based on Saramago's own family's experiences, a very different case obtains. It requires Saramago's fiction to restore life to those who endured, just barely, on the latifundio, through the monarchy, Salazar's brutal republic, and the false promise of the junta. It is fiction, more than history or the revolution, that can honor both the living and the dead, because the life of the latifundio, as RG shows, has no end. Saramago's work is to raise the living and the dead from the historical dust into which they have been ground, to ensure that the lives of these people, small and disparate, who came with the land, is not completely erased. Saramago, 4. The work of fiction is, as RG's narrator says, to find another way to speak of all this, to restore the lives of the Alentejo peasants to the history of their own country in the ways that the peasants of Guinea and Cape Verde claimed their history from Portuguese colonialism. Ibid. Theory of concentric circles. If history might be understood as a theory of concentric circles, the world changes, always outward, leading from, say, one small event to a still larger one, then this is a theory that Saramago inverts in RG. In reading Saramago and Cabral together, it becomes clear that for those on the latifundio change occurs only sporadically, and then at a glacial pace. Substantive change takes place or begins far away from the latifundio, its ripples felt amongst the peasants of Alentejo as the pernicious mark of their exclusion from the events that affect their own country. The war on the latifundio rages on, and on. The world, Africa in particular, that is supposedly far away, is changing more quickly than the latifundio. At least more visibly than the Portuguese hinterland that is Alentejo. In Guinea and Cape Verde, Angola and Mozambique, the old imperial order has been toppled, the world has been stood on its head. In Alentejo the same people continue to dictate the laws of the latifundio so that the same people obey them. Saramago, 354. What does it matter then that João is an incipient Marxist, that his son Antonio and his son-in-law Manuel Espada are more forthright in their opposition to the land barons, and that his granddaughter Maria Adelaide promises even more? These people, with whom Cabral has no quarrel, are struggling to eke out a living from the land they have worked for generations. They have only a rudimentary sense of how to make their mark upon their own land. How critical then Cabral's and the PAIC's decision to turn to the land, to raise their country from the ground the peasants' work. How noteworthy the PAIC's ability to convince the peasantry that the only way in which they could truly attend to their land was to make it sovereign, to make it truly theirs. Because of the deliberate ways in which Saramago sketches peasant life on the latifundio, he brings into stark relief the significance of the PAIC's success in explicating to their peasantry the importance of thinking beyond the difference between the price and value of their produce. The Mautempos possess elements of Cabral's radicalism, but their ground has not yet been raised to his and the Pake's level. No wonder then that RG is saturated with such a wistful sense of historical incompleteness. The revolution will only come when the Portuguese peasantry rises above the ideological ground in which it was raised. In truth, the Latifundio wonders, will the revolution ever come? His thoughts and actions in the context of our time. Mustafa Dada. Cabral under Gaze. Several works 43 to date assess Amilcar Lopez Cabral, Luso Africa's preeminent nationalist and thinker who spearheaded the fight to oust Portugal from Guinea-Bissau and the adjacent islands of Cape Verde. Some embed him in the context of this fight. 44 A handful focus on him almost exclusively, 45 and a few discuss his political ideas. 46 The perspectives they offer vary. One set sees him as a Marxist-Leninist, 47 a hyphenated Gramscian Marxist, Africa's answer to Lenin, 48 a revolutionary par excellence, 49 or as good as Karl Marx, Lenin, Trotsky and others who left us a legacy of revolutionary experience. 50 others, persuaded by a lack of references to doctrinal tracks in his texts, seem less convinced of his portrayal as a hardcore ideologue and find him to be a Marxist in method but not ideology, a socialist, a revolutionary Democrat perhaps. 51 The resultant portrait, however, leaves Cabral fundamentally a Marxist, but with perspectives exogenous to him unchallenged. Today, Cabral emerges a composite of 20 or more characteristics, each competing with the other for attributive supremacy in the Marxist canon. There is evidence to suggest that Marx and Mao may well have influenced him. But Cabral was far more complex than that. Almost all the scholars in the field acknowledge this to a degree. One or two scholars even go so far as to construct him as Africa's philosopher king, 52 and the supreme educator in the wisest sense, or an empiricist devoid of ideological dogmatism and rigidity, 53 making this type of assessment in the context of revolutionary thought. One author elects to project him as a humanist, a pragmatist, an undaunted optimist at the end, a dominant, friendly, tolerant, charismatic leader, a teacher, 54 while another claims him to be a unifier of people. 55 Those that see Cabral as a complex personality, above or outside doctrinal Marxism, do so as part of a discourse on the armed struggle and the diplomacy for liberation that accompanied it. These scholars focus on a specific area of his life pertinent to a given discourse. 56 Such works attempt to encapsulate Cabral in a broader context, but are seen by critics as only partially successful in capturing Cabral's essential core. 57 These works are subsequently determined as having failed to see him outside hagiography. Cabral himself saw his leadership to fight for liberty as part of a larger whole. Nobody is indispensable, said Cabral. An achievement is worthwhile to the extent that it is an achievement of many, even if one pair of hands is taken away. 58 Placing aside Marxist influence on him, it could be argued that Cabral was Cabral, a complex metaracial African. 59 As such, a closer look at his life and work suggests a triad governed him: external inputs, internal reflection, and reflexive action. Viewed this way, he emerges deservedly complex, intact, and with a core of his own rather than that of a Marxist derivative. No one has yet produced a full-scale, standalone, and up-to-date biography on him, much to everyone's regret. Chabal's 1980 monograph on Cabral and Chilcote's latest 60 opus Bibliographici notwithstanding. Paulo Freire perhaps comes nearest to the jugular, as does Mario de Andrade, describing Cabral holistically, 61 from inside out as it were, as a dialectically unified personality, a public figure internally balanced between words and actions. 62 Indeed, Cabral saw himself this way as an ordinary man who lived life intensely and drew from it experiences that gave him direction. 63 His reflections informed his actions, springing forth in the end as analytical responses calibrated for praxis. Cabral was immensely creative in this way, and the balance between words and actions informed his strategies throughout his professional and political career. To understand the context of his experience, Cabral reflected over empirical evidence, explored viewpoints in normative discourses and engaged in vigorous discussions and discords with friends living a colonial reality similar to his, all of which cumulatively neutralized the toxicity of the colonial experience mining him within. The colonial experiences structural, environmental, racial, and creative in nature had brought Cabral to witness poverty, drought, catalyzed by asymmetric colonial agricultural policies, economic marginality, racial profiling and preference in the Bissau civil service, abuse of the rule of law in the colonies and in the metropolis, and restrictions on creative liberties in the media and the performing arts. Furthermore, travels on professional assignments to Angola had brought him face to face with the inner workings of plantation economy, as did his travels and discussions with political activists, party officials, and networking contacts in Egypt, Guinea-Conakry, Morocco, Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia, Senegal, Tunisia, China, and the United Kingdom, and a host of other countries in Africa and Europe. 64 In Guinea itself, he and his team traveled over 60,000 kilometers, visiting 2,248 hamlets, 65 to produce a 200-page commissioned report evaluating the colony's agricultural demography. These experiences and encounters, reflections and normative inputs shaped him and his thinking, which subsequently informed his strategy for national liberation from Portuguese colonialism. Cabral thus rose above his condition to serve as a normative future, a call befitting the greater good above the need of the personal and the present. His writings and thoughts. One of Cabral's first most significant non-technical texts analyzed the social structures under colonialism. It was published as a seminal paper in August 1964. 66 Cabral drew inspiration for this narrative from two sources: archival research of Portuguese colonial documents in Lisbon during his student days in the late 1940s and 1950s, and studies in demographic agronomy undertaken during his stay in Bissau prior to the formation of his binationalist movement. Warriors at Work, a monograph on the liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, gives a detailed breakdown of Cabral's thinking here. 67 This structural analysis highlighted Guinea-Bissau as a tapestry of 18 social segments of fragmented dependencies, serving sectors of the colonial demography in a complex structural web. Each segment was assessed according to its position and privilege under colonialism, the degree of depletion of its sovereign identity, or a mixture of both. At one extreme, a segment was seen as having been denuded of a will to create transformational change, while another segment was identified as nihilistic, unable to entertain change for a future without colonialism. This sector, according to Cabral, was unwilling to engage in revolutionary actions driven by a goal for self-determination, or what he called an individual's mastery over nature. 68, nature here signifying the status quo. 2 years later, this analysis became a blueprint for action to oust Portugal from Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, during the mobilization drive, which also drew on his critical readings of literary works, poetry, and drama, and his experience as a former radio talk show host. Again, a detailed narrative of how this campaign was executed and how it entailed performance-based canvassing are to be found documented in broad strokes in Patrick Cabal's seminal work 69 and in Warriors at Work, though the latter engages in a more Cartesian perspective, sticking very close to the evidence while eschewing generalities lacking documentable specificity. 70 In 1966, Cabral finally completed constructing a theoretical template for liberation, which distilled what he saw, what he learned in the field, as it were, and what he could draw from it. He revealed this template in early summer of that year during his visit to Cuba at the formation of Tricontinental, a Third World Solidarity Organization. 71 The meeting proved critical for him and his organization to solicit material support, much needed for the armed struggle. Cabral sought to attract donors in two ways: by demonstrating the strength behind his movement and by conveying the visionary caliber of his leadership. To this end, he delivered a tightly woven presentation suggesting his movement to be solidly grounded in sound theory. This presentation, namely, The Weapon of Theory 72, proved to be the first of several public texts outlining his thinking on the social construction of identity, culture, and liberty. 3 years later Cabral deployed the weapon of theory framework to analyze the crises that his binationalist movement faced. The analysis engendered a seldom examined 5-part study on political to economic, armed, and cultural types of resistance. 73 It was this analysis that helped him and his movement tackle internal dissent and external challenges related to the armed struggle against Portugal. Discourses in this 5-part study ultimately went on to inform 2 of his subsequent and what later proved to be final texts on identity, culture, and national liberation. One text, National Liberation and Culture, was delivered on February 20, 1970 at Syracuse University, a year after Eduardo Mondlane's assassination. 74 That same very text appeared in Wolfer's critical 1980 edition Unity and Struggle. 75 The last text, The Role of Culture in the Liberation Struggle. 76 was crafted during the summer of 1972, 6 months before his own assassination, at 10:30 at night on January 20, 1973. 77 The Syracuse text proved challenging to deliver. Up to this point, Cabral, like other Luso-African nationalist leaders, was unwelcome in the U.S. Cabral had visited the United States once before, in New York in 1962, to convince the UN's Fourth Committee to recognize the binationalist movement he was leading. 78 During the succeeding 8 years, Cabral failed to gain entry into the United States, largely because the latter's NATO-based alliance with Lisbon helped the United States with its Vietnam-focused logistic needs for military facilities and bases in the Azores. In 1970, however, things changed. A few months before the event at Syracuse, the Vatican, which was in the throes of Vatican II and which was headed by Pope John XXIII, recognized Cabral's movement and those led by fellow Luso-Africans fighting for self-determination in Angola and Mozambique. Thereafter, the American position on Luso-African nationalism softened. Cabral was not only granted entry to deliver the memorial lecture, but was subsequently invited to speak to the Senate hearings on the Portuguese colonies. Put differently, both Cabral and the text were received well, given the circumstantial trajectory of his entry into the United States. How he viewed culture, identity, and self-determination. Cabral saw culture as a process of individual and social consciousness, resulting in a dynamic synthesis. This synthesis engaged the material and spiritual historical reality of a society or human group as a discourse between man and nature as well as among men and among social classes or sectors. 79 Identity, on the other hand, according to Cabral, was the affirmation or negation of characteristics by an individual along a biosocial and historical continuum. 80 For Cabral, then, identity was an informed choice with which to affirm or negate a given culture. That choice was arrived at or catalyzed through a creative force. Education in its broadest sense was one such creative force, as were the fine arts and performance and radio theater. As such, this creative force played a clear multidimensional role as a rectifier of deficiencies, as a builder of capacity for choosing identity and as a tool for empirical, existential, and iterative self-realignment. Whether catalyzed by forces outside one or from within, public fora education was a transdisciplinary key to progress. His own early multidisciplinary forays into poetry, dramaturgy, mass media arts and communication, the natural sciences and agronomy were a testament to this perspective, as was his inclination to use his colonized life as a learning process. Lifelong learning therefore transcended disciplinary bounds for creative self-growth. When fed by external reflexive forces and processed internally through iterative analysis, a white could thus claim to be an African by choice, as could a black elect to be a European in theory. In theory only, in practice, colonialism complicated the prospect of blacks as Europeans. Cabral saw colonialism as a complex shapeshifter, not a zero-sum entity dominantly developing Europe, as Rodney's text would suggest. In its totality, colonialism was a force of cultural occupation in Africa. In contact with the local population, colonialism pushed, tugged, and pulled the social fabric of the subjugated, shaking it loose, while driving the most susceptible to socio-economic extremities and the least vulnerable and fewer in number towards cultural and socio-economic collusive supremacy, in cahoots with the empire. Assimilation policies proved singularly effective in furthering imperial interests here. They formalized entries for the assimilated into the upper margins of society, Cabral suggests. By using literacy pre-qualifiers, colonialism targeted such individuals for colonial agency, thereby inducing desenraizamiento alienation through upheaval. Ultimately, with this process in place, the assimilated assumed a colonialized identity, servicing Portugal as cultural occupationists. Such individuals lived, by their very definition, on both margins of society, estranged from their own culture and on the fringe of the dominant colonial culture. Their impact on the majority was pernicious, divisive, and variegated. It is here that a return to the source must play a role in self-determination, a first step in the struggle to decolonize. To find themselves from within and in the context of their own culture, such individuals, according to Cabral, must return to the source. They must re-Africanize, build a series of biosocial and historical matrices on which to begin a process of self-validation and, by linear extension, wean themselves off colonialism. Of course, there is nothing to prevent such individuals from staying put. But to do so is to continue the validation of a culturally occupying force, which in turn was anti-liberation, a choice outside self-determining history. Were such individuals to commit as it were cultural suicide, however, they were not bound to construct a matrix from whence they originally sprang. They could turn to alternative sources of non-imperial culture, or graft a composite. In his own case he elected to re-Africanize, reclaiming his African roots while dermally retaining his Cape Verdean socio-biological nativity. In short, he became a binationalist. It is not surprising that Cabral came to these sets of heuristic conclusions for his own process of self-determination. In retrospect, it is clear that this process was largely dictated by two sets of experiences mentioned earlier in this text. The first set sprang largely from his colonial encounters, before, during and immediately after his university days in Lisbon, before his arrival in Guinea-Bissau, and the second set emerged from the lived-in experience as a fighter leading the struggle against Portuguese colonialism. Further, it is important to point out that Cabral here is not advocating a process of individuation, as the term is used in Jungian psychology. 81 No. He is asking that the rediscovery of the new self be part of a larger social and cultural collective. He saw individualism as a scab, residually stripping native culture of its dignity. In a sense, Cabral is therefore at odds with Senghor's idea of validation of a dominant European colonial culture, particularly one that encourages subsumption of African social-cultural realities. Once reconstructed, Cabral envisioned such de-assimilated elites catapulting ahead to lead the party. Even here, Cabral notes with caution, this sudden rise to power was fraught with peril for the party and ultimately the nation. One such peril was nepotism. Basil Davidson chose to call it mountaintopism, a term used by the Chinese under Mao's leadership to denote corruption and graft. Cabral was astute to recognize this as a possibility within his party, and for good reason. After all, these assimilated leaders had in the past abused power as enablers of cultural occupation under Portuguese colonialism. He was therefore right to suspect that this trend would infect his own party, which it did in early 70s as it battled the efficacy of Spinola's military campaign to undercut the Cabral-led gains in liberating Guinea-Bissau. Again, he used a combination of measures to combat nepotism, after having failed to eliminate it with draconian purges after public trials. The newly minted measures ranged from public fora education to workshops and problem resolution-based conferences involving party cadres as solution providers. Such tendencies, he firmly believed, could be obviated or dealt with through discipline, vigilance, and public education, designed to defeat sectarianism with service for the benefit of the greater and larger whole. In effect, Cabral here was using his own version of mini conference nationale, a magna vox populi, if you like, a formalized institutionally sacred space in which the people as no one negotiated conflicts and settled pressing issues of nationalist concerns as a lived-in experience under an ideological banner. 82. The conclusive context. Ken Cabral's thoughts and actions address the challenges we face in contemporary nationalist politics in Africa and beyond. As stated above, for Cabral, culture was a relational matrix, governing humans in their natural context, a matrix openly adaptive towards an objective. Identity was an act of volition, docking one's consciousness to a culture of choice, driven towards a purpose. Taken together, culture and identity, when operationalized this way, drove the dynamics of self-determination forward. Of course, where such dynamics derailed from its purpose, public fora or self-determination conferences ensured that both culture and identity were reoriented towards the struggle for liberty under self-determination. This task of reorientation was achieved by negotiating conflicts collectively, in the Claude Leffertian sense of the word. Put differently, the ailments festering in contemporary nationalism in Africa and globally could benefit a great deal from Cabral's ideas as praxis. His concept of culture as a malleable force for national consciousness and nation building could prove immensely useful in resolving crises in ideology, in addressing atomized partisanship, and in tackling conflicts festered by identity politics, race, and warring cultures. His advocacy to dock identity to culture as a Cartesian choice could facilitate greater consciousness for an all-inclusive social pluralism, a pluralism that celebrates diversity and acceptance. Such a stance would therefore render identity an act of choice and not an inheritance dictated by accidents of birth and reinforced by divisive social conditioning. His framework of a national conference could well help address broader national crises threatening the very fabric of constitutional politics, national integrity, and sovereignty. This concept has recently been proposed as an idea in praxis and is to be found in a published text penned by this author on the national crises that America faces. 83. In a few words then, Cabral is indeed relevant in the world in which we presently live. Helmi Sharawi. I had the opportunity, in mid-December 2012, to visit Praia, the capital of Cape Verde, where the late leader Amilcar Cabral lived for some years before moving to his mother's home on the mainland. I remembered with some emotion the few days I had spent in the company of Cabral, only a few weeks before his tragic assassination at the frontier of his country. It was near the end of 1972, when I was a member of the Egyptian delegation to the meeting of the Coordination Committee of the Liberation of African Colonies at the OAU, attended by many African foreign ministers. Cabral was furious at the meager assistance for these liberation movements, that forced many of their leaders to solicit the help of their friends in the socialist countries. Indeed, such help was forthcoming. Cabral even pledged to supply anti-air missiles if those weapons could be necessary to armed struggle. I have no idea if such promises were ever realized. What I know is that the message arrived and African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, PAIG, announced the unilateral independence in 1973. And in 1975 the new regime in Portugal, that succeeded Salazar, acknowledged this independence. But the high price paid for this independence was the assassination of Cabral, in January 1973. On my recent visit to Madame Ana Maria Cabral in Praia, she reminded me of her last visit to Cairo, with her late husband, only a few weeks before his fatal visit to Accra. We used to greet Cabral and other African leaders at the African Association in Zamalek, where it was my duty as coordinator with African liberation movements to arrange meetings with Egyptian intellectuals and other liberation movements. His views were rich in the fields of class analysis, national culture, and the class and ethnic struggles to be expected after liberation in the continent. This shows Cabral's important role as a man of great continental vision and not merely a leader of a small country. During my recent visit to Praia, I found a stable liberal regime, in the sense of stability prevalent in the present global atmosphere. In Cabral's own party, only the older members and the partisans of radical change remembered his rich ideas. The national airport is named after Mandela, the university does not bear his name, and his old home in Assomata looks on a wilderness of oblivion. All this did not diminish my appreciation for the fundamental correctness of Cabral's analyses. Strong pressures are deployed to keep the islands within the sphere of global interests, since they were employed to obstruct the movement of African boycott of the apartheid regime in South Africa. Even after independence in 1975, such pressures were sufficiently effective to keep Cape Verde from taking part in the African boycott. On the other hand, Guinea-Bissau, on the continent, languishes in its double backwardness as a Portuguese colony in Africa. As I see it, the traditional comprador elite that Cabral warned against in Guinea-Bissau is in full power there, while the petty bourgeoisie that he hoped could play a nationalist role in both regions was simply contained by globalization. The realities I met there did not disprove my regrettable expectations. Emigration of thousands of Cape Verde youth to Europe, the United States, and Brazil is very active, while thousands from inside the continent take their place all the time. I asked Madame Ana Maria Cabral about the whereabouts of his daughter and his grandchildren and got the immediate answer that they were in Bissau, while she remained steadfast in Praia, to take care of, in collaboration with the activist Pedro Pires, the late president of the islands, a Cabral Memorial Foundation. She had previously spent some years as an ambassador of her country in several foreign capitals. I was happy to hear that the Cabral family was not touched by the scourge of emigration, and that they take an active part in keeping the Cabral tradition, and upholding his vision of Pan-African ideology during this second phase of African liberation movements, where Africa faces a new wave of neo-imperialism under the guise of world globalization, as a variation of the old colonial occupation. Such conditions give actuality to Cabral's analyses, and his concepts of national culture that are being reformulated by the colonial and traditional powers as new forms of alienation from history, under conditions of globalization. I review here some of Cabral's ideas, while witnessing the struggles in North Africa between the Salafist, fundamental, traditional forces and the revolutionary forces they are trying to block. Cabral's stance on culture and identity. One cannot help but share Mario de Andrade's astonishment at the importance of culture in Cabral's intellectual life and in the various steps he took in founding the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, PIG. For Cabral, the party was nothing more than one part of a cultural and political totality for the peoples of Guinea and the islands of Cape Verde. Cabral compared the process of inculturation and the role of culture in national liberation as politico-cultural osmosis. National culture is that which creates a dialectic relationship between society and history. Cabral, an agricultural engineer, compared this to a flower produced by a long process of cultivation, the passage of history itself. For Cabral, the national liberation movement was nothing more than the organized political expression of a people's culture during its struggle against the culture of the oppressors. National identity, therefore, is the product of cultural interaction between society and history through the process of national liberation. As well as synthesizing social history, culture, and dialectics, Cabral linked history with the culture of resistance. Colonialist thinking and its anthropological methodologies denied African societies their place in human history by any means other than through the colonialist process, regarded by imperialists as modernization, and by some Marxists as igniting class struggle. Cabral opposed both these explanations, as he associated colonialism and imperialism with our negation out of history, not our entry into it. For this reason, national identity can only be realized through the struggle against colonialism and through the liberation movement concentrating on cultural heritage and articulating the particular characteristics of its dialectic. The excellent text on national liberation and culture that Cabral delivered to the Tricontinental Conference in Havana in 1966, and then again at the UNESCO Conference of 1970, speaks for itself. Cabral linked the analysis of society's social construct with its cultural component, and spoke of the need to give more importance to cultural diversity in political activity. In his social analysis he contributed to the evaluation of the status and roles played by the various African social classes and categories. There is no space here to discuss at length his bold rereading of Marxism, but it is worth mentioning his refusal to sanctify popular culture as it stood, pointing out that it included both positive and negative elements to be identified and filtered by the national liberation movement during the process of popular struggle. Dealing with Cabral's treatment of the petite bourgeoisie and their status in the national liberation movement is vital when discussing his bold approach to Marxist thinking. It exposed him to attacks from both traditional Marxists, especially Leninists, and some leaders of the national liberation movement in the other Portuguese colonies. Cabral saw the role of the petite bourgeoisie as a modern and modernizing social force that could either be exploited by colonialists to run the country or could be won over to the national liberation movement, both on the strength of their private aspirations, which could be helpful for liberation process, and also on the basis of their post-independence role as one of the forces for motivating progressive development. This is with the proviso that the national liberation movement could succeed in making this class betray their traditional role as described by certain Marxists. However, Cabral specifically meant a new culture of national liberation and the importance of the liberation movement formulating a new, wide-ranging political culture, as he was aware that cultures, in their new incarnations, would impose their own new, non-traditional classifications. In the age of globalization we are witnessing the marginalization of the middle class and the end of the petite bourgeoisie, a development in the interests of the business sector that had marginalized the working class itself and then extended the scope of this marginalization. Because of this, the elements of the informal economy have become the most wide-ranging sectors in society, confronting contemporary dialectic thought with new and complex challenges. At the same time, and in his discourse on Eduardo Mondlane in particular, he did not reject the class nature of culture either locally or worldwide, nor the importance of modernization through which development would take place from the village through to the level of global culture. This political Cabral is not the ideologue who adopted only the concept of the nation and excluded social analysis, yet Cabral's conception of the unity of the nation, with all its diversity and internal conflicts, rested on a cultural and analytical approach to society and its various social formations, i.e. tribal and ethnic ones. I believe that analyzing Cabral on the basis of his distinctive approach to the societies of Guinea-Bissau and the islands of Cape Verde is of great help when revisiting his work, and that the failure of certain national liberation leaders to follow his ideas has led African societies into a swamp of tribal and ethnic ideologies, the effects of which we still suffer from today. The attention given by intellectuals such as Edward Said to Cabral's work on national cultural resistance has made his contributions to issues of identity and national culture a rich source for prominent cultural analyses of the representation of the colonizer and colonized. The challenges of globalization, the peoples of second-wave national liberation. As Cabral himself did, I shall preface my discussion with a summary of the challenges of globalization. Having analyzed the role of capitalism in promoting strong production forces and relations in its own countries, and having described imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, Cabral admitted that imperialism was a historical necessity, just as national liberation in its turn was a historical necessity that would destroy capitalism and bring about socialism. He then related how imperial capital never contributed to the development of production forces capable of realizing progress in colonized countries, as well as describing capitalist methods of exploitation, etc. But what does this have to do with our discussion of identities and national cultures? On this point, Cabral's thinking was more or less based on the idea of the colonial capitalist center and the peripheries or colonized limbs, the prevalent school of thought at that time. This thinking was given credence by the relationships between the various colonialist states and their colonies. Pragmatic economics adopted a similar analysis that was validated by the presence of a number of different axes of economic power on the world level, including, of course, the socialist axis. For the international capitalist system, the actual or potential marginalization of Africa was determined by the lack of potential for capitalist exploitation of its resources and by the fragmentation of its social classes. Yet the political economy of capitalism has moved beyond traditional imperialism, neoliberalism, to reach new heights, and we find ourselves in a world united by brutal capitalism, a world in which Africa is no longer marginalized, but rather integrated into the world labor market. This has taken place within the framework of a neoliberal ideology that day in, day out churns out ideas justifying integration under the umbrella of the capitalist center, or rather, the new empire, as it militarizes the world, unifies apparatus of control, and legalizes it all within this same ideological framework. This demands the use of intellectual weapons that deal with those national cultures and identities defended by Cabral. African thought. Samir Emin says imperial capitalism, founded on rationalism and its sciences, offers the Third World nothing but irrationalism. We meet the old colonial rationalizations in new guises. Just as Cabral talked about expulsion from history as being a product of colonial social sciences and a colonialist tool used against our peoples, so neo-imperialism is achieving the same result, deploying postmodern schools of thought to reject the very concept of historicity. And just as Edward Said has indicated that every people has its own narration, when discussing imperialism's rejection of our people's narration, so neo-imperialism denies the validity of self-sufficient narrations, or rather, only recognizes one narration, its narration about itself, its culture and its identity, whilst denying the narrations of the other, i.e. our identity and culture. In dealing with these narrations, neo-imperialism is wary of the contributions of thinkers such as Cabral on issues of national identity and national cultures. This is because it fully understands the direct relationship between these identities, national liberation, and the second wave of independence. It is in the interests of imperialism to disseminate more specific identities and their associated ideologies, from identities of gender, minorities, and nationalities, to tribal and ethnic identities. We are confronted by a fragmentation that can only be unified by means of a single, global center, in which the social citizenship of a new democratic totality or pan-movement identities have no place. Cabral had assigned the national liberation movement and the liberation culture the role of gathering together social diversity within the totality of a new society. Ideologically speaking, neo-imperialism is obliged to somehow avoid discussing social and class conflict on a local or global level. Therefore it redirects its treatment into a discussion about the major civilizational types, failing to mention the great global blocks in the conflict between imperial capitalism and socialism as formulated by Cabral and others. From here spring other ideas about the clash of civilizations, in which Africa lags far behind, and which say that we will be trapped in a never-ending cycle of conflict unless we cede victory to Western modernism. Our societies are nothing more than outdated or fragile entities that, to use Cabral's formulation, have been once more selected to make their exit from history. Despite the fact that national identities and cultures are necessarily part of the logic of the clash of civilizations, giving this logic a chance for the moment, the main civilizational identities assigned in the context of this clash do not give us the opportunity, as Cabral would put it, to claim historical presence, but only to lose our place in history once again. In essence, the portrayal of the world in terms of civilizations and their conflicts only leaves room for the Western we. Following September 11, there was only room for the American identity. As the current American administration puts it, it's either us or the others, and even this is a best-case scenario, as the rest of their ideological apparatus only recognizes the formulation we the West and the other is the rest, as the African thinker Mahmoud Mamdani put it. In my estimation, opposing this new line of thought is a natural progression from the ideas of Fanon, Cabral, and Rodney. Some African and Arab issues. Throughout the 60s, Cabral was well known in Arab-African society, making constant visits to Cairo, either to attend African or Afro-Asian conferences or to meet Gamal Abd al-Nasser. Some of the seminal works of Cabral and his party were translated into Arabic, and he was discussed in Arabic writings on Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Intellectuals in Egypt and Lebanon were chiefly interested in his texts on national liberation and culture, the weapon of theory and the social formation of the society of Guinea and Cape Verde. These texts were translated into a number of sources, see sources. The dominance of colonial anthropology had a negative impact on the direction taken by academia in Arab universities. For example, cabral or mondlani were not accepted into university curricula, although political culture, through political activism, became acquainted with them both through the aforementioned texts. Arab academic culture had previously excluded the revolutionary thinker Fanon, due to the dominance of traditional Marxist thinking. Indeed, for a while Samir Emin himself was suppressed in his own country for the very same reason. However, the translation of some of Edward Said's works in the 1990s gave these texts a new lease of life, associated as they were with the slogans of national culture and resistance through culture. These slogans were adopted by national groups that were influential in opposing both treaties between Arab governments and Israel, and the growing American influence over cultural mechanisms and the loyalties of certain intellectuals. So here we are, appealing to Cabral's ideas at a time of rampant globalization. His conception of culture as a dialectic bond between culture and history is well worth invoking, particularly in North Africa and the Arab world where history has a particularly strong impact. At times this impact conceals the process of interaction, and at others exposes it to stagnation, known as fundamentalism, Salafism, in the Arab region. The nation, transcends history, society, and culture to take Salafism as its identity. Cultural explication is its sole methodology, whilst society, with its diversity, its historical cultures and its social classes recedes into the background. It is as if society is banishing itself from history, with history grinding to a halt at some point in time, with its religious and civilizational peculiarities described in purely cultural terms. This is the stance of jihadist movements throughout the Islamic world, be they Wahhabi, Mahdi, Sanusi or Fodi, all of which use the concept of ijtihad, i.e. renewal and Islamic awakening. The well-known intellectual Fawzi Mansur has described this condition as a kind of Arab departure from history, because Arab or Islamic commercial capitalism has not wanted or has not been permitted to enter the age of modern industrial capitalism. A form of self-expulsion or negation from history has taken place, preempting European colonial capitalism's efforts to exclude the region from the arena of dynamic progress. Cabral's analysis of the force of national culture, which limits the extent of the defeat at the hands of the aggressor culture, may be correct here, as this is more or less what has happened. Cabral talked of the national liberation movement using culture as a tool for struggle and resistance, but was assassinated before he saw the extent of that interaction. We, on the other hand, have lived to see the reversals suffered by national culture, stagnation in the Arab world, and in Africa a program of globalization that has destroyed the role of the nation-state and paralyzed cultural politics ever since the United States imposed sanctions against UNESCO in the 1980s. Some leaders of these international organizations have tried to uphold national cultural policies that protect societies and nations from disintegrating in the face of a global culture and media. We must not forget here that Cabral talked about the duality of the cultural and the political, and tried to conceptualize some form of positive interaction between the two. This led him to discuss the positive and negative aspects of national cultural heritage, so that it could continue to play a role in modernism and internationalism with a political, liberationist, activist awareness. Compare that to the current trend amongst the intellectuals of globalization to reject the political on the grounds that it is comprised of defunct ideologies that fell with the Berlin Wall. Setting up barriers between culture and national politics, and the failure to analyze social and cultural diversity in the framework of the cultural totality discussed by Cabral, had two results, both of which were obvious to the national liberation movement. The first was the disappearance of a national identity in a network of specific international identities, i.e. the woman, the environment, tribal, ethnic etc., and the second was the collapse of national identity, once again, into a Salafist past sometimes of a religious nature, and at other times resembling a utopian golden age. All this has distanced society somewhat from the true movement for its reform, or rather, for its liberation from the new hegemony. The leading elements in society no longer strive towards a new totality, submitting instead to the following painful processes: firstly, inclusion into the world community, and secondly, violent confrontations, either from terrorism or by imposing reform by force, away from the sensitivities of rational modernism. This can be seen directly in the Greater Middle East initiatives and in imposed, formal political reform. The Arab region, and within it, North Africa, is exposed to internal and external operations to destroy its inherited collective identity. The reason for this is the absence of a role for national political culture in activating the relationship between the Ummah and society. Just as the unity of the Ummah is held sacred, so within its political structure are the figures of the Imam, the Caliph, and the just tyrant. Because of neoliberal policies, however, they have become no more than dictators, without the democratic justice and development necessary for the region's various social classes and areas. The approach of sanctifying society's cultural component did not concern itself with a new social analysis. This analysis demanded the activation of roles for social movements and groups that expressed political, tribal, or ethnic differences, allowing them to become forces for civil society, which took citizenship as a yardstick for democratic political activity, and which gathered everyone together into a renewed, modern socio-cultural totality. In the light of static social concepts, there is no chance of entering into history with formal definitions of society, culture, and democracy. For this reason, Islamists participate in the neoliberal capitalist project using the old logic of commercial capitalism, and some leftists join in the process of modernization with the logic of liberal democracy, which they played no part in renewing, and which is impossible to realize in the current social climate. Identity and national culture have suffered savage attacks, presenting neo-imperialism with a land enfeebled and ripe for assault. For many, the settlers' colonialism in Palestine is no longer comparable to the apartheid that the African peoples resisted for so long, since the Arab liberation movement has failed to stand up for itself and the Palestinian movement itself suffers from the same corruption that afflicts neighboring Arab regimes. Similarly, many no longer consider the American occupation of Iraq as an illegal assault and occupation, but instead as part of a necessary process of sweeping away the homegrown tyranny that afflicts the region as a whole. Indeed, it is associated with the logic of modernization that, according to some, could help remove the tyranny of Salafism. Taking Africa as a whole, the concept of a Pan-African movement has disappeared from political culture, just as Pan-Arabism has disappeared in the north of the continent. This is because both have submitted to the absence of a duality between the cultural and the political. The words unity and union and other expressions of cooperative Arab activity in Arab North Africa are no longer associated with the idea of a Pan-Arabic movement. This has allowed the concept of Arab-African conflict to creep into certain regions, alongside the arrival of Islamic terrorism. Yet those who concern themselves with tribal, civil, and sometimes religious conflict have never thought to deal with these conflicts by raising the idea of an effective cultural and social totality. The Arab and African mind has to understand nationalism, national culture, and national identity by understanding the objectives of globalization, which comes armed with weapons, propaganda, and local agents. Semi-conclusion. To conclude my re-examination of Cabral's ideas in an age of globalization, permit me to join Mario de Andrade in offering some quotes from Cabral's works that I believe to be a valuable instrument for analyzing and confronting our current circumstances, about which no more need be said. When discussing the confrontation of colonial culture, Cabral envisioned greater objectives for cultural resistance built on the development of popular culture and authentic, positive, cultural values, a national culture, built on history and the gains of the struggle itself, a scientific, technical culture compatible with the demands of progress. Development will come about, he said, through a critical understanding of human knowledge, the arts, sciences, and literature, etc., and a world culture, from the perspective of a healthy integration with the world around us and a forward-looking vision for its development. The life of the African peoples confronts the challenge of imperialism. The challenge here is to fertilize history with an expression of our culture and Africanness, then to convert that into a leap forward, expressive of the culture of a liberated people. Aziz Salmon Fall. Treachery is a cancer we must excise by combating impunity. On May 13, 1972, while making a speech praising Kwame Nkrumah, whom he lauded as the Kilimanjaro of African revolutionary consciousness, Amilcar Cabral declared, "President Nkrumah is the consummate strategist, inventor of African positivism, positive action, and an implacable foe of neocolonialism. All coins have two faces and all reality has a positive and negative side. How far and to what extent was treachery able to succeed in Ghana because of class contradictions, the role of the party and other institutions including the army? We absolutely despise those who could stoop to betray Nkrumah to please imperialism." 84. In his speech, Amilcar Cabral wondered aloud about what could be behind so many betrayals of so many of the martyrs who gave their lives in the struggle for African liberation. This was not a question that occurred to Cabral just because of Nkrumah's death. In fact, the question had haunted him for quite a while, and it really began to hit home as he was delivering his eulogy. Over the preceding months he had already become conscious of the foul breath of treachery all around him. Although the colonial era was over, a culture of impunity had descended across the continent, creating a climate where traitors thrived. How do we root them out? Cabral wondered. Does treachery flourish because of how we define who the people are? Or is there a link to a bigger problem stemming from how we select revolutionary leadership? When we take into account his birth in Bafata, named after an illustrious Carthaginian, and his childhood and youth under noxious colonialist influences that generated feelings of alienation as well as the constant temptation for the colonized to betray each other, this is someone who knows of what he speaks. To those in the underground struggle, he was Abel Jassy, a name meant to protect him against traitors, but one that soon achieved a kind of symbolic status within the ranks of his comrades. Even so, drawing from a bottomless well of human deception, some of the very men who reverently referred to him as O Homem Grande, the Great One, were amongst those who would eventually betray him. Cabral knew the risk he ran, just from being aware of the long line of dead martyrs that he respected stretching backward along the road to African decolonization: Ben Barka, Mondlane, Mumi, Umniob, Ruagasor, Lumumba, Olympio. The list was long and only grew longer after the assassination of Cabral, with the addition of Ngwabi, Sankara, Machel, Dulcie September, and Chris Hani. In the case of all of those martyrs, it was only the people in their inner circle, their intimates, who knew their secrets and could get prior knowledge of the day they would die. As the saying goes, too much trust breeds treason. Despite it all, Cabral never gave in to paranoia and potential crime. On the contrary, he followed his natural tendency towards tolerance and unity rather than divisiveness. 85, and, in the end, that was what did him in. He brought his capacity for unity to an international solidarity conference of peoples in struggle that took place in Havana in 1966. This conference was seen as a tricontinental resistance front. The tough stance taken at the conference faced a stiff fight or became progressively weaker, despite the fact that they were right on target. One by one, its executive secretaries, Mehdi Ben Barka, Ecobedo Che Guevara and Amilcar Cabral, were all assassinated. Hardly a coincidence. In a stadium traumatized by Nkrumah's death, Cabral declared, "As Africans we firmly believe that the dead continue to walk beside us. We are a society of both the living and the dead. At dawn every day Nkrumah will rise again in the hearts of freedom fighters and show up in their determination. Neither our liberation movements, the people of Ghana, Africa, or the progressive world will forgive those who betrayed Nkrumah. Never." 86. The coup that toppled Nkrumah is a tortuous conspiracy with deep roots. In 1969, the Portuguese freed Aristides Barbosa and Momo Turi, two former PEG fighters, and smuggled them out to Conakry. They became part of a grab bag of fake deserters from the colonial army as well as various other corrupt individuals who would go into liberated zones pretending to repent, to have become reconvert nationalists, or to be new recruits. Their task was to sow dissension within the ranks of their former comrades while collaborating with a branch of the PIDEDGS, International State Defense Police controlled by the Portuguese Security Services, quite likely operating in conjunction with Germans, Italians, and the French. These agent provocateurs spread discord, vilifying Cape Verdean officers who were disproportionately represented in the upper echelons of the PAIG, exacerbating differences and exploiting the superiority and inferiority complexes that pitted the so-called mulattoes and assimilados from ethnic Africans such as Balance, Fulas, Mand Incas, Mand Jacques, etc. Despite the popularity of the PAIG, which reached right down to the tiny tabancas, those small grassroots cells in the liberated zones, the virus of treachery continued on its insidious journey. Perfidy works by design, functioning as a series of pernicious steps. The Portuguese had already attacked Guinea-Conakry on November 22, 1970. Operation Mar Verde, Green Sea, was launched on Spinola's orders. Around 400 assailants, one-third Portuguese and the rest a gang of European mercenaries with their African counterparts, including Guineans opposed to Sékou Touré, attacked Conakry. They quickly took up positions around strategic targets so they could free pro-Portuguese prisoners and take down the PAIG. They also tried to kill Cabral as well as Sékou Touré and to free conspirators against the regime who by that time had already spent more than a year behind bars. Some Guineans were set free, the presidential palace came under attack and Sékou Touré was reported missing. Although the Guineans mounted a spirited defense, the PAIG camp was destroyed. Cabral, who was visiting Romania at the time, was unperturbed. Indeed, many of the Portuguese men involved boarded their boats home convinced that the operation had been successful and their African partners had seized the capital. Touré's people rescued him after answering Touré's call to arms, which he issued from a secret hideout. In March 1972, Cabral denounced the PIDE, Policia Internacional de Defesa do Estado, and DGS, Direito Geral de Saranca, for making new attempts to assassinate him. He said, "If I am ever murdered it will be from within our own ranks. No one from outside can destroy the PAIG, it will take one of our own to do it." In November 1972, another attack aimed at several high-ranking PAIG officers also failed. Cabral suffered no casualties. On January 8, 1973, after elections in all the liberated zones, Amilcar issued a call to convene a National People's Assembly. He saw it as the institution that would preside over independence. However, to the Portuguese, that became the signal to get rid of him, since his stated intention to declare independence terrified Lisbon. They were already backed into a corner since their troops were becoming increasingly disgusted with conducting its dirty war. Once again, General Spinola and Marcelo Caetano targeted Cabral for elimination. A certain Nene, in charge of PDG communications, conveyed the message to the killer commando, while Amilcar was meeting with members of Frelimo on a visit to Conakry. Amilcar continued on to a reception at the Polish embassy in Conakry and later on that fateful night, January 20, 1973, he returned home with his wife, Maria Helena Rodriguez. With access to Cabral's personal schedule, given to them by Nabonia, someone close to him, some individuals were able to set up a roadblock on the route he was traveling on his way home. He got out of his car and appeared to recognize the individuals at the roadblock. However, the attackers seemed determined to kidnap him. He reasoned with them for a moment until the blast of machine guns sounded in the night and tore a hole in his gut. He had had just enough time to start arguing with those who finished him off. At long last treason had met reason face to face. The most commonly held theory was that Bissau Guineans had made a deal with the Portuguese that left the Cape Verdeans out. There was also a persistent rumor that said the plotters must also have had local co-conspirators, including the complicity of their leader, Sékou Touré. The latter mounted a spirited defense, pointing his finger instead at imperialism and the Portuguese who had corrupted the members of the party implicated in the plot. Touré's secret service rounded up the conspirators Innocent Camel, Innocencio Cane, Momo Mamadou Touré, Coden Nabonia, Carlos Pereira, Valentino Mangana, Aristides Barbosa, J.O. Thomas, Source da Gama and Momo, who had been expelled from the party a few months earlier for anti-revolutionary activities, Lassana Bangura, Ansumana Camara, Eleno Igara, Rafael Barbosa, ex-president of the party, had become a spy for the PIDE. In his confession, Valentino Mangana gave a detailed account of the plot: eliminate the PIG and its leader, heir to the party and independence, preserve Cape Verde as a strategic outpost for Portugal, and rid Guinea-Bissau of its influential Métis leadership. Another of the plotters, Isidore Lima, who was later absolved and then banned following investigation by a different dispensation, returned home from exile in Sierra Leone years later. A huge witch hunt tore the party apart, even as Camel confessed his sins to Guinean authorities. Atello Saraiva, a PIDE operative, later admitted, at the end of his overseas posting, that the operation had been a total failure since the objective had been to bring back Cabral alive and the PIDE men had overplayed their hand. 87 During that period there was constant discontent in Sékou-Touré SPDG camp, with fratricidal conflicts breaking out between Guineans from Bissau and Cape Verdeans who refused to take responsibility for the treachery. Their intercommunal turmoil remained unresolved and, directly or indirectly, continued to poison the atmosphere at the highest levels of the state in Guinea-Bissau. The presence of Métis Cape Verdeans, who were disproportionately represented within the higher echelons of Guinea-Bissau, aroused resentment within the ranks of Aboriginal Africans. Very quickly everything fell into place for the state to become the prey of a criminal cabal and a comprador mentality. This was what probably provoked the backlash which eventually culminated in Nino Vieira's coup d'état against Luis Cabral, Amilcar's half-brother, and down the line resulted in Nino's own assassination. 88 But let's get back to the business at hand. A revolutionary investigative commission swung into action, composed of Cuban and Algerian diplomats and Guinean Democratic Party leaders. Later on, it was augmented by delegates from Senegal, Firmilo, Egypt, Sierra Leone, Zambia, Tanzania, and Nigeria. Had Sékou-Touré taken umbrage with his host and Cabral's revolutionary aura which eclipsed his own? Was there some link with initiatives around staking maritime claims that were open to potential competition by Portugal as early as 1962? What of the areas where Guinea-Conakry was already carrying out joint deep-seas explorations with multinational corporations, even to the extent of carrying out seismic experiments the year Cabral died? What of the rumors of dreams of a Greater Guinea to which Conakry's leader clung? And yet, on the other hand, a magnanimous Sékou had also been open to joint Pan-African exploitation of the disputed oil zone in the early 80s. As Cabral said in relation to identifying real revolutionaries at Nkrumah's funeral, "My views on this question will help us better understand Nkrumah's outstanding achievement as well as the complexity of the challenges he faced, quite often all alone. Those challenges tell us that as long as imperialism exists, any independent African state must exist as a movement for taking power, or it will cease to exist. Please don't bother to tell me that Nkrumah died of throat cancer or some other illness. No, Nkrumah died from the cancer of betrayal, which we must uproot from Africa if we are serious about eliminating imperialist domination." Inspired by Cabral's achievements, Sankara did not fall prey to misjudging the scope of the task before him or of the fact that the people's enemies, the retrograde bourgeois cliques, would never stop trying to sabotage what had been accomplished. Parasitic classes that always benefited from colonial and neo-colonial upper volta are and will forever remain hostile to the revolutionary process which we began on August 4, 1983. That is so because they remain and will forever remain attached to international imperialism by an umbilical cord. They are and will remain passionate defenders of the privileges they acquired by selling out to imperialism. Whatever we might do or say, they will remain just as they are, and will never stop plotting and hatching conspiracies for reconquering their lost kingdom. Don't expect these nostalgic folks to change their mentality or attitude. They are insensitive and only understand the language of struggle, the struggle of revolutionary classes against the exploiters and oppressors of the masses. They will no doubt find our revolution absolutely authoritarian in every way. It will in fact be an act through which the people impose their will, including a call to arms. Sankara was the last African head of state in the 20th century who successfully tried, without going through a stage of war for national liberation, to follow in Cabral's footsteps. However, that stopped abruptly when he was betrayed by his brother Blaise Compaoré in collusion with Francofrique. Compaoré, the sophisticated face of treachery and willing steward of French machinations and sinister designs against the whole region, today reigns, in total impunity, as master of all he surveys. While he was the Minister of Justice, he brazenly and outrageously claimed that Sankara died of natural causes at the exact same time as 11 of his colleagues. To this very day he refuses to allow the truth about his treasonous actions to come out. While there is impunity and imperialist protection for it, treason will never end. Impunity, either in life or in the law, is defined by what is missing. That can mean the absence of prosecutorial provisions against violators of human rights or those who neglect their civil, administrative, or disciplinary responsibilities. It may also mean the absence of a properly constituted investigatory system that might lead to charges, arrest, trial, and, if parties are found guilty, conviction and appropriate punishment, up to and including compensation for the victims for having suffered prejudicial acts. The fight against impunity means taking a holistic approach. Today impunity is enthroned in every facet of African life. That includes civil rights and political rights, as well as human rights, economic, social, cultural, gender or ecological rights. As human beings we also need to understand that we should respect the rights of all other living beings on this earth, including those who have not been given rights. This is a question of critical importance. For example, let's look at what's happening in the Congo. As the world averts its eyes with studied indifference, 6 million Congolese have lost their lives, sacrificed on the altar of globalization and consumerism, largely because impunity is embedded in the system that governs their lives, and networks of transnational corporations always operate beyond the reach of any law. The laws themselves permit our resources to be pillaged and our sovereignty to be whittled away. For example, in the Maghreb, in spite of an uprising for democracy, the prevalence of impunity prevents accountability and, in the final analysis, facilitates counter-revolution. Obscurantist religious forces that fit right into the globalist security and neoliberal order gut progressive gains and betray whatever hope they bring. My brother Dumba, who owes a debt to Cabral, as I do, has said. 40 years after his assassination Cabral's ideas remain more relevant than ever. His premature demise robbed Africa's revolutionary season of one of its most prominent and original theoreticians. Cabral was a leader intimately involved in the life of the masses and imbued with the fundamental values of his people. He was both a visionary and a passionate Pan-Africanist, a living symbol of the kind of leadership of which Africa has been cruelly deprived at this time, where there are growing threats of recolonization. In fact, the events unfolding in Mali as well as Libya and the Ivory Coast in 2011 revealed the impotence of African officialdom in all its nakedness and exposing the lack of vision of the continent's leadership class, some of whom are no more than vulgar puppets of imperialist forces. 89. I wrote these lines on the very same day we were commemorating the loss of Chris Hani, on the day when he was murdered, 20 years ago. Like all the other charismatic leaders, he also understood that there was a price on his head and so took nothing at face value, and rightly so. We've all turned ourselves into targets by struggling against impunity. On the other hand, far too many of our intellectuals are willing to cut demeaning deals for a few filthy perks. How did our elite sink to such depths of consumerist greed that our people have become numbed and can no longer defend those gains carved out of the struggles that our martyrs led? We badly need to repoliticize our youth based on Pan-African ethical rules and fundamental human values. But that would demand an extensive mobilization campaign with the objective of erasing the culture of impunity, which both covers up and funds treachery. Amilcar's assassination opened up a pernicious Pandora's box of impunity. Fratricide, pogroms, civil war, and evening-old scores stalked the corridors of power, while corruption, narco-trafficking have also disfigured the country historically liberated by Cabral. And yet Cabral continues to rise above it all, and his spirit transcends our struggles like a beacon on the Pan-African horizon. His anthem is and will always remain an undying flame. Sol, sur o verde e mar. Séculos de dor e esperança. Esta e a terra dos nossos avós. Sun, sweat, grass and sea, centuries of suffering and hope, these lands passed down by our ancestors' hands. Thoughts for today, inspired by Amilcar Cabral. Lewis R. Gordon. Here's a Charles Mingus song, Cumbia and Jazz Fusion, 1977, that always makes me think of Amilcar Cabral. Mama's little baby don't want Uncle Ben's, Aunt Jemima, and shortbread, Mingus objected. Mama's little baby wants truffles. Mama's little baby wants diamonds. Mama's little baby wants good school so he won't act like no damn fool. Mama's little baby wants all the fine things in life. 90. Colonialism, Cabral and Frantz Fanon once reminded us, splits the world into two kinds of beings, those for whom supposedly the bell of history tolls and those who are expected to manufacture the bell without glory and, at the end of the age, memory. 91. Misguided memory leads, as well, to a story of erasure in which past aspirations are also lost. Thus, as we lament the abuses of imposed directions on our ancestors' path, we often fail to ask whether such aims were not also independently theirs. Inspired by Cabral, Olufemi Taiwo recently explored some of these considerations in his meditation on modernity, aptly entitled, How Colonialism Preempted Modernity in Africa. 92. The empirical verdict on contemporary Africa, it seems, is a conclusive judgment of failure. This failure is not, however, accidental, but an additional violation is to offer a misdiagnosis of its causes and bases of its continuation. There is, after all, so much to learn from Africa's presumed failures, especially as Jean Komarov and John Komarov have been arguing, much of late modernity is becoming the laboratory experiment its progenitors thought contained to latitudinal points by and below the equator and longitudinal ones confined by Atlantic and East Indian Ocean shores. What ultimately is Africa but the current state of humanity globally understood? 93. Here is the proper diagnosis, at least as articulated by Taiwo in his homage to Cabral. First, a major mistake in understanding the contemporary situation of much of Africa is the conflation of colonialism with modernity. This leads to the response amongst many African leaders and intellectuals, some of whom are both, to the rejection of modernity and colonialism. Taiwo, again echoing Cabral, contends, however, that the problem isn't a consequence of colonization and the advancement of modernization. It is one of colonization and a deliberate aborting of the project of modernization. The abortion of modernization served the purpose of radicalizing exploitation. Cabral, we should remember, was an agronomist. He took seriously the efficacy of modern techniques in the production of a likewise organization of life. As rural communities face the encroachment of modern political and economic conditions, the proper response was not to hide themselves in sand but to look directly in the eyes of the modern situation. To unpack this modern situation, it is necessary to distinguish colonization from modernization. The former was more the province of colonial administrators. The latter, historically in Africa, was more the path of Christian missionaries and Islamists. Taiwo adds to this, drawing upon recent historical studies such as the Komarovs of Revelation and Revolution, that colonization should be studied through further distinctions, such as settlement colonization, political exploitation, and settlement exploitation. 94. Each has its tale, but the dynamics of political power shift according to the goals to which settlers aspire. Some, after all, were missionaries who actually believed their faith. As proselytizers, they sought converts who subsequently spread the word. Whether they were Europeans or Africans didn't matter to many, and we often forget that the spread of Christianity in non-Christian areas was done by indigenous peoples and their hybrid, Europeanized offspring. There were, however, settlers who didn't come to save souls, but sought instead to dominate them. Political exploitation was their proverbial cup of tea, and as that grew, the beverage turned to the intoxicating one of power. Such interests could very well have been conducted from metropolitan centers, however, but for the need for local administration, which meant the addition of settler administrators. So, while, for good or ill, one group sought to create Christians, similarly to those who sought, and continue, to create Muslims before them, another group, inspired by Lord Lugard's lessons from Britain's mistakes in India, emerged who did not seek the production of localized power in native hands. Cultivated dependency was the aim of this group, which meant the retardation of human relations, as guardianship structures were put into place and asymmetric conditions of wealth followed. 95 Cabral saw this process not only in terms of the word and the sword but also in terms of the systems through which both were to be replaced. For as proselytizing presented settler culture as divine and colonial administration as omnipotent, there was also the danger and paradox of secularized divination as science, too, offered its colonial potential in terms of an omniscient force. To argue against science promised little more than technological peril. So, Cabral understood, as did Fanon, that demystifying science was an important task of decolonization and liberation. But such a task needed to be done without collapsing into a normative colonial practice of guardianship. Epistemic decolonization required, in other words, active participants, active minds, people who took responsibility for what they ought to know. So the revolutionary significance of transforming practice into praxis was posed, and how more material could such an effort be without the demonstration, from arms to cultivation of land, offered by the military forces under his leadership? Nothing promises a future better than that which encourages participation in its making. The meditation on modernity, then, cannot be a passive or nostalgic one on uncompleted Christianity or Islam. For they, too, we should remember, were themselves products of prior conflicts on modernization. As a product of Roman conquest of Judah, the fusion that led to Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism required the price of forging the future on different terms than the normative worlds that preceded it. Many ancient peoples, crushed under the heels of Roman conquest, only saw one future, Rome's. Rome, however, didn't understand that one cannot dominate so many and remain the same, and as Judah offered a different conception of the future than Rome, a linear future with an end instead of a cyclical order of constant returns, a new reflection of urgency demanded a different consideration for many under Roman rule, who now thought about nothing less than the end of the world. 96 Islam, as we know, rejected the regulations of order afforded by Christianity and Judaism and asserted a different future without realizing that any model of perfecting the earth leads, inevitably, to questioning the practice of perfecting. 97 The future, in other words, is a question that enabled subsequent generations to question the validity of the present. And if the present can legitimately be questioned, the onus emerged from that discomfiting query rolling down the inclines of history: what is to be done? 98 Cabral understood that whatever was to be done required addressing the many dimensions through which and in which human beings live in the world. The revolutionary task was not simply one of eliminating domination but also cultivating and building a livable world. He, an agronomist, understood that food and shelter were necessary but only partial conditions of a human world, but the future also required thought and the production of symbols that make human beings at home in their time. The modernization question for him, then, was not one simply of development, since even that concept, as Sylvia Wynter has shown, requires interrogating on whose terms, on whose standards, it could be made manifest. 99 The task of such inquiry is to transform the meaning of the future, with an acute understanding that every future depends on what precedes it. There is, in other words, no such thing as emerging, outside of its relations with anything else. So, as Africa today and the global South in general reflect on what is to be done in these early years of the new millennium, in which the acceleration of time already demands taking seriously the need to prepare for the 22nd century, We could also reflect on what could be learned from this brilliant revolutionary cut down in 1973 at the age of 49. Cabral's life and thought teach us that humanity must take seriously its responsibility for its future. To forget that this struggle involves negotiating and transforming a human world is to forestall our agency at our peril, since, as we already know from climate change and economic disaster, most, if not all of it, is in human hands. This does not mean that we have the capacity to live forever, like gods, but it does mean that we should recognize the very human limitations and struggles we face as we take on a challenging future. Jacques de Pelkin 100. It has been pointed out that the assassination of Amilcar Cabral marked the end of a sequence of history, Michael Neocosmos, namely the end of politics through armed struggles. 101 In the process of thinking and rethinking the legacy of Amilcar Cabral, is it possible to say anything that has not been already said, either by himself, or by those who have written about him? Is it possible to go beyond just citing words and or phrases that reconnect to his vision of an emancipated Africa? Is it possible to accept that, from the end of World War II, if not before, history has unfolded as imposed by the most powerful economic and political forces? Discussing Amilcar Cabral, in a way, is no different from discussing other iconic and revolutionary figures whose lives were cut short precisely because of how they were perceived by their enemy. The long history of freeing Africa and Africans from the legacies of enslavement, colonization, apartheid, and globalization seems like a never-ending task. The task could be made easier if one's understanding of the above legacies were not too intimately tied to the Enlightenment. 102 In this essay, I would like to argue that one of the reasons Africa and Africans, and especially the poorest, are not better than they were in 1973, and possibly worse off, has to do, in part, with an inadequate understanding of how capitalism rooted itself in Africa, while uprooting its people, its culture, its history, and, at the same time pushing the splitting of humanity to levels that will make the task of coming back together appear impossible. While most theorizers of capitalism and the processes linked to its expansion do mention violence, to my knowledge, none has really focused on the impact of cumulative violence on both sides. In addition, most theorizers, even if they may deny this, focus on the economic and financial impact of capital. The political and ideological impact resulting from the violence has not received the same kind of attention that the equation labor capital has received. If capital, for the sake of its survival, shall feed on states, any of them, it will do so. The financialization of capital and the kind of impunity it rests on must be analyzed through a theorization of how violence has been exercised, while, at the same time, not being presented as violence. The towering dominance of finance capital is deeply connected with the violence present, represented, and accumulated over the years in military organizations like NATO and the nuclear arsenals of countries with nuclear capability. In turn, that latent violence, which hangs over humanity like a Damocles sword, has historical roots in processes that tend to be seen as separate. Ideologically speaking, capital and capitalism must be presented in the same light as, say, the history of the United States. The best and the greatest are considered incapable of committing crimes against humanity. The ruthlessness of capital, under any of its historical sequences, has been sanitized to the point of turning it into the only acceptable alternative. The political and ideological power that has resulted from the violence inflicted during slavery and colonization deserves greater attention if the economic, political, and cultural transitions are going to be understood, whether from slavery, colonial apartheid, or post-slavery, post-colonial, post-apartheid times. In a nutshell, the argument can be summarized as follows: from slavery through the current era of globalization, a type of power has emerged on a global scale that has not been given a name, as of yet. In addition, the cumulative effect of violence, physical and psychic, has led to the emergence of a world in which violence will often take forms that have nothing or little to do with violence as it is understood. To this kind of overwhelming power, that is almost impossible to assess, one should add the power of technology. the creative side of technology is overemphasized while its destructive capacity has been growing beyond the imaginable. 103 For example, through advertising, supposedly focused on creativity, consumers are led to believe that a given product, while in reality lethal for one's health, is not only desirable but also will enhance one's health and how one will feel, look, etc. Thus, while living under a socio-economic system that could be described as the most predatory in the history of humanity, humans seem to be unaware and/or unconcerned that, in the words of Aimé Césaire, we have entered a tower of silence where we have become prey and vulture. 104 Indeed, one could convey the same idea by wondering whether capitalism has become the nicotine of humanity. 105 If it were to be analyzed in detail, this kind of power, rooted in how capitalism has imposed itself, could lead one to conclude it has achieved the kind of dominance that Nazi leaders could not have dreamed of. Yet it would be wrong to look at the end of World War II, i.e. how it came about, as a singular turning point. What is needed is a history of transitions, from slavery to colonization to apartheid to globalization, of capitalism, focused on where and how the concentration of economic, political, and financial power was built. One of the starting points has to be how the post-World War II era has been presented by the powers that have been in control of that process as a period that has brought greater progress, peace, and security to everyone, under the twin aegis of capitalism and the United States. This narrative must be questioned in view of the crossroads in which humanity finds itself today. Asking for the narrative to be questioned does not mean that one has reached a conclusion with regard to how one should call the times under which we are living, but questioning at all times while maintaining fidelity to humanity can be the only way of maintaining fidelity to emancipatory politics. Cabral's famous warning about not claiming easy victory comes to mind. Yet, it could be argued that, in fact, systematically, at every transition, there has been something akin to claiming an easy victory, or thinking that because some victories had been achieved, the rest, as Krumah so famously put it, will follow. In Frelimo's publication during the struggle, an editorial was written, very critical of Krumah. 106 Was Cabral thinking of Krumah when he issued his warning about not claiming easy victories? As in any scientific endeavor, emancipatory processes, if they are going to be successful, can never end, if only because the temptations of one group seeking to take advantage of the rest is always going to be present. One of the difficulties, if not the principal one, is that the nature, form, and appearance of the challenges will never be the same. Thus, Samora's probing question, "Who is the enemy?" cannot ever have a prefabricated or ready-made answer. It requires a constant battle, whose shape, form, and organization will never be the same. Sounds obvious, but is it? One of the reasons why there has been a tendency to claim easy victories, whether over slavery, colonization, Nazism, or apartheid, comes from the imposition of historical narratives that see no connections, or very few, between these various phases, when, in reality, the connections are structural and should lead to constant re-examination. For example, is it far-fetched for an author like Claude Rib to look at Napoleon Bonaparte as a precursor of Hitler? 107 Rib's book focuses on how Napoleon ordered the restoration of slavery when he came to power. How that process was carried out may lead historians to other conclusions, but there is no doubt about how horrific it was. Instructions coming from the highest levels were to make no prisoners, to asphyxiate them in massive numbers in the ship's holds before throwing the dead bodies in the ocean. Moreover, Napoleon's intentions were made clear: make the punishment as severe as possible so that the enslaved would think twice before engaging in overthrowing slavery. There are parts of the history of capitalism and/or nations that became powerful through expansion that are considered sacred and untouchable. If impunity is going to be addressed seriously, then let it be done in a manner that does not flinch at investigating some of the most deeply embedded causes. 108 The enemy that allowed slavery to be abolished was actually working at modernizing slavery, i.e. getting rid of those shackles that were considered as obstacles to the growth of capital. The enemy that was later defeated in Indochina, Kenya, and Algeria was in the process of modernizing its arsenal. This process has nothing to do with conspiracy theory, rather it has to do with the transition from colonization by European countries to United States capital overtaking the latter. It has to do with the obvious, reconnecting histories that have continued to be treated as separate and unrelated to each other. The history of the politics of emancipation as it has unfolded in Africa is one that should generate a process of rethinking, a la Cabral. This would mean that emancipatory politics must understand the trajectories of colonization, apartheid, and globalization better than those who think that given that they always have won, there is no other lesson to learn from anyone, let alone from those who have been systematically slaughtered because their resistance was described as backward, barbarian, etc. 109. 1. Power, violence, and impunity 110. At the root of the long process of conquering Africa one finds violence exercised with impunity. The end result, as can be seen today, is a practice of power that, implicitly and/or explicitly, states that power is only power if it is exercised with impunity. In order to understand this, one has to look at the cumulative violence that has been unleashed for centuries, most of which went unrecorded in the annals or archives of the conquering forces. It is not enough to note, as most observers do today, that there are two international justice systems, one at the service of the most powerful nations, corporations, and one at the service of the weakest. For the latter, an arsenal of humanitarian, charitable organizations has been put in place since the days of the abolitionist movement in England. Humanitarianism has a history longer than the birth of the United Nations and most charitable organizations. Humanitarianism can be looked at the manner in which the most powerful show their power to the weakest. Justice that is practiced out of charity is not justice. When adjectives begin to be added to justice, such as social justice, then one should be alerted to the fact that justice means different things to different groups of people. For power to be exercised with impunity, the violence behind it must not be interpreted as questionable or unjust. The most powerful nations and corporations are not interested in examining the reverberations/repercussions of how they exercise their power. It has reached levels of unaccountability that are usually associated with dictatorial rule, for example, when it is decided in a given place that a group of people must be liquidated because one person has been identified as a threat to the well-being of those controlling economic, political, and financial power. Such a process makes a mockery of justice and reframes the parameters of international relations in a way that becomes impossible to challenge because impunity has become part and parcel of the definition of power as exercised by the most powerful. 2. Education, history. If one looks at the interest in history during the liberation struggles and the immediate aftermath, it is not difficult to notice that history was an important topic. Education was equally important. The reasons were obvious. If people were going to be mobilized to fight colonial rule, then it was necessary for them to understand its roots and how it worked, both physically and mentally. If one takes the example of Frelimo and the teaching of who the enemy is during the armed struggle, it is not difficult to see how crucial education and history were as mobilizing weapons. When the colonist, or the enslaved, stand up and affirm themselves as not colonist, as free, they state that they count in a way that goes counter to how they had been treated by the enslavers and/or colonizers. However, that affirmation does require constant updating if the pitfall of national consciousness 111, or claiming easy victories, is going to be avoided. Is it not interesting that preoccupation with history and/or education tends to occur at moments of crisis or in times when there is a sense that things cannot go on as they are? Although still in power, Frelimo has adopted the dominant manners and practices of its former enemy, by relegating history, education, and health to the bottom of priorities. The presupposition, from the United States to Mozambique, to DRC, to Brazil, is that disciplines, like history and education, are sought by the less intellectually gifted. According to those in power, corporations and/or state, this is as it should be, because the best brains are headed for science, business, and law schools. Post-apartheid South Africa devotes 20% of its budget to education, and yet education continues to suffer from the apparent determination that it is not crucial for a society driven by a bottom line that has stated, for centuries now, that Africa and Africans should not get the best education possible for every single person. The bottom line continues to be dictated by the notion that those who have risen to the top have done so thanks to their own merit. The idea that maintaining fidelity to humanity is crucial not just for the tiny few at the top, but for every single one, is simply anathema to those who have most benefited from the process of dispossession and dehumanization that has taken place under capitalism. 3. Capitalism, towards eradicating humanity and its history. Over and above the typical features of capital related to the relationship between labor and capital, what takes place at the same time is a lethal process of dispossession that goes far beyond what has been understood. How lethal capitalism has been in its process of destroying humanity has not been fully understood. The discussions about whether primitive accumulation or dispossession best capture how capitalism as an economic system operates can only lead to claiming easy victories, because capitalism has impacted humans in ways that go far beyond the realm of economics. It is not sufficient to provide a critique of capitalism by just focusing on its economic features. Sometimes it may take the voice of poets to see better through capitalism. I will refer here to just two of them, Aimé Césaire and Ique Arma. The first, in his discourse on colonialism, articulates the interconnections between capitalism, Nazism, and colonialism in a way that does not follow the usual script. He points out how the reconstruction of Europe went hand in hand with the continuation of Nazism in the colonies. After all, it is not Hitler who proclaimed the following: "We do not aspire to equality, but to domination." The foreign race country must become again a land of serfs, daily farm or industrial workers. The issue is not to do away with inequalities amongst people, but to amplify them and turn it into a law. 112 Ernest Renan, the Western humanist and idealist philosopher, is the author of this quote, written immediately following the end of World War II. In a few more paragraphs, Césaire illustrates, with quotes, the ideological kinship between French thinkers and Hitler and his acolytes, between the barbarism that colonization leads to and where Nazism led. For Césaire, both colonialism and Nazism are the byproducts of a sick civilization that, in his words, irresistibly, from consequence to consequence, from renunciation to renunciation, calls for its Hitler, I mean its punishment. 113 From the perspective of Africa and its enslavement, Ique Arma has written about the reality brought about by the white destroyers and the way to heal from the carnage. He has done it not only in his writing, but also in his practice as a writer, a thinker, as a sharer of his vision and understanding of the way away from the destroyer's way. In Chapter 7 of 2000 Seasons, readers will find reflections that are pertinent to not claiming easy victories, as in the following lines, where he describes what a liberator is, for he is no liberator whose skill lies in calling loudly to the bound, the trapped, the impotent enslaved, to rise upon their destroyers. The liberator is he who from a necessary silence, from a necessary secrecy strikes the destroyer. That, not loudness, is the necessary beginning. p. 314. Farther down, he warns of more difficulties. Dangers will be in the newness of this discovery, dangers like the headiness of too quick, abundant faith from those too long sold to despair, the pull of old habits from destruction's empire, the sour possibility of people helping each other turning in times of difficulty into people using each other to create a selfish ease. p. 315. For Cabral and Guinea-Bissau. As observers and scholars look today at the African continent, the general impression that emerges is certainly not the one that prevailed around 1973, just before the assassination of Cabral. Even the assassination of Cabral could not dampen the feeling that victory against Portuguese colonial rule was within reach. By April 1974, thanks to the pressure brought by the armed struggles in the colonies, the Portuguese army seized power and put an end to the dictatorship. With the independence of Mozambique, the September 1975, the focus shifted from ending Portuguese colonial rule to facing and defeating Ian Smith and his allies in South Africa. With the defeat of the Americans in Vietnam in 1975, it appeared as if anything was possible, including the end of the apartheid regime. There came Soweto, 1976, but soon after that, September 1977, came the assassination of Steve Bantu Biko. And it was around this time, April 1976, that the United States, under Henry Kissinger, decided that the timing of the end of apartheid had to take place according to what would be decided in Washington and London, and not by Africans. For the purposes of this essay and the current times, there is one question that is impossible to avoid. From the days of Nkrumah's rise to power and the process of decolonization, what is it that, systematically, has not been dealt with as it should have been? Despite the volumes written on African unity, how come everything but unity prevails? What is it that prevented thinkers like Cheikh Anta Diop, Nkrumah, Cabral, Fanon, Nyerere, Mondlane, and Ruben Umniobe from joining their efforts? What is it that has led African political leaders to treat Cheikh Anta Diop's individual work with the same disdain that, collectively speaking, Haiti's overthrow of slavery has been treated? These questions will have to be answered sooner or later. I mentioned earlier the fact that in the process of enslaving and colonizing the continent destroyed much more than what has been acknowledged, even by leaders like Cabral. It is one thing to call for African unity, it is another to articulate it in a way that anyone on the continent would immediately understand the historical, cultural, linguistic, and philosophical roots of that unity, provided such articulations were rooted in an understanding and conviction that, in fact, that unity that politicians talk about has in fact been in existence through the culture, the languages, the values that can be traced back to Egyptian civilization. Although Cabral himself pointed out that the history of Africa has deeper roots than alleged by the theoretical approach framed by the history of class struggle, there is no evidence that he or his close collaborators, like Mario de Andrade, for example, took the work of Cheikh Anta Diop seriously. 114 Today, what is the state of liberation, emancipatory politics, in countries that fought armed struggles? More broadly speaking, what is the state of the continent compared to what it looked like it might become in 1973? Can one say that the leadership in charge today has carried on, with fidelity to humanity, as envisioned by Fanon in his conclusion to The Wretched of the Earth, from where Amilcar Cabral and others left off? Land grabbing in various countries is taking place as if cued by some sort of virtual replay of the Berlin Conference, more than a century later, aimed at dividing up the continent according to the new configuration imposed by capitalism. If it is not land grabbing, laundering of the money made through drug trafficking is ensuring that capitalism takes root by any means necessary. The dispossessing or dehumanization of humanity has received a new lease of life on the continent, thanks to a renewed process of aggression against the most precious treasure held by all human beings, conscience. 5. Conclusion. For emphasis, let it be said that the focus on African history and not on history has led to a failure to understand humanity and its history as a whole. By creating area studies for the sake of producing expert knowledge on areas like Africa, the United States, and its allies, mostly former colonizing countries, we created a way of looking at African history that prepared the ground for the repeated stumbling that prevented a complete and total eradication of the consequences of enslavement and colonization. 115 When looking at the history of Africa and Africans by only concentrating on the continent, one ends up distorting that history. In turn, that distortion leads to a distortion of the history of humanity, especially if, in the process, the humanity of Africans is systematically denied. From within the emancipatory tradition there are more voices of conscience than the ones referred to in this text. At the same time, what is not sufficiently appreciated is the degree to which capitalism has come to dominate humanity's conception of itself, and its reliance on its conscience to keep coming back to its senses. Whether it was from Fanon, Ruben Umniobe, Biko, Sankara, Lumumba, Nyanda, or Kimpavita, these voices expressed what humanity has in common: conscience. While it may have been eroded to the point of giving the impression that it has disappeared, I would suspect that it never will, but if it is going to succeed in reversing the current process, then there has to be a conviction that conscience is humanity's most powerful weapon in resisting its ongoing liquidation. If Caesar's questioning of whether Nazism had ended, discourse on colonialism, had been pursued systematically, one of the possible results could have led to an understanding of capitalism as a system that modernized Nazism so that it would automatically generate mechanisms, ways of thinking, aimed at getting rid of those members of humanity that are considered worthless, the poor, the Africans, the old people, the indigenous people, street children, the handicapped, the terminally ill, etc. In other words, what can be seen today, not only through so-called globalization, is a modernized form of Nazism in which there is no Hitler to point at as a scapegoat. Capitalism seeks the same Lebensraum that Hitler was aiming at. The difference is that capitalism has been slowly transforming humanity into its opposite by occupying all of the spaces that were once considered sacred if fidelity to humanity was going to be maintained. Augusta Henriques and Miguel Barros of Tiny Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, in conversation with Molly Kane 116. Augusta Henriques, when I first learned about Amilcar Cabral, I was an adolescent studying in Portugal. I heard about the nationalist movements in my country, Guinea-Bissau, and I heard about Amilcar Cabral. I was still in Portugal studying when we learned of his death. I was not yet a very politicized person at that time, and it was still the colonial regime in Portugal. I remember that the assassination of Amilcar Cabral was the first item on the news that morning. During the Revolution of 1974, I was involved as a student, and at that time our big question was how to gain the independence of the Portuguese colonies, amongst them Guinea-Bissau. Our movement, the PAIG, African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, had already declared the independence of Guinea-Bissau. Independence had been planned during the lifetime of Amilcar Cabral, and the leaders had even declared liberated zones in Guinea-Bissau. So this gave us something, it set us apart from all the others. We thought it was just a question of recognizing the fact of our independence, which had been already declared and that many countries had already recognized. It seemed that all that remained was for Portugal to accept what other countries and even parts of the military within Portugal had accepted too. I remember that at that time, we had a pride in ourselves and in Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Bissau and Amilcar Cabral were almost the same thing. All the students in our country and other Portuguese colonies, even from Portugal and many other European countries, wanted to study his work. When people realized that my sisters and I came from Guinea-Bissau, we were treated with respect. So, from my point of view, the great difference between my generation and that of Miguel and my children is that at that time, being from Guinea-Bissau was a great source of pride, and that pride was thanks to the action and work of Amilcar Cabral. For me there was never any question that I would stay in Europe. While for my children there is the question, should I stay or not? For me, no. I studied in Portugal to be educated to return and work at home. My father and I had generational differences as well. My father was a métis, and it was seen, in some way, as part of the colonial system. He was the son of a Portuguese farmer who come to Guinea-Bissau looking for a better life, born in Guinea-Bissau from an African woman, educated in Portugal, and settled back to Guinea-Bissau. My father became later a successful entrepreneur, thanks to his hard work as a self-made man. Nevertheless, most of the people thought that his enterprise benefited from the colonial system that protected those who didn't question the colonial power in Africa, while it persecuted and threatened those that struggle for liberation of their country. Due to historical reasons, my father was a Guinean connected to the Portuguese. But even though, like him, I studied in Portugal, I was more politicized when I come back to Bissau. I was related to the new social project of independence which the majority of African students embraced. So, I studied the work of Amilcar Cabral with passion. I can say that I am part of the generation of Amilcar Cabral. Everything in my life, the opportunities one had were shaped by Amilcar Cabral. The great tide that influenced my generation was a simple man who wanted to respond to his times and to his place in history. So that's how it was, each of us wanting to find our role and our place in history. We who were the youth of the generation of Amilcar Cabral embraced Guinea-Bissau with all the love that we shared with him. We made of Guinea-Bissau our home, our land, our dream, and our dream for our children. Some of the greatest pain that we have known in our lives has been the continuing and ongoing assassinations of Amilcar Cabral. How many times has he been assassinated since his death? Who killed him? We know who killed him physically. They were arrested, judged, and executed. But who ordered it? Who from the outside? Who from the inside? It's always easier to focus on the other, and to not look inside ourselves. But we continue to assassinate him even today, because we don't look inside. Amilcar Cabral today, where is he? His tomb is not in a civic space. He is in a military space. He is in a fortress, surrounded by the military. And the conditions imposed on visitors means that ordinary citizens never have the right to visit his tomb without the authorization of the commander-in-chief. The memory of Cabral, and that of his people, has been taken hostage by the military that he trained. But because his life was cut off before his time, his legacy continues to be killed. We have known the dream of Amilcar Cabral, we have known the death of Amilcar Cabral, and yes, we also know that Cabral still lives. Amilcar Cabral lives in the everyday, in the responses that continue to inspire the new generation to construct our future with all the small pieces of our history broken into 1,000 pieces. Amilcar Cabral inspires us. One thing he said that really had an impact on my life is that the struggle for liberation is a cultural act. I worked with Paulo Freire, who was a great admirer of the work of Amilcar Cabral. His theory of liberation was very inspired by the thinking of Amilcar Cabral. And Freire viewed adult education, my work in the early years of my adult life in Guinea-Bissau, as a cultural act as well. Amilcar Cabral dreamed of a society in Guinea-Bissau that would be created from the best things that existed within the cultural mosaic of Guinea-Bissau. Amilcar Cabral dreamed of a country in which culture inspires what distinguishes us in relation with others. And even today, where we find the strength to go forward in Guinea-Bissau, it is first amongst the people, especially amongst the rural people who produce, who feed all of us. It is the knowledge that they have developed from their work in the fields and their activity in the sea, their activity in the forests and the savanna, the knowledge that they have developed, and above all the simplicity of the people of Guinea-Bissau, that inspires us even today, at the individual level and in collective action. We try to bring synergy to our action to make this brilliance shine. For this we have a kind of debt to Amilcar Cabral. I was visiting a close friend in Mali a few years ago when I was going through a difficult time in my life. I had recently lost my father, political tensions were increasing in my country, and I was feeling very sad and discouraged. My friend said to me, "Augusta, you don't have the right to let go of Guinea-Bissau, you don't have the right to be discouraged." She said, "Amilcar Cabral so inspired our generation in Mali, we studied his works in our university, we listened to the radio of PAIG, the radio of the liberation of Guinea-Bissau. He inspired us as youth in the university. We were so proud of such a struggle in which a small and determined people, with a visionary and strong leadership, defeated a big empire with all its sophisticated armaments and generals. That was Cabral's achievement and his legacy. He made us dream. He was one of the African leaders who inspired us the most. So, no matter what country of Africa you go to, you will find a street, a square, a statue that is consecrated to Amilcar Cabral. The Guinean people do not have the right to let down these countries, for what Cabral struggled so much for and to which he committed his entire life. You must be accountable to him, to the history of your people, to Africa. And I feel you have been accountable, but much more must be done to make peace and security in our country. And I feel also you need much more solidarity from us, all African people. Sometimes when I speak with my children, I understand that they feel that my generation is responsible in some ways for letting this beautiful dream fall apart. I ask myself the question, How could this have happened? How did we get here? When I came back to Guinea-Bissau in 1977, at the age of 23, my heart so full of pride, I had so many dreams. I had the right to dream anything, to choose anything for my life. I felt there was work to do, and we held our heads high when we said we were from Guinea-Bissau. We were so proud. When my daughter finished her studies in Portugal and she came home, she didn't have anything like the hope that I had. What happened? When Amilcar Cabral died, he left a huge gap like the space left in a forest when you cut down a big tree. There are no other big trees growing in that space. He was really an extraordinary person, and great visionary. He had a coherent vision, strong energy, and the capacity to rally others, to make them move in the good direction. He was the first to rise and last to sleep, and very demanding of himself. It was difficult to replace his leadership. After his assassination, there was such a climate of fear and disorientation in Pague, even amongst its most distinguished leaders, that it was almost fatalistic to take on the leadership after Amilcar Cabral. Without his leadership, the unity of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau broke down. The Portuguese colonialist, and others too, took advantage of the contradictions and divided and manipulated the differences. We were not immune from human pettiness, and we lost momentum. Perhaps we needed more time to achieve real independence. There were major problems and errors increasingly in the direction of the National Party, and we hadn't had enough quality education for running a modern state. Our base was still insufficient. What was known was the colonial model of governing la chose publique, so the old settlers, les colons, were replaced by the new ones. And these new colons had some kind of complex in which they had neither the required capacities and tools to run the new state, nor the coherence of the vision of Cabral, nor the knowledge of how to run the old-style colonial state. This complex was expressed at different levels, mostly on the leading of cultural and educational policies. We have been incapable of having a coherent language policy that affirms our different languages as an important part of our identity, not only for traditional issues and oral communication. We have never been able to use our many languages to communicate information on science and education. The few attempts to introduce our mother tongues in literacy and formal education have been criticized and marginalized by the ruling elite, who are unable to understand the real meaning of cultural emancipation, who consider it is sufficient for people to write and to read in a foreign language. So, we have never replaced Portuguese as the language of instruction, even at the very basic level. This is one of the biggest reasons of the failure of our education system after independence, because we tried to extend primary education to everybody using Portuguese as the only instruction language. Worse still, this was done under conditions where most teachers that don't even speak Portuguese particularly well. Since neither pupils nor teachers are able to communicate well in Portuguese, everybody ends up trying to teach or to learn by memorizing words, sentences, and ideas. We simply don't stimulate people's capacity for understanding or being creative, but just in memorizing. As a result, we are trained to adopt and copy foreign ideas and solutions, most of which are not suitable to our society. Education has become a caricature that produces leaders who are unable to find solutions for our problems, unable to generate new ideas or new strategies to lead our country, and unable to present such ideas with dignity at the international level. As we were not able to develop a culturally specific model for Guinea-Bissau, the state we have created is a caricature that has become even worse after structural adjustment. The more the leaders exploited the people, the more legitimate they became in their own eyes. We in Guinea-Bissau have not made peace with our history. We need put history in its place and take part in our own history. Hopefully the new generations are less affected by their relationship with the colons than were my generation. Young people such as Miguel and similarly for my children have their eyes on the future. Cabral gives us cause for pride and confidence to look to our future with roots deeply in our own culture but open to the good things of modernity. Culture must not be understood merely as tradition or as something from the past. We need an open culture for an open world. We need to be strong because of who we are in ways that open us to the future. We in Tiny Guinea are trying now to build ownership of our land and our cultural heritage at grassroots and national levels, leading experiences that are rooted in the people, in the past, but open to the future. We are building responsible citizenship so that we are not disinherited. But, what happened to Guinea-Bissau did not happen to Guinea-Bissau alone. What happened to countries where we had great African leaders Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, Julius Nyerere, great dreamers for Africa, the founders of our nations? Who are the great leaders of Africa today? Who are great leaders in the world? What are their interests? What moves the leaders of the planet today? Guinea-Bissau reproduces at a small scale, with a small population, in a small concentration, everything that has happened in the world in the past 40 years. What inspired us 40 years ago? What were our struggles? And now? What are the things that nourish our children? We cannot understand the history of Guinea-Bissau outside the history of Africa, outside the history of the world. We are really the reflection of how a small people, a small country, rich in biodiversity and with great cultural diversity, that has a great history that has inspired people all over the planet, has been able to fall so low. That story is not ours alone. It is our common history. Miguel Barros, my father, was one of 14 Guineans who had a post-secondary education at the time of independence. At the age of 16 he was already organizing against the education system and spent time in prison. At the time, Cabral had already conceived of a new society, a new model to put in place in society, and my father was responsible for the people's stores in the liberated zones. My father explained that the model of the people's stores was to be the new model for trade and exchange amongst the people. The people's stores provided supplies for the soldiers in the zones of combat, supplies for the people who had been victims of the violence of the armed struggle, and support to the education of cotters in the liberated zones. I did not know Amilcar Cabral as I was born after he died. But I grew up with people who had spent a lot of time with him. My father's family participated in the resistance, even before the PIG. When Cabral took the leadership of the PIG and the PIG took the lead in the liberation struggle, my family was close to him. I had an uncle who was a great leader in the clandestine liberation movement. Augusta Henriques. Much of the education and organizing at that time amongst the young people in Portugal took place at dances. People like Miguel's uncle came to the dances to talk with us. We had a good excuse to be together under the colonial regime under Salazar. We did not have the right of assembly, but we could go to dances. And sometimes I would ask myself, why are the boys off in a corner always talking while we wanted to dance? Miguel's uncle was one of those who introduced us to the movement for liberation and to the work of Amilcar Cabral. Miguel Barros. One of the things that I learned from my family was that Cabral said that the soldiers were the armed militants and those in the underground were the political militants. So the struggle was the inheritance of all Guineans, not just those who carried out the armed struggle, but also those who struggled in the clandestine movements outside the liberated zones, who suffered a great deal. Many were even tortured and imprisoned. It was very hard at that time. Anyone who knows about the time of Salazar can speak about this. And so the struggle was the inheritance of all Guineans. For me, this is one of the great lessons in terms of how Cabral speaks to us today. He calls us to civic and citizen action. I always wear a bracelet with a saying from Cabral: we need to walk with our own feet and think with our own heads. But this commitment to our country Guinea-Bissau has to be long-term. It is also the commitment of the African. This is why I think the slogan, Cabral is not dead, is still powerful even if the mausoleum of Cabral is now under the control of the military. As a sociologist, I carried out a study of how the youth of Guinea-Bissau have incorporated Amilcar Cabral into their lives today. 117 There has been an appropriation of the story of Cabral by the old combatants to justify a different kind of leadership around the military. The liberalization of the political system that came with the liberalization of the economic system under structural adjustment was an important moment in the consolidation of this appropriation. Whether in Guinea-Bissau or Cape Verde, we witnessed the same phenomenon. Our activist formation and education was replaced with civic education that had been stripped of the teachings of Amilcar Cabral. We were not able to bring the thought of Amilcar Cabral into our civic education. The education for militants that took place in the liberated zones was about understanding the theory of liberation and the vision for the new society. It was ideological education. After independence, it was thought that we no longer needed ideological education now that we had one party. So we had civic education that was unable to actualize the teaching of Amilcar Cabral within citizen education, not in political way. In both Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, when we brought in civic education, we lost the teachings of Amilcar Cabral. In Guinea-Bissau, especially, the state abandoned education. We experienced the privatization of education and lost the memory of the history of Guinea-Bissau in our education system. My generation learned about the history of the struggles in many African countries. But the next generation has not learned of that history. When I was studying in Portugal, I saw there was a huge difference in knowledge of history between my generation and those younger. And when I compare us to Augustus' generation before us, I see that they were more militant. What are our ideologies now? What are our struggles? What are our achievements? This is what the thinking of Amilcar Cabral helps us to analyze. But it is what has been taken away from the younger generation by removing it from the education system. And this role of political education that is no longer fulfilled by school is also not fulfilled by the family. Structural adjustment also weakened the family, and the family has lost its capacity to take care of the political education of youth. So the younger generation takes on the thought of Amilcar Cabral through rap music. The rap musicians are the inheritors of Amilcar Cabral. Even though they did not know Amilcar Cabral and did not share in his life, Cabral is with them as a messenger of truth. And what is interesting today is that even though Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde are no longer united by the same political movements, we find the same words in the rap of the two countries. And it is interesting that even for the second and third generation of immigrants from Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde that are in the diaspora in Portugal, in France, and elsewhere, and who are in some ways expatriated, they find their common identity in the legacy of Amilcar Cabral. So his thought continues to be very current, and interest in recuperating the works of Amilcar Cabral is growing amongst the young. One reason is that the youth do not see commitment to the long term for the future of Guinea-Bissau amongst the leadership today. And another reason is that Amilcar Cabral inspires us. He was a poet, a politician who was close to his people and his community. One of the greatest factors of success of the armed struggle for the liberation of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde was that Amilcar Cabral was a leader who was very close to his communities. He knew them like the palm of his hand. So he was able to bring forth a synthesis of aspirations, from the depths of our own communities. And that was the great secret of Amilcar Cabral. And now our struggle in Guinea-Bissau is what Cabral called the major program. The minor program was gaining independence. And the major program was to ensure the development of the two countries, Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, and to struggle against all forms of colonization, even within ourselves. We feel that the new generation is in the process of taking on this struggle. Many of Amilcar Cabral's speeches are now accessible through the internet. Even only 10 or 15 years ago these films were still on reels and people had no access to them. Even the music was not available. But now that is no longer the case. The internet has made it possible to have access to all this material from the time of the independence struggle. There is a lot of musical production by young people in which they mix their music with the voice of Amilcar Cabral from the recordings that are now widely available. Their productions are widely disseminated through Facebook and YouTube. Augusta Henriques, the new generation not just in Guinea-Bissau needs a new paradigm. They need to renew and nourish themselves, and they won't find that sustenance in the ugliness of much of what we encounter today. And in all the darkness of what we are going through today physically, psychically, psychologically, the thought of Amilcar Cabral continues to be a light. A light that attracts people. The light comes from a national identity, and these young people need this light to inspire them, to find themselves in the light and not in the darkness. And the darker that things become around us, the more we need this light. The new rap music is a way to spread light and to galvanize the best in them. And that is why we say that the more Cabral is killed, the more important the light of his life becomes. His body can be imprisoned, but his thoughts are free. Miguel Barros, the two messages of Amilcar Cabral that are to be found in almost all the new creations of the young in which they evoke Amilcar Cabral are as these. First, even in the most difficult conditions, nothing is impossible. When we have a vision of what we want, when we have the will, when we have the capacity to unite, and our cause is just, we can bring about change. And, secondly, the condition of citizenship, think with our own heads and walk with our own feet. And this goes beyond partisan politics. That is the power of Amilcar Cabral. Augusta Henriques, each of us has to live our own times with all our integrity and sincerity. We are responsible for our own time, our own era. We are not responsible for yesterday or tomorrow. We are responsible for today. And I have learned with the legacy of Amilcar Cabral to understand my surroundings. My entourage is the family from which I came into the world and the community in which I live and with which I share life and the desire to improve life, believing that change is truly within our reach. We can compromise everything but the right to dream. We have a base that is sufficiently strong and powerful to carry us forward. We share a country. This land is ours. How many people died so that Guinea-Bissau would be a nation? We are accountable to those people. We cannot bring them back to life. But we can stop killing them. We are responsible for building the dream for which they died. We are responsible for bringing about progress for the next generation. We are living between the old and the new generations. Guinea-Bissau is a country that inspired Amilcar Cabral. It inspired the people whom Amilcar Cabral succeeded in mobilizing for the struggle that brought about the independence of Guinea-Bissau. Amilcar Cabral engaged in the struggle at the risk of his own life, knowing he could be killed from one day to the next. One could say that he was a man ahead of his time, and perhaps that is also why his influence is in many ways timeless. His vision was so unusual in looking towards the very long term, beyond his own time. And it went so far beyond his era that it created malaise around him. Miguel Barros, another indication of how he was ahead of his time, is how he saw the role of women in society. He created the Democratic Union of Women. During the struggle, he not only carried out the political education of women but also brought women into all the political and military structures. He understood the importance of the emancipation of women. In all the liberated zones, the leadership structures had to have as many women as men. And this all happened amongst people without formal education. Today, with all our formal education, we have not achieved this kind of equality. He really was an exceptional visionary. He was able to change the game and redefine political action as protagonism. Augusta Henriques, he was indeed brilliant with the rare intelligence of the heart as well as of the mind. He was very human. But he was still a man of his times. He made the time to exchange ideas with the other leaders in Africa, and not only in Africa. Fidel Castro sent Che Guevara to Guinea-Conakry, where the PEG had a base, to meet Amilcar Cabral. Che reported back to Castro that he had been in the presence of an exceptional man, and the only serious movement. He played an important role in the struggle of Angola. In a way, he crystallized the leaders of that time. We know that those times had amazing creative energy. We had dreams and so much latitude. This was true not only for Africa, but in Africa in particular. It was amongst those who finally saw that after the long era of slavery we were there. We were taking on the destiny of our peoples. It was wonderful. Amilcar Cabral himself was in some ways the great creation of his time. By advancing the struggle of a tiny little country and taking advantage of learning from the bad experiences and pitfalls of the larger countries that had already achieved independence, and from their attempts to build new nations, he was determined to not make the same errors. But he always said that it would take great sacrifice to bring about change. I remember when independence was granted and I returned to Guinea-Bissau, I was a young bourgeois. My father was a rich man who had sent his 4 children to Portugal for their education. We were privileged. But I learned that Amilcar Cabral said that the petty bourgeoisie was an important element of the struggle for national independence. The great challenge would be for this petty bourgeoisie to commit class suicide later. In my point of view he was correct, but he did not see it all. Because it is not just about the petty bourgeoisie, it is about everything that existed deep in each of us of personal ambition that undermines the collective good. And that wasn't just amongst the petty bourgeoisie. There were people who came from the liberation struggle, who had been commanders and enriched themselves, becoming a new bourgeoisie and betraying their own struggle. They justified themselves, saying, "We gave up our youth to this struggle and now it's our turn to be in charge." Very quickly they forgot the lessons of their history. One of the great sorrows of Guinea-Bissau is that some people used our history, our roots, to take power but not to inspire us, not to lead us to a better place, to protect us, but just to serve their own entourage. If we are not capable of leading a social project to which people can adhere, we fall back on ethnic and community identity to establish legitimacy. I have studied the thought of Amilcar Cabral and have tried to live according to his teaching. I have succeeded in bringing the good things that I have from my past into a commitment to the future of Guinea-Bissau. I can say that for myself, Guinea-Bissau, the project of Guinea-Bissau as Cabral dreamed, is half of my life. When I returned to Guinea-Bissau after independence and saw the problems of my country, I felt them deeply as something intimate and personal. I made getting to know my people and my country my first task, and to take responsibility for my inheritance, not just as responsibility but also as a privilege. I think I am lucky. Choosing one's destiny, embracing one's destiny, choosing what one does, what one struggles for, what one gives, and what one doesn't do is a privilege. I had this privilege thanks to people like Amilcar Cabral. His example and his thinking inspired me to play my part in my time to contribute something to inspire Guineans. In some ways I think the organization I helped to create and where I have worked, Tiny Guinea, inspires Guineans. And that is my legacy, my own way of being Cabral. I think all of us keep a bit of Cabral inside. And this little bit of Cabral is a luminous place in our lives. This interview was conducted in French and Portuguese, and transcribed and translated by Molly Kane. Filomeno Lopez. I vow that I shall give my life, all my energy, all my courage, all the ability that I have as a man to the service of my people in Guinea and Cape Verde until the day I die. I shall make my contribution, as far as possible, to the service of humanity, for the improvement in the lives of people in the world. This is my task. 118. His words pronounced by Amilcar Cabral in 1969 are the unequivocal response to the question, why evoke today this poet, intellectual, politician, and fighter for the freedom of African countries, as well as his atrocious death. Hence, today, our tribute to Amilcar Lopez Cabral, the charismatic role model of African political leadership. The charismatic figure of Amilcar Cabral in the world geopolitics today. As Gerard Chaliand put it, Amilcar Lopez Cabral is the most beautiful revolutionary figure, together with Nelson Mandela, produced by Africa. 119. He is even more significant for the Lusophone African countries, PALOP, where Portuguese is an official language, and particularly for the countries and peoples of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. However, 40 years have passed since Cabral ceased to be physically amongst us. In fact, in these 40 years, both in the PALOP countries and in the rest of the African continent, as well as in Europe, the Americas, and Oceania, life has moved on. Cabral and other historic African and non-African leaders are no longer with us, but they are in us. They have remained inside each one of us to the extent that each tragic moment of our lives, of our history, becomes an occasion for us to feel how their regard occupies our minds, our hearts, our dreams for a future that is less bad than the present one that has been given us to live in Africa and in the world. This is why, thanks to his charisma as a political leader and what it represents to the whole political and intellectual world of today, we can proudly affirm that semper alicid novi ex Africa, Africa always brings us something new. As African states, we have become independent, and there have been quite important historical, political, and cultural changes, both for the better and for the worse. New leaders have emerged and new generations have grown up and, above all, Africa has celebrated 50 years of the independence of many of its states. We have seen the